Hearing Lin Wanyan's words, Lu Chen pushed the door open and entered. After entering the room, he casually closed the door and slid the bolt into place. Having done all this, Lu Chen turned his head to look at the beautiful woman not far away. At this moment, Lin Wanyan's pretty face was slightly red, and she looked tense, as if she was afraid of something being discovered. Lu Chen asked with a smile, "Madam Lin, I just saw Miss Chen leave the prince's mansion. Where is she going tonight?" Lin Wanyan replied with a blushing face, "The brocade guard are all over Yan County, so how could you possibly not know where she is going?" Lu Chen walked up to Lin Wanyan, naturally placing his large hand on her buttocks before embracing her slender waist. Touched by Lu Chen in this way, Lin Wanyan's delicate body trembled once again. Although she had indulged in that kind of fleeting affair with Lu Chen many times, she couldn't help but feel especially nervous every time they were in contact. On one hand, it was because she felt extremely ashamed, and on the other hand, she was very afraid of her affairs being discovered by Chen Wanrong, harboring a deep sense of guilt inside. At that moment, Lin Wanyan asked, "How long will it generally take for the poison in the palace master to take effect?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "Don't worry, it won't take effect so easily. Without taking the antidote, 10 days to half a month won't be a problem." Hearing this, Lin Wanyan felt a bit relieved. If it wasn't going to be a problem for 10 days to half a month, then it would likely not affect Miss Chen too much, considering she was only out for one night. Just then, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Madam Lin, I've noticed that you seem to have gained quite a bit of weight recently, and there's more and more flesh on your body." As he spoke, Lu Chen's hand gently pinched Lin Wanyan's waist. Hearing this, Lin Wanyan gave a cold hum with an icy expression and did not speak. Lu Chen went on to say, "What were you doing in the room just now? Why did I find you looking very panicked when I came in?" Lin Wanyan quickly said, "I wasn't doing anything." She didn't want Lu Chen to know that she was preparing clothes for the child. If this little rascal found out, he might think she had completely submitted to him, that she had fallen for him in her heart, and then he would become even more unrestrained. Seeing Lin Wanyan's face showing panic again, Lu Chen knew she must be hiding something from him. Then, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist and directly picked her up, carrying her onto the bed. Lin Wanyan did not struggle, knowing what was going to happen next. After laying Lin Wanyan on the bed, Lu Chen pressed her beneath him, lifted his upper body, and looked down at her blushing cheeks from above. "Do you remember what I told you before? Why don't you and Miss Chen both marry me, that way you won't have to worry about me harming Miss Chen?" Lin Wanyan stared into Lu Chen's profound eyes, her heart pounding uncontrollably, her mind filled with images of their indulgent activities, but she was still lucid at this moment. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Wanyan replied without hesitation, "Impossible, I will never agree to that. You wish to possess Rongrong's body, only over my dead body." Lin Wanyan didn't believe Lu Chen at all, even though she knew she couldn't live without him and would likely spend her life in the North Prince mansion. But she would never allow Chen Wanrong to end up like her. Chen Wanrong had her own affairs, her own future. How could she stay in the North Prince mansion bearing children for Lu Chen? Even if Lu Chen were to be emperor one day, it wouldn't do. Chen Wanrong was the palace master of Mysterious Moon Palace, and cultivation was what she should focus on. The mundane matters of this world were merely a part of her life's experience. Lu Chen, this little rascal, he already had so many women and still wasn't satisfied. He even wanted Chen Wanrong to bear his children. Seeing Lin Wanyan's strong reaction, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Making you die is easy." Hearing this, Lin Wanyan's heart skipped a beat. She thought Lu Chen had grown tired of her, so to prevent her from interfering with his relationship with Chen Wanrong, he intended to make a fatal move against her. After all, they had started on opposite sides. Lu Chen's words were unreliable, so killing her would be quite normal. At this moment, Lin Wanyan felt for her own inner strength, realizing it had disappeared just as it had before when she was with Lu Chen. Clearly, he had sealed it away. She was just a half-step grandmaster. Against a grandmaster, she had no chance of winning. With this thought, Lin Wanyan closed her eyes and put on a resigned expression. "Do it then." Seeing this, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth lifted slightly. How could he possibly kill Lin Wanyan? She clearly had the wrong idea. Then, Lu Chen leaned in close and whispered in her ear, "There are many ways to die, for instance, dying beautifully." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Wanyan was somewhat puzzled. Dying beautifully. What kind of death was that? Before Lin Wanyan could understand the meaning of Lu Chen's words, she felt her lips covered by a warm presence. After Lu Chen kissed Lin Wanyan, he began to get handsy. Since Lin Wanyan wanted to experience the feeling of death, he'd fulfill her wish. Meanwhile, in a tavern opened by the mysterious Moon Palace in the south of Yan County, Chen Wanrong, dressed in white, sat on a bed on the second floor. Downstairs were some old ministers from the Chen nation. Ever since they heard that their princess was still alive, they had been extremely excited, with some people rushing to the North Country overnight and arriving at Yan County. At this time, a former official from Chen nation said, "Your Highness the Princess, now that you are the palace master of the mysterious Moon Palace, with its support, our hopes of restoring the kingdom are just around the corner." Another person spoke up, "Now that Great Shah is in internal turmoil, even if the Great Shah Imperial Army defeats the rebels in the south, Great Shah's strength will be greatly weakened. Moreover, there is news of rebellion within the Great Wu dynasty as well, and their troops have already withdrawn from the former territory of Chen nation. At this moment, all your highness needs to do is return to the capital of Chen nation, reveal your identity, and then the people of Chen nation will surely support you and restore the kingdom." Next to the Shiwu County of Great Shah are the two counties that make up the former territory of Chen nation. After the outbreak of war between Great Shah and Great Wu, these two counties were occupied by Great Wu, and troops were also stationed there. But due to the internal strife in Great Wu, the martial emperor, in order to quickly deal with the southwestern rebels, has pulled back the elite troops from those two counties, leaving only some ordinary soldiers behind. For the mysterious Moon Palace, dealing with these ordinary soldiers is not too difficult. In the eyes of Chen nation's former officials, as long as these ordinary soldiers are dealt with, and Chen Wanrong publicly announces her identity, she would be able to call upon the masses. By the time they could organize a new army for Chen nation, Great Wu and Great Shah would realize that Chen nation had already been restored. Moreover, the internal conflicts within the two great dynasties have already weakened their strength, so even if they see the restoration of Chen nation, it is highly unlikely that they will send troops to attack Chen nation at that point. At this moment, the former officials from Chen nation on the first floor were all very excited, all thinking eagerly of Chen Wanrong returning to the old territories to restore the kingdom. However, at this point, an elderly man with white hair said, "Your Highness the Princess, I believe that restoring the kingdom in the former territories of Chen nation is not prudent. The main territories of Chen nation have now been occupied by Great Wu, which venerates martial power, especially the martial emperor who prefers solving problems with force. If we try to restore the kingdom now, once Great Wu deals with the southwestern rebels, they are very likely to send troops to attack us." Hearing this, another former official of Chen nation said, "What's there to worry about? General Wei is about to return from Wind Cloud Island. The Wei family has been developing Wind Cloud Island these years and has trained 100,000 elite troops there. With these elite troops, I don't believe Great Wu would dare make a move on us while they are weakened." Just as the white-haired elder was about to say something, Chen Wanrong, who had been quiet upstairs, spoke up, "The matter of restoring the kingdom is of great importance. Let's not discuss it today. We will wait for General Wei's arrival in the North Country before making further discussions." Seeing that Chen Wanrong had said so, the former officials of Chen nation didn't say any more. Although they were former officials of Chen nation, they didn't have much backing. Although they all wanted to restore the kingdom, they could only talk. They could not contribute significantly to the restoration. Only people like Wei Siwan, who had troops at their command, could play a significant role in restoring the kingdom. Without troops, shouting about restoration was futile. Afterward, they stopped discussing the restoration and instead talked about what preparations they should make next. About 4 hours later, Chen Wanrong returned to the prince's mansion from the tavern. Originally, she had planned not to return tonight, but somehow after leaving the prince's mansion, she felt rather unsettled. Once Chen Wanrong reached Yunrong courtyard, She intended to go to her own room when she heard the sound of animals crying out in their wild state upon entering the courtyard. Hearing these noises, Chen Wanrong's eyebrows slightly furrowed. That man had actually come to Yunrong courtyard to do such a thing. Chen Wanrong then activated her skill, concealing her presence before stealthily approaching Lin Wanyan's room door. Next, she poked a small hole in the room's paper window to check what exactly was happening inside. Seeing the two overlapping figures, Chen Wanrong's face turned exceedingly cold. She had only been out for one night, and they had rushed to this courtyard to engage in such acts. Chen Wanrong felt a sense of oppression in her chest as she found the distasteful scene unbearable to continue watching. She prepared to turn around and leave, but as she was about to do so, Lin Wanyan said weakly, Chenur, I beg you, give the antidote to Rongrong. Upon hearing this, Chen Wanrong was slightly stunned. Antidote? What antidote? Lu Chen said with a laugh, Wanyan, you can't be thinking of other things at a time like this. Lin Wanyan continued, Rongrong still has her own mission. Martial artists. It is difficult for martial artists to conceive. Yelv Nanyan has been married into the prince's mansion for so long without conceiving. If we wait for me to conceive, your child before giving her the antidote, the civil war in Great Sha would be over. As Lin Wanyan said this, Chen Wanrong heard a series of hurried sounds, and it took a long time before Lu Chen said, it's not going to be so easy for me to give her the antidote. Lin Wanyan pleaded, I'm asking you, if you give her the antidote and let her leave the North Prince Mansion, I will stay in the North Prince Mansion forever after. Whether you want me to serve you or bear your children, I am willing. Hearing Lin Wanyan's words, Chen Wanrong had pretty much guessed what Lin Wanyan meant. Chen Wanrong's expression became even colder. She had always thought that Lin Wanyan was involved with Lu Chen to help her feed him the powder of the pear-wing butterfly, and secondly because she herself had certain needs. But now, listening to their conversation, it was not the case at all. From their discussion, it seemed that Lu Chen had poisoned both of them, which was why Lin Wanyan had surrendered herself to Lu Chen, hoping to obtain an antidote from him, then help herself detoxify and leave the North Prince Mansion. When it came to poison, Chen Wanrong felt very confused. She never felt like she had been poisoned. But if she hadn't been poisoned, then Lin Wanyan should not have been threatened by Lu Chen, nor would there have been the exchange they just had. What exactly was going on? Could it be that Lu Chen had deceived Madame Lin? Or was it that the poison was exceptionally unique, and she was poisoned without even knowing it? Lu Chen then said with a laugh, how do I know if your word is your bond? What if I give her the antidote, she runs away, and you run away with her? Lin Wanyan responded, just give one antidote, you don't have to give me mine. Lu Chen said, if you're set on dying, and after she takes the antidote and detoxifies, leaving the North Prince Mansion, you commit suicide, then wouldn't I be at a great loss? Blushing deeply at these words, Lin Wanyan said, I won't commit suicide. I've already grown unable to leave you. As she said this, Lin Wanyan turned her head away, so ashamed she wished she could hide away in a crack in the ground. Hearing Lin Wanyan's words, Lu Chen said with a smile, of course, no you can't leave me, but that does not mean you won't seek death. Seeing that Lu Chen still didn't trust her, Lin Wanyan simply said, my heart has been taken by you. Even if you didn't coerce me, I would still be willing to be your woman. Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected the woman who had always been so resolute to say such a thing today. Of course, he knew she was telling the truth. Her favorability towards him had long since reached 100%. But the likelihood of Lin Wanyan saying something like this was probably still for Chen Wanrong's sake. Like Chu Yukan, Lin Wanyan was a traditional beauty with a gentler nature, typically reserved, usually finding it difficult to speak of love and affection. Chen Wanrong felt like her heart was being pricked by needles upon hearing Lin Wanyan's words. So, did that mean Lin Wanyan had truly betrayed her? No, it wasn't right to call it a betrayal. If she truly liked Lu Chen, then as a child whom Lin Wanyan had brought up, she should wish her happiness, not consider it a betrayal. But Chen Wanrong felt an inexplicable emotion inside, leaving her somewhat agitated and confused. She couldn't clarify what this emotion was. Shortly after, a series of hurried sounds came from the room. It was a long time before Lu Chen spoke again. I never thought that there would come a day when my Wanyan would speak such words. So, does this mean you truly wish to bear my child? Lin Wanyan's shame had peaked, her entire body flushed red, and her pale neck also blushed deeply. Even she herself had never imagined that one day she would utter such shameful words. Lin Wanyan thought to herself, just consider it for Rongrong's sake. If being shameless allowed her to obtain the antidote from Lu Chen, able to help Chen Wanrong leave the North Prince mansion, then whatever she did was worthwhile. Just as Lin Wanyan harbored this thought, Lu Chen said, Wanyan, what do you think Miss Chen would feel if she knew you became like this for her sake? Would she feel heartbroken for you, or would she be extremely angry, thinking you betrayed her? With a weak voice, Lin Wanyan said, what do you mean? Backquote. Lu Chen smiled and said no more, continuing with his busy work. Chen Wanrong stopped eavesdropping on their conversation, she only felt an uncomfortable feeling in her heart and then turned around to leave the doorway. Early in the morning, Lin Wanyan tried several times to drive Lu Chen out of the Yunrong courtyard. She feared that Chen Wanrong would come back and discover what had happened between them, but no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't push Lu Chen away. Fortunately, it was the day of the small court assembly in the North Country, and after half an hour of effort, Lu Chen finally left her room contentedly, leaving the Yunrong courtyard. After Lu Chen left, Lin Wanyan quickly straightened her clothes and came out. Not seeing Chen Wanrong in the courtyard and finding it empty, Lin Wanyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. What Lin Wanyan didn't know was that Chen Wanrong had returned last night and was now meditating in her room. Seeing the empty courtyard, Lin Wanyan sighed. What a sin, she had clearly come to help Chen Wanrong control Lu Chen and then use Lu Chen to create the subtle dragon spell, but she ended up becoming Lu Chen's woman and even fell in love with him. This nemesis, Lu Chen, how could he be so adept at dealing with women? Lin Wanyan muttered to herself, you, how did you give birth to such a little rascal? You've made me suffer. As time passed day by day, the war between the Great Sum Imperial Court and the southern rebels had intensified, both sides were continuously reinforcing their troops and fighting more fiercely. However, to everyone's surprise, with the war having reached this point, why were the seigneurs still without any action? The Sum emperors of the past few generations have all been reducing the power of the seigneurs, and although they still retained a lot of autonomy for the seigneurs, anyone could see that reducing the power of the seigneurs was a governance direction of the Great Sum imperial family. The aristocratic families and the seigneurs colluded with each other and belonged to the same interest group. Many times, the aristocratic families could use the seigneurs' autonomy to gain more benefits for themselves without falling under the direct control of the imperial court. If the Sum emperor were to annihilate the ancient families, then cutting back the seigneurs' power might be next. While the imperial army was fighting with the southern rebels, in reality, many aristocratic families from other regions were already aiding the southern rebels. They understood the principle of shared fate very well. Even the families outside the south were supporting the southern rebels, but the seigneurs remained inactive, which inevitably led to suspicions that the seigneurs were intending to benefit from the conflict like the fisherman who profits from the fight between the snipe and the clam. Lu Chen had always paid close attention to the civil war in Great Sum, and this war had allowed the North Country to gain a significant increase in population and more benefits. As the Great Sum imperial court completely ignored the North Country, Lu Chen simply stopped pretending and began to aggressively expand his army. Thanks to the population increase, Lu Chen's new round of military expansion added 100,000 soldiers. These 100,000 were not the soldiers of Wind Cloud Island but soldiers recruited from the North Country itself. If we include the soldiers from Wind Cloud Island, the North Country now had nearly 400,000 troops. North Prince Mansion. Lu Chen's study. Lu Chen looked at the military expansion plan on the table, a satisfied smile on his face. It was at this moment that the voice of a maid sounded at the door of the study. Prince, Commander Wu has brought a man surnamed Wei to the prince's mansion. Hearing this, Lu Chen's smile became even brighter. Finally, he has arrived. Then he said to the maid, let them come to the study. Wu Yuan, accompanied by Wei Siwan, arrived at Lu Chen's study, and Wei Siwan immediately knelt halfway and said to Lu Chen, General Wei Siwan presents his respects to the prince. Long life and prosperity to the prince, may you live thousands and thousands of years. Lu Chen immediately rose from his seat and then, holding onto Wei Siwan's shoulder, said, General Wei, please rise quickly, I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. After Wei Siwan stood up, he said, Thank you, Prince. Once Wei Siwan stood up, Lu Chen asked, General Wei, do you know how many large warships there currently are on Wind Cloud Island? Upon hearing this question, Wei Siwan was startled for a moment, then he replied, Prince, the ships on Wind Cloud Island are mostly medium-sized vessels, there aren't many large ones, and they hardly qualify as warships. After arriving in the North Country, Wei Siwan saw the Dongfang family's large merchant ships. The Dongfang family engaged in maritime trade for their business, hence they built especially large ships. Before seeing the Dongfang family's large merchant ships, Wei Siwan had always thought the ships of Wind Cloud Island were the biggest. But upon reaching the North Country, he saw merchant ships that were a whole size bigger than theirs. It suddenly made him feel as though the ships they had built on Wind Cloud Island were nothing but fishing boats. Now, Wei Siwan felt embarrassed to tell Lu Chen that they had been building warships. How could warships look like little fishing boats next to merchant vessels? In this era, it was believed that the size of a ship corresponded to its strength. If this were modern times, it would be normal for merchant ships to be larger than warships. However, they still lived in an era where tonnage was a measure of combat power. After hearing Wei Siwan's words, Lu Chen thought for a moment. It seemed that if he were to build a navy in the future, he would need shipbuilding know-how, but they did not yet possess the technology to build large ships. He would have to ask the Dongfang family later on. Given that the Dongfang family built such large merchant ships, they must have skilled craftsmen and shipbuilding technology. Just then, Wei Siwan asked, Prince, when I reached the North Country, I heard that the Palace Master of Mysterious Moon Palace is residing in the North Prince Mansion. Wei Siwan's question took Lu Chen aback. What did the Palace Master of Mysterious Moon Palace staying in the North Prince Mansion have to do with Wei Siwan? Why would Wei Siwan ask such a question? Lu Chen, curious, asked, Why do you bring up this question? Wei Siwan directly inquired, I wonder if the prince is aware that the Palace Master of Mysterious Moon Palace is actually a princess of Chen Nation. If Wei Siwan were acting on behalf of the remnants of Chen Nation, he naturally would not have disclosed anything about Chen Wanrong to Lu Chen. But now that the Wei family had awaited the birth of the Son of Destiny, the North Prince would be their new master, and they need not remain loyal to the Chen royal family anymore. Wei Siwan decisively betrays Chen Wanrong's identity. After all, Chen Wanrong is a princess of Chen Nation, and Lu Chen is a seigneur of great sum. A princess of Chen Nation residing in the North Prince Mansion would be instantly suspect of plotting something nefarious. As a subordinate of Lu Chen, Wei Siwan naturally had to disclose this, and also had to make sure if Lu Chen was aware of these matters. Hearing Wei Siwan's words, Lu Chen was stunned once again. How could Wei Siwan, a man from Wind Cloud Island, know about this? Not many knew of Chen Wanrong's true identity as a princess of Chen Nation. Even the women in the inner courtyards of the North Prince Mansion, Lu Chen's women, were unaware of it. Most of them thought Chen Wanrong was just the palace master of Mysterious Moon Palace. Coming back to his senses, Lu Chen, still curious, asked, How did you come to know of her identity? Wei Siwan responded, To not conceal it from the prince, the Wei family had a good relationship with the Chen royal family and were highly favored by them. After the downfall of Chen Nation, the Wei family then moved to Wind Cloud Island and has been awaiting the prince's orders. Initially, the Wei family intended to support the restoration of Chen Nation, and over the years, I have continuously corresponded with the princess of Chen Nation. However, since we have now received the prince's orders, our natural course of action is to assist the prince in achieving his great ambition. Hence, the matter of restoring Chen Nation no longer concerns the Wei family. Smiling, Lu Chen then said, So that is the case. Lu Chen thought to himself, it was unexpected that Chen Wanrong's people had now become his. He wondered what she would think once she learned of this. At that moment, Wei Siwan continued, Prince, the princess of Chen Nation must have had a motive for coming to the North Prince Mansion, you should be wary. To this, Lu Chen replied indifferently, you needn't worry about that. Before long, she will become my side concubine and bear my children. You, the former ministers of Chen Nation, needn't be overly concerned either. This. Wei Siwan was momentarily stunned. Honestly, Wei Siwan did not wish to see conflict arise between Chen Wanrong and Lu Chen. The Wei family had enjoyed excellent relations with the Chen royal family, and their prosperity today was supported by them. Without the help of the Chen royal family, it was doubtful whether the Wei family would have been able to await the appearance of the Son of Destiny. If the princess of Chen Nation could unite with the Son of Destiny, that would be ideal. Regaining his composure, Wei Siwan said, I understand. Lu Chen went on, moreover, later you shall inform her about the Wei family pledging allegiance to me. It's also time for me to lay my cards on the table with her. Wei Siwan replied, I understand. Lu Chen contemplated that having delayed for so long, this was a good opportunity. The Wei family was certainly an important force for Chen Wanrong, and now that the Wei family had pledged themselves to the North Country, it would be a considerable blow to Chen Wanrong, causing her to lose hope in restoring her nation. Moreover, Chen Wanrong was already aware of the affair between him and Lin Wanyan. Her spying on his trysts with Lin Wanyan wasn't just a day or two's matter. Chen Wanrong must have guessed that her secret with Lin Wanyan was known to him as well. Once she found out that the former officials of Chen Nation were coming to seek sanctuary with him, Chen Wanrong would definitely explode with anxiety and couldn't help but come to find him directly. He just needed to wait. Wei Siwan then reported the situation on Wind Cloud Island to Lu Chen. After roughly finishing the report, Wei Siwan was led by the servants of the prince's mansion to Yunrong Courtyard. At this very moment, Lin Wanyan and Chen Wanrong were discussing the matter of the former Chen Nation officials in the pavilion. Chen Wanrong said, the Wei family should arrive at Yan County in the next few days. Lin Wanyan asked with concern, Palace Master, can we really trust these Wei family members? After all, Chen Nation has been gone for so many years and people's hearts can change. Moreover, they now have a force of 100,000 elite troops on Wind Cloud Island, and they might have developed some inappropriate intentions. Historically, when royal power waned, military generals with army control would often entertain the thought of becoming emperor themselves. Especially since Chen Nation had long since fallen, and the royal family of Chen Nation had nothing left but a princess, without even having a prince. With no prince, why would others aid you in restoring the nation? They might as well become emperor themselves and forcibly take the royal princess for marriage. Chen Wanrong said, the Wei family has always been loyal to the Chen royal family. For the sake of Chen Nation, many Wei family members died on the battlefield. I was able to escape the capital of Chen Nation thanks to the Wei family. Now that I am the palace master of Mysterious Moon Palace, with its power behind me, they will not waver. Chen Wanrong naturally understood Lin Wanyan's concerns. If she were just a princess with no power or influence, the Wei family might well use the pretense of restoring the nation and, after Chen Nation was restored, force marriage upon her and then usurp the throne, with a Wei ending up as emperor. But she was not a powerless princess. She had the entire Mysterious Moon Palace behind her. The Wei family would certainly be aware of what kind of power the Mysterious Moon Palace represented, and with such a formidable sect behind her, Chen Wanrong didn't believe the Wei family would dare harbor any thoughts of usurpation. Having heard Chen Wanrong's words, Lin Wanyan considered them and felt there was some truth to them. After all, Chen Wanrong was the palace master of Mysterious Moon Palace, and she herself was a grand master. Perhaps the Wei family would still remain loyal to the Chen family, loyal to Chen Wanrong. Just as Lin Wanyan was thinking this, a maid from the prince's mansion suddenly entered Yunrong Courtyard. Seeing the maid enter, both Lin Wanyan and Chen Wanrong were startled and immediately became vigilant. Usually, without their permission, the maids of the prince's mansion would not enter Yunrong Courtyard directly. The two of them had quite special identities in the prince's mansion, being guests there, so the maids usually stood outside Yunrong Courtyard. At this time, the maid said, Master Chen, a guest surnamed Wei requests an audience. Upon hearing this, Chen Wanrong's brows knitted slightly. A guest surnamed Wei. That could only be Wei Siwan. Why would Wei Siwan come to the North Prince mansion to see her? Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyan looked at each other, and Lin Wanyan asked, Palace Master, you didn't invite him to come find you here at the North Prince mansion, did you? Chen Wanrong didn't respond. This was the North Prince mansion after all. How could she possibly have Wei Siwan, a former official of Chen Nation, come here to find her? If she had let him come here, wouldn't that mean Lu Chen had found out? Lu Chen had already seen through their plans. If he also discovered that Chen Nation still had 100,000 elite soldiers on Wind Cloud Island, who knew what he might do? When things don't go as usual, there must be something amiss. Chen Wanrong didn't believe that Wei Siwan, a man in his 40s, could lack such basic sense. Him coming to the North Prince mansion to find her must mean something had happened. Chen Wanrong then asked the maid, where is he now? The maid answered, he's here in the prince's mansion. Chen Wanrong immediately said, bring him here. Yes, Master Chen. After that, the maid turned and left. It wasn't long before a middle-aged man appeared at the gates of Yunrong courtyard. Seeing Wei Siwan's appearance, Chen Wanrong was taken aback once again. Although more than a decade had passed since she had last seen Wei Siwan, she could still recognize him at a glance. The middle-aged man in front of her was indeed Wei Siwan, the very same who had helped her escape the capital of Chen Nation. Wei Siwan looked much the same as he had 15 years ago. Other than having grown more facial hair and appearing more mature, there was little change in him. After entering the courtyard, Wei Siwan also recognized Chen Wanrong immediately. Despite the many changes from when she was a young girl to a grown woman, Chen Wanrong bore a strong resemblance to the former empress of Chen Nation, making her easy to identify. Wei Siwan immediately walked to the outside of the pavilion, knelt halfway, and said, your humble servant Wei Siwan greets the princess. Long live the princess, for 1,000 autumns and 10,000 years. Hearing this, a flicker of shock passed through Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyan's hearts. This was the North Prince mansion, and Wei Siwan shouldn't have shown such a gesture. Although, Palace Master, and Princess, sound similar, when you add, long live for 1,000 autumns and 10,000 years, after it, others could instantly infer that it was Princess being addressed. Chen Wanrong was puzzled. How could Wei Siwan be so lacking in vigilance? Chen Wanrong responded coldly, rise. Wei Siwan immediately got up from the ground and said, thank you, Your Highness the Princess. Chen Wanrong's willow brows lifted again. It was one thing to be called princess, but to add, Your Highness, on top of that, did she fear others might not know she was a princess? At that moment, Chen Wanrong spoke, it's been over a decade since we last met, Mr. Wei. You've changed a great deal. Wei Siwan replied, compared with Your Highness, my changes are insignificant. Seeing Wei Siwan repeatedly address her as Princess Your Highness, Chen Wanrong could hardly bear it any longer and asked directly, Mr. Wei, why have you come to the North Prince mansion to find me? Has something happened? Smiling, Wei Siwan answered, Your Highness, I did not come here specifically for you. I just happened to have business at the North Prince mansion and took the opportunity to pay my respects to you. Backquote, backquote, backquote. Backquote, backquote, backquote. This. Backquote, backquote, backquote. Backquote, backquote, backquote. Hearing Wei Siwan's response, both Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyan immediately felt an ominous premonition. Wei Siwan has business in the North Prince mansion. What business could a subject of the Chen nation possibly have at the North Prince mansion? Chen Wanrong quickly deduced the meaning behind Wei Siwan's words and said coldly, have you betrayed the Chen nation? As she spoke, a chill emanated from Chen Wanrong's body, and the entire courtyard turned extremely cold, as though a layer of frost had formed inside and outside the pavilion. Still smiling, Wei Siwan replied, what are you saying, Your Highness? I have never betrayed the Chen nation. After all, the Wei family and I have been with the North Prince from the very beginning. This. At Wei Siwan's words, Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyan were both stunned. Especially Chen Wanrong, who was incredibly shocked in her heart. The North Prince's man. Lu Chen's man. How old is Lu Chen this year? How could Wei Siwan have possibly been Lu Chen's man from the start? Of course, Wei Siwan knew Chen Wanrong would be baffled as to why he would say such a thing, given that Lu Chen was only 18 this year, and the Wei family had been in the Chen nation since its inception, with a history in the Chen nation that was almost a century old. Even though Chen Wanrong was perplexed, there were some secrets that Wei Siwan could not casually reveal to her. His main purpose was to clarify his stance to Chen Wanrong. Other matters were not his to disclose to her. After Wei Siwan finished speaking, the Yunrong courtyard became eerily silent, and the sound of fish flipping over the water's surface in the lotus pond seemed exceptionally loud. Chen Wanrong had never imagined that Wei Siwan would turn out to be Lu Chen's man. After a long pause, Chen Wanrong confirmed, "The North Prince you mentioned, is it Lu Chen?" What Chen Wanrong was thinking was that perhaps the North Prince Wei Siwan spoke of was not Lu Chen but someone else. The title of North Prince was just a princely title that anyone could use, and perhaps there had been a North Prince from Great Sum whom they did not know about. However, at that moment, Wei Siwan said, "Yes." Seeing Wei Siwan confirm it, Chen Wanrong's expression grew even colder. The loyal retainer of the Chen nation she always believed in, the crucial force she had been waiting for to help her restore her country, now came to tell her they were Lu Chen's men. What kind of joke was this? After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, Chen Wanrong finally spoke coldly. "The Wei family almost faced extermination for the sake of the Chen nation, and now you tell me that from the start you have been the North Prince's men. Was the North Prince even born at that time?" Wei Siwan sensed Chen Wanrong's anger and the mounting chill, yet his expression remained unchanged. Smiling, he replied, "Your Highness, it's true the Wei family has sacrificed much for the Chen nation. However, that was merely to repay the Chen nation. There are some matters I cannot reveal to your highness, but I can tell you this, the Wei family has only ever had one master from the beginning, the North Prince." Chen Wanrong stated, "So you're saying that when I arrived in the North Country, the Wei family told the North Prince everything about me?" Wei Siwan replied, "That's not the case. This is the first time I have been to the North Prince mansion, and today is also the first time I have met the North Prince. However, from my earlier conversation with the North Prince, he indeed knew about your identity long ago. It was the North Prince's wish that I meet with you now." The silence lingered once again. Chen Wanrong did not believe Wei Siwan would take her for a fool with his bizarre tale. Lu Chen had not even been born when the Wei family became his people. Such a story could only fool a simpleton. Yet with Lu Chen, the more it defied common sense, the more likely it was to be true. Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyan had been in the North Country for so long, and had witnessed Lu Chen's many miracles. They had also heard the rumors about Lu Chen being a disciple of an immortal. Combined with Chen Wanrong's own experience of having an exceptionally skilled mentor and having seen many of the world's wonders, she was quick to accept Wei Siwan's words. If what Wei Siwan said was true, then it meant someone was paving the way for Lu Chen even before his birth. Thinking this over, everything that occurred after Lu Chen's arrival in the North Country seemed to be orchestrated by an invisible hand. Lu Chen might not be just an ordinary prince, and with the rumors of him being a disciple of an immortal, his identity seemed even more extraordinary. What kind of force lay behind Lu Chen? Chen Wanrong suddenly felt helpless, as if she had hit a thick wall. The closest person to her, Lin Wanyan, had been manipulated by Lu Chen, and now Wei Siwan was telling her that the important force she had been awaiting for the restoration of her country was also Lu Chen's men. Ever since arriving in the North Country, she felt as if the world revolved around this man, Lu Chen. Seeing that Chen Wanrong remained silent for a long time, Wei Siwan continued, "Your Highness, there is no need for you and the North Prince to be adversaries. Although he is the child of the Sum Emperor, he is not only the Sum Emperor's child. You share many common interests, and as far as I know, his mother is the goddess of the mysterious Moon Palace, and he is the god's son of the mysterious Moon Palace." At these words, Chen Wanrong's voice turned icy, "You needn't advocate for him. You may leave now." Seeing Chen Wanrong becoming angry, Wei Siwan chose not to say anything more. It was normal for Chen Wanrong to be upset. After all, the Wei family was the power she valued most for the restoration of the country, and yet he just told her that the Wei family had long had a master. Anyway, he had told Chen Wanrong the truth, and the next move was up to the North Prince. Since the North Prince had long been aware of Chen Wanrong's identity and had kept her in the North Prince mansion for so long, that indicated he held a certain favorability toward her. Wei Siwan hoped that the North Prince would quickly win over Chen Wanrong and have offspring with her, as this would benefit the Wei family members as well. After that, Wei Siwan said, "This old servant shall take his leave." With those words, Wei Siwan turned and departed. Yunrong courtyard became incredibly quiet again. The gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and the two people inside the pavilion did not speak, simply sitting there in silence. Lin Wanyan glanced at Chen Wanrong, knowing that today's events must have been a huge blow to her. Although Chen Wanrong now was the palace master of the mysterious Moon Palace, most of the people there weren't under her control, including many elders who constantly suppressed her as the palace master. Therefore, for Chen Wanrong's restoration of the country, the power of the Wei family was extremely important, particularly the 100,000 elite soldiers from Wind Cloud Island. Unfortunately, those 100,000 elite soldiers had now become people of the North Prince Mansion. Thinking about it, if Chen Wanrong were to also know about her affair with Lu Chen, it would likely be an even greater blow. Lin Wanyan felt extremely conflicted at the thought. After a long while, Lin Wanyan finally spoke up, "Palace Master, what do you plan to do next?" Chen Wanrong did not answer Lin Wanyan's question, continuing to sit quietly. Seeing this, Lin Wanyan sighed and said no more. At this point, Chen Wanrong was thinking that since Lu Chen had sent Wei Siwan to Yunrong courtyard to personally tell her about the Wei family's allegiance to the North Prince Mansion, it was likely Lu Chen intended to have a showdown with her. Indeed, after having been at the North Prince Mansion for so long, it was time for a showdown. With that in mind, Chen Wanrong planned to meet with Lu Chen tonight and also to ask Lin Wanyan what exactly the antidote she mentioned while with Lu Chen was all about. Ever since she overheard Lu Chen and Lin Wanyan's conversation, she had been checking her own body, but no matter how she examined it, she found no signs of poisoning. If she, a disciple of the immortal, couldn't detect her own poisoning, she began to suspect that Lin Wanyan might have been deceived by Lu Chen. In the deep quiet of the night, lights shone brightly in Lu Chen's study as he examined the latest map of the North Country, looking for a place to build a port city. The large merchant ships of the Dongfang clan were arriving by sea to the North Country without a place to dock. Soon, soldiers from Wind Cloud Island would also arrive, and he planned to create a navy. Thus, building a port became an urgent matter. After scanning the map, Lu Chen finally decided to build the port city on top of a fishing village. Dongfang clan's merchant ships were currently docking there, and the place, with an extending peninsula, was well suited as a sheltered harbor. Just as Lu Chen finalized the location for the port city and was planning to visit Spring Sound Court to cultivate a relationship with Yelv Nanyan, he suddenly sensed a familiar presence outside the courtyard. The next moment, an arrow flew in through the door and struck the bookshelf. It seemed there was a paper tied to the arrow. Lu Chen walked over to inspect it, pulled out the arrow, and then took the paper to read. The paper contained just one sentence. "Meet tonight at the mysterious Moon Tavern in the southern city." Seeing this, Lu Chen showed a hint of a smile. He, of course, knew who had sent this note. He had just sensed Chen Wanrong's presence. Even if he wasn't a Grand Master and couldn't sense Chen Wanrong's energy, he could still guess who wanted to meet him tonight. Obviously, Chen Wanrong was ready to have a showdown. Both of them had been in the North Prince Mansion for so long, their plans not only unsuccessful but also involving Lin Wanyan. Now, her power for the restoration of the country had pledged allegiance to the North Prince Mansion, and she had no choice but to confront him. As for any danger, Lu Chen was unconcerned about it. He himself was a Grand Master, and with another Grand Master in the city, if a Grandmaster's battle broke out, Zhuge Zongguang would quickly notice. Moreover, Lu Chen didn't believe that Chen Wanrong, who had a 100% favorability toward him, would kill him. Then, Lu Chen bathed, changed into fresh clothes, and set off alone toward the mysterious Moon Tavern in the southern part of the city. By the time Lu Chen arrived at the mysterious Moon Tavern, there were hardly any people left on the streets. When the carriage stopped at the entrance of the mysterious Moon Tavern, and Lu Chen got down, he felt Chen Wanrong's familiar energy. Looking up, he saw Chen Wanrong in white clothes standing on the balcony of the third-floor loft of the mysterious Moon Tavern, gazing at the moon above. At that time, a female disciple of the mysterious Moon Palace approached Lu Chen. "Prince, please follow this girl." Lu Chen smiled slightly. With his ability, he could easily leap directly to the third-floor loft, without the need for stairs. However, he felt that would be somewhat improper, too hasty. How could he rush when meeting with a fairy late at night, in case it left a bad impression on Chen Wanrong? Lu Chen followed the female disciples of the mysterious Moon Palace diligently and arrived at the third floor of the mysterious Moon Tavern. After reaching the attic on the third floor, the female disciple said at the door, "Palace Master, the prince has arrived." Chen Wanrong's cool voice came through immediately. "Come in." The next moment, Lu Chen pushed the door and entered. Upon entering the room, Lu Chen subconsciously closed the door behind him. When Lu Chen turned around, he was startled by the scene before him. The moonlight, gentle as water, bathed Chen Wanrong, making her seem to radiate a holy glow. Dressed in a white gown, she stood on the balcony like a fairy from the jade pool. Chen Wanrong at that moment was like a dazzling, incomparably beautiful, ice-carved and jade-polished, flawless porcelain statue. Her snow-white skin, her beautifully curved body, her slender waist that could be encircled with a handful, and her long jade legs all made Lu Chen extremely restless. However, the next moment, Lu Chen instantly sobered up. Wait a minute. What was that about? Indeed, Chen Wanrong was beautiful. From the first glance, Lu Chen wanted to possess her, but he usually didn't harbor any lustful thoughts in front of her. Because Chen Wanrong always exuded an aura like that of a fairy, utterly pure, making it difficult for Lu Chen to have thoughts of devouring her completely. But what had just happened? Why did he, upon entering the room and catching just a glimpse of Chen Wanrong, find it impossible to contain the agitation in his heart, almost wanting to pounce on her immediately? This was clearly abnormal. As Lu Chen puzzled over this, he suddenly noticed an insect on his shoulder. Upon seeing the insect, Lu Chen finally understood what was happening. Seeing that Lu Chen was completely unaffected, Chen Wanrong said coldly, "The love worm also has no effect on you. It seems Madame Lin truly didn't use the pear-wing butterfly powder on you." Chen Wanrong did indeed plan to confront Lu Chen, but before doing so, she wanted to verify a suspicion, whether Lin Wanyan had used the pear-wing butterfly powder on Lu Chen or not. If it had been used, Lu Chen's desire for her would have peaked. At that moment, deploying the love worm would have had a very high chance of success. Unfortunately, she failed. The love worm didn't enter Lu Chen's body nor did it control him. Lu Chen was merely stunned for a moment. Lu Chen raised his hand, grabbed the caterpillar on his shoulder, and then smiled and said, "So this is the love worm. Does it really look no different from a regular caterpillar? Miss Chen, you have misunderstood Madame Lin. She did indeed use the pear-wing butterfly powder on me, it's just that the powder is ineffective on me." Upon hearing this, Chen Wanrong was slightly taken aback. Ineffective. Impossible. The pear-wing butterfly powder wasn't considered a poison, it merely stimulated latent desires in people. How could it be ineffective on anyone? Her master had once told her that even grandmasters would have difficulty detecting the powder of the pear-wing butterfly. Lu Chen continued, "Miss Chen, the reason you called me here tonight wasn't to try to bewitch me with a worm, was it?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen Wanrong collected herself. Her expression cold, she said, "I am already aware of your affair with Madame Lin." Lu Chen said with a smile, "I also know you've known about my affair with Madame Lin for quite some time. After all, you have spied on Madame Lin and me in our intimate moments more than once or twice. To tell the truth, I didn't expect you to have such a hobby, Miss Chen." Chen Wanrong did not get angry at Lu Chen's words. Her expression still icy, she said, "Madame Lin thought she had committed herself to you because you had poisoned me, and I want to know what kind of poison you have used on me." Lu Chen said indifferently, "Love poison." Upon hearing this, Chen Wanrong was taken aback once more. She did not know when she had been poisoned by the love poison nor felt any symptoms. After taking the pear-wing butterfly powder, a person would develop certain desires. It made no sense for her to be poisoned and still act like a normal person. Knowing Chen Wanrong might not believe him, Lu Chen continued, this poison is colorless and tasteless, and it won't harm a person at all. However, if you stay away from me too long, the poison will flare up. You'll think of me day and night, miss me, to the point where you'll be unable to cultivate and might even go mad from the longing. Chen Wanrong's brows lifted slightly. What Lu Chen described didn't sound like a poison to her, but rather the condition some of the female disciples of the mysterious Moon Palace experienced when they had to return to the palace after falling in love with a man in the secular world. In other words, this wasn't poison at all, it was the pain brought about by love. Her master had warned her never to develop feelings for a man, as those feelings could lead to a point of no return. Chen Wanrong looked at Lu Chen expressionlessly and asked, are you implying that I have fallen in love with you? Don't you think you're being somewhat conceited, Prince? Lu Chen laughed out and said, Miss Chen, I never said you had fallen in love with me, I simply said you were poisoned, and the antidote is with me. Chen Wanrong asked, is this what you told Madame Lin to deceive her into giving herself to you? Lu Chen replied, no, she chose to be with me willingly. As his words fell, the room fell silent. Chen Wanrong gazed into Lu Chen's eyes, speechless for a long time as the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. After an unknown period, Chen Wanrong finally spoke, since you have discovered our plan, what do you intend to do with us? Lu Chen said, deal with you. Speaking of this, Lu Chen shook his head and continued, you're the palace master of mysterious Moon Palace, and I wouldn't dare to deal with you. I've heard from Madame Lin that your mysterious Moon Palace has powerhouses who surpass the heavenly human realm. I can't afford to offend such powerhouses. Chen Wanrong said in an emotionless tone, I haven't seen from your actions that you fear the mysterious Moon Palace. If Lu Chen truly feared the mysterious Moon Palace, afraid of her master, then he wouldn't have possibly wrecked Lin Wanyan, let alone speak of things like inflicting her with a love poison. Clearly, the power backing Lu Chen was immensely strong, and so was the person paving the way for him, such that Lu Chen had no fear of the mysterious Moon Palace. Chen Wanrong continued, since you say you wouldn't dare to offend my master, what would you do if I asked you to let us go? Now that the situation had been exposed and there was no need to stay in the North Prince Mansion any longer, especially since her forces for reclaiming the nation had defected to Lu Chen, her stay in North Country had lost much of its significance. Her only option now was to try cooperating with Lu Shuyun in the south, to obtain his blood for the forging of the dragon-subduing artifact. But whether Lu Chen was willing to let them leave was the question. The power behind Lu Chen was complicated, and he wasn't afraid of the mysterious Moon Palace, so he might not readily let them go. Lu Chen said indifferently, if Miss Chen wishes to leave the North Prince Mansion, she is free to do so at any time. Chen Wanrong immediately asked, what about Madame Lin? Lu Chen smiled, she cannot. She still has to bear my children. From now on, she shall serve me in the North Prince Mansion. As Lu Chen's words faded, gusts of cold wind blew outside the pavilion, and Chen Wanrong and Lu Chen once again fell silent. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Wanrong finally spoke, I will spend one night with you, let me take Madame Lin. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen suddenly experienced a strong sense of déjà vu. Chu Qingli had given herself to him for the sake of Chu Yukan. Lin Wanyan had given herself to him for Chen Wanrong. And now Chen Wanrong herself, for the sake of Lin Wanyan, wanted to give herself to him. Lu Chen suddenly felt as if he had become a great villain. Lu Chen then said, I will let you take Madame Lin away, but Miss Chen, you should think this through. Madame Lin may not necessarily choose to go with you. If you do this, you might end up not only unable to take Madame Lin away but also staying in the North Prince Mansion yourself. From Chu Qingli and Lin Wanyan's actions, it was clear that despite claiming to act for others, deep down, they had already become inseparable from him. They were just too proud to admit it outright and used these excuses to justify their union with him. At this moment, Chen Wanrong said, you only need to agree or disagree. Chen Wanrong could see that Lu Chen lusted after her body, and she believed it would be a great temptation for him. As for losing herself to Lu Chen, Chen Wanrong didn't mind too much, she had already planned to bear Lu Chen a child to be the future emperor of Chen Nation. With Lu Chen's high martial arts talent and the superpower behind him proving his extraordinariness, their future child was bound to be formidable. Therefore, surrendering her purity to Lu Chen didn't feel like a loss at all. Seeing Chen Wanrong's frosty face, Lu Chen's desire was stirred again. To spend a night with such a fairy, how could he not be willing? Lu Chen soon said, if Miss Chen is resolved, then naturally, I am willing. Seeing Lu Chen's agreement, Chen Wanrong slowly walked into the room from the terrace. After entering, she waved her hand, and a gust of wind blew, shutting the folding wooden doors of the pavilion and closing the windows on the side. Lu Chen was slightly surprised by this spectacle. To know that Chen Wanrong was of the master realm and yet able to manipulate Gangqi to this extent nearly approached that of a grandmaster. He was someone blessed with a system, hence his immense strength, but Chen Wanrong was a native, and for a native to possess such talent was truly rare. No, to be precise, there were almost no individuals in this world with such talent at such a young age. At least Lu Chen had never heard of anyone. Wu Junwan, although a master, was already 30, and several years older than Chen Wanrong. With the doors and windows sealed, Chen Wanrong continued to approach Lu Chen. As she came closer, her white dress began to slide off her shoulders smoothly. Seeing the fairy drawing nearer, Lu Chen's heart began to beat frantically. Gazing at the delicate beauty of her collarbones, the snow-like skin, and her stunningly cold face, his insidious thoughts were fully awakened. Yet Lu Chen still restrained himself, not rushing forward immediately. Just then, Chen Wanrong walked past him, bringing a delicate fragrance to his nose. Chen Wanrong slowly moved towards the bed. Before she lay down, she was overpowered by the now unrestrained Lu Chen, who pinned her on the bed. From his advantageous position above, Lu Chen looked down upon the beauty before him. Her arms were smooth and tender like snowy lotus roots, her long white legs and the stunningly beautiful face. There was not a single part of her that wasn't bewitching, not a single aspect that didn't incite temptation. However, just as Lu Chen was on the verge of losing control, he managed to calm his emotions. Taking a deep breath, he tried his best to restrain himself. Lying on the bed, Chen Wanrong's hair sprawled out, her eyes coldly staring at Lu Chen. Then she said, I thought you wouldn't be moved, it seems all your calmness was just an act. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, faced with such a beautiful fairy, if I weren't moved at all, would I still be a man? At that moment, Lu Chen's hand slowly moved to Chen Wanrong's waist, intent on removing her last garment. Sensing Lu Chen's subtle movement, Chen Wanrong said expressionlessly, Madame Lin was right, all men are the same, and you're no exception. Lu Chen replied, your words are too narrow. Not only are men alike, but women are no different. Chen Wanrong turned her head away, not speaking, but a blush appeared on her face. Seeing the cold beauty's flushed face, Lu Chen chuckled. That night, he would definitely bring this high and mighty fairy down to earth. With that thought, Lu Chen leaned down and kissed Chen Wanrong's red lips. North Prince Mansion. Tonight was Lin Wanyan's duty. After patrolling the courtyard of the prince's mansion several times, she returned to Yunrong Courtyard. She had wanted to find Lu Chen to talk, to ask him what he planned to do. However, when she had gone to the study earlier, she found no candlelight there. Lu Chen must have gone to one of his wives or consorts to sleep. Not having found Lu Chen, Lin Wanyan had no choice but to return to Yunrong Courtyard. She sat in the pavilion, watching the moonlight this evening and couldn't help but sigh. Lu Chen was Chu Yu's son. Chu Yu was her sworn sister through a pact of sisterhood, and Chen Wanrong was the child she had picked up and raised. Now she had become Lu Chen's woman. The relationships among them were far too complicated, and she did not wish to see anyone get hurt. But she was well aware of the deep hatred Chen Wanrong harbored in her heart for the Sum Emperor who had led his troops in annihilating Chen nation and slaughtered its royal family. With such deep-seated vengeance, it was not so easy for Chen Wanrong to let go. Thinking of this, Lin Wanyan sighed again in her heart, and at that moment, she turned her head to look at Chen Wanrong's room. To her surprise, there was no candlelight in Chen Wanrong's room tonight. What could this mean? Under normal circumstances, the candle in Chen Wanrong's room would burn from evening until morning. Only when Chen Wanrong was not in her room would there be no light. The thought crossed Lin Wanyan's mind, Could it be that Rongrong had gone out? Immediately, Lin Wanyan approached the entrance to Chen Wanrong's room and tentatively called out, "Palace Master, are you in there?" No answer came from the room after her words fell. Lin Wanyan called out once more, but still, no response. Clearly, Chen Wanrong was not inside. Anxiety surged in Lin Wanyan's heart. Where could she have gone at this late hour? Meanwhile, Mysterious Moon Tavern, south of the city. In a room on the third floor, two figures overlapped, and after an indiscernible amount of time, Lu Chen slowly got up and looked at Chen Wanrong as she was now. Chen Wanrong's beautiful eyes seemed to contain springs of crystal clear, glistening water, pure and moving. Her tender, beautiful face, paired with pink lips, delicate nose, and exquisite chin, bore a touch of flush, irresistibly provoking one's desire to conquer her. But Lu Chen had not engaged in the act of man and woman with her just now, he had only kissed her. As Lu Chen got up, Chen Wanrong's mind became significantly clearer. This was her first time being so close to a man. She thought that Lu Chen would directly do that with her, the way he had done to Lin Wanyan in the study. However, Lu Chen did not directly take ownership of her body, but rather, his hands roamed over her and he kissed her fervently. Even though they did not go through with that act, her body experienced unusual sensations. The moment she came into contact with Lu Chen's body, her face became extremely hot, her blood boiled, and her heart pounded madly. Realizing the abnormality in her body, Chen Wanrong immediately tried to harness her skill to calm herself down, only to discover that the skill within her had vanished without a trace. Without her skill, she was totally unable to resist those strange sensations. Seeing Chen Wanrong with seductive eyes, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth lifted slightly. Chen Wanrong was different from the former Bai Qingqing. Both were ice beauties, but Bai Qingqing had lost her emotions and thus always had an expressionless face. Chen Wanrong was different. Although she always appeared cold, it was due to the deep hatred in her heart and living in a place like Mysterious Moon Palace that caused her to show no other expressions. It did not mean she lacked feelings at all. If Chen Wanrong were truly devoid of emotions, she wouldn't have thought of revenge. It was precisely because she was an emotional being, combined with Lu Chen's methods of dealing with women, that Chen Wanrong's mind quickly became muddled. Now she only felt extremely uncomfortable in her body. Seeing Lu Chen stare at her so intently, with a hint of a playful smile on his face, Chen Wanrong realized the reason why Lu Chen did not directly do that act with her. With a flushed face, she said coldly, "You're humiliating me." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Humiliate? How could this be called humiliation? I am just proving that women are like men." As he spoke, Lu Chen reached out and stroked Chen Wanrong's exquisite chin. Chen Wanrong immediately turned her face away, saying no more. Seeing Chen Wanrong still so defiant, Lu Chen chuckled and then straightened her head to kiss her once again. At this very moment, in a corner of the room, a caterpillar slowly made its way onto the table, raising its head to feel the cool moonlight streaming through the window. After a while, the caterpillar ceased its movement, its skin hardened into a shell. Soon, a pair of beautiful wings burst forth, aglow with myriad colors, and the caterpillar, now a magnificent pair-winged butterfly, took to the air. The butterfly flitted through the air, its shimmering wings scattering luminous, golden dust, just like the stars in the sky. At the next moment, beside the pillow on the bed, a little porcelain bottle's lid was nudged open, and another caterpillar crawled out from it. The butterfly in the room, upon seeing that caterpillar, immediately flew to the head of the bed and then took the caterpillar into the moonlight. Before long, the caterpillar also transformed into a stunning butterfly, its body radiating even more beautiful light. Afterward, the two butterflies fluttered about the room, their wing powder filling the entire space. Lu Chen, who was fervently stirring Chen Wanrong's emotions at that moment, also noticed the anomaly in the room. He got up again and turned his head to look aside. Seeing two iridescent butterflies flitting about in the room, Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. Could these butterflies be some kind of poisonous insects? Lu Chen then asked in his mind, "System, what is the name of these butterflies?" Pear-wing butterfly. The powder on the pear-wing butterfly's body can cause men and women to become lost in the cultivation of feelings for each other. Hearing the system's notification, Lu Chen thought to himself, so these are the pair-wing butterflies. He had initially thought that Chen Wanrong was preparing some poisonous insect again, still not giving up on using it against him. After returning to his senses, Lu Chen turned his head to look at Chen Wanrong. At this time, her snowy white neck had also turned crimson, her eyes foggy. She bit her silver teeth lightly, her delicate body twisting non-stop, as if she was enduring something. Lu Chen paused for a second, unable to help but wonder, could it be that the powder from the pair-wing butterflies has affected her? Even though the powder of the pair-wing butterflies was ineffective on him, anyone who was touched by the pair-wing butterfly powder would be attracted to another who had also been touched by it. Now, these two butterflies were flying about in the room, and their wing powder had already been scattered over his body, while Chen Wanrong had also come into contact with it. Seeing this, Lu Chen smiled. He then leaned down and whispered into her ear, "Rongrong, tell me, what do you want to do?" As soon as Lu Chen's words fell, Chen Wanrong suddenly raised her jade arm, wrapped it around his neck, and kissed him, taking him by surprise. Chen Wanrong's kiss completely stripped away Lu Chen's last shred of rationality. At dawn, the sun rose in the east. Yunrong courtyard. Lin Wanyan sat in the pavilion with a worried expression on her face. She had been waiting there all night, but Chen Wanrong had still not returned. She had no idea where she had gone. In the past, even if Chen Wanrong went out, she would definitely tell her where she was going, but she hadn't last night, which made Lin Wanyan very anxious. Lin Wanyan couldn't help but think, could it be that Rongrong went to find Lu Chen last night? After all, Lu Chen had already let Wei Siwan convey those words to Chen Wanrong, which means he was ready to clear the air. Chen Wanrong must have known what Lu Chen was thinking. At that moment, a maid entered the Yunrong courtyard. "Commander Lin," she greeted. Lin Wanyan came back to her senses. "What's the matter?" The maid asked. "Commander Lin, did you see the prince last night?" The princess prepared porridge for the prince, but after searching the entire prince's mansion, the prince is nowhere to be found. Commander Chu asked me to inquire with you. The Commander Chu, the maid referred to was naturally Chu Qingli. Both Lin Wanyan and Chu Qingli were very clear that they were both Lu Chen's women. Therefore, Chu Qingli supposed that if Lu Chen was not in any of his concubines' rooms, he was probably in the Yunrong courtyard seeking pleasures. After hearing the maid's words, Lin Wanyan's heart skipped a beat. It's over. Rongrong isn't in the prince's mansion, neither is Lu Chen. They have most likely found a place to negotiate. That scoundrel Lu Chen, faced with such a beautiful woman like Chen Wanrong, how could he possibly resist? Moreover, Lu Chen is a grandmaster, and Chen Wanrong is only a grandmaster. If Lu Chen were to force himself, she might not be able to fight back. Lin Wanyan's heart became even more anxious. But being anxious now seemed to be of no use since she had no idea where they went to negotiate last night. Lin Wanyan then said to the maid, "I don't know where the prince has gone, but he must have had something to do to leave." The maid then said, "Understood. I apologize for the disturbance, I shall take my leave." Afterward, as the maid turned and left, Lin Wanyan, with a solemn look, muttered to herself, "You little bastard, if you dare to do that kind of thing to Rongrong, I will never let you off." What Lin Wanyan didn't know at that moment was that Lu Chen was struggling with all he had. The fairy's moans completely overwhelmed his senses. The sun gradually moved to the center of the blue sky, its golden rays filtering through the gaps in the windows into the room. The sunlight passing through the gaps formed beams of light, within one of which the pair-winged butterflies that had hatched last night were positioned tail to tail, with one butterfly overlapping the other. At the same time, on the bed, Lu Chen slowly got up, looking at the fairy with whom he had cultivated feelings all night long. Chen Wanrong looked at Lu Chen with a flushed face and cold indifference, then coldly said, "Aren't you getting up yet?" Lu Chen said indifferently, "The matter isn't over, I can't get up yet." Chen Wanrong didn't pay attention to Lu Chen's words, instead she asked, "When do you plan to let Madame Lin leave?" Lu Chen shamelessly said, "She's already my woman, I can't possibly let her go." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong's eyebrows furrowed slightly, "Are you going back on your word?" Lu Chen said, "I never claimed to be a good person." It's normal for me not to keep my word. I will not only not let her leave, but from today on, you won't be able to leave either. For the fairy before him, Lu Chen's possessiveness had reached its peak. Yesterday, he still harbored thoughts of letting her go, but after he touched Chen Wanrong, the idea of letting her leave vanished completely from his heart. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen Wanrong was slightly stupefied. She hadn't expected Lu Chen to be so shameless. Just as she was about to say something, Lu Chen leaned down and kissed her again. Chen Wanrong made sounds of protest with her mouth, but soon she gave up struggling. Noon. Lu Chen wrapped his arms around Chen Wanrong's slender waist, lying on his side, and buried his head in her lush hair. Chen Wanrong felt helpless against Lu Chen. She thought that, as a grandmaster herself, she could withstand the pressure from Lu Chen, but her skill was sealed. With her skill gone, she couldn't shield any of her sensations, and even though she tried to control herself, she eventually became just like Lin Wanyan. In a powerless voice, Chen Wanrong asked, "What do you want?" A whole night had passed, and now a morning, yet Lu Chen still wouldn't let her go. Hearing Chen Wanrong's words, Lu Chen just quietly held her delicate body, making no other moves. Lu Chen felt he had fallen, completely intoxicated by the land of tenderness. Chen Wanrong, with a beauty score of 98, was indeed a fairy. Anyone who touched her found it impossible to extricate themselves. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lu Chen finally whispered in Chen Wanrong's ear, "I want you to stay by my side until you carry my child." Hearing that, Chen Wanrong asked, "Aren't you afraid my master will find out about this?" Yesterday, Lu Chen said he was afraid of her master, but today he began acting shamelessly, refusing to let Lin Wanyan leave, and even coercing her to stay herself. As Lu Chen gently caressed her jade back, he said, "It's better to die under a peony flower and be a ghost of love. From now on, you shall be my wife." Seeing Lu Chen so determined, Chen Wanrong felt completely out of options. She then spoke, "The Sum Emperor and I have a blood feud. Keeping me in the North Prince mansion is not good for you." Lu Chen smiled and said, "How is it not good? Haven't I already benefited now?" Chen Wanrong did not speak again. She understood that Lu Chen would not let her go. After last night's events, she gradually came to believe that the love worm poison Lu Chen spoke of might truly exist. If there was no love worm, how could touching Lu Chen render her powerless and make her act shamelessly like Lin Wanyan? But for the person she had become, it didn't matter anymore. Her body had already been taken by this shameless man. Why should she care about the love worm? At this moment, she also discovered a serious problem. The hatred that had been suppressed in her heart seemed to have dissipated like smoke, and even her desire to seek revenge on the Sum Emperor had faded considerably. Chen Wanrong began to doubt if she had been confused. She couldn't believe that sleeping with Lu Chen for one night could so easily erase her past hatreds. This man's methods of dealing with women were truly terrifying. No wonder Lin Wanyan sneaked around time and again to do those unspeakable acts with him. But as the hatred faded, Chen Wanrong felt lost. She had grown up sustained by the hatred in her heart, but now that it had faded, she wondered what the meaning of all her years of effort was, if not for revenge, if not to restore her nation. Amidst Chen Wanrong's confusion, Lu Chen whispered in her ear, "Look at the pair-winged butterflies on the table. Don't they resemble us now?" Upon hearing this, Chen Wanrong's gaze shifted to the table in the room, and when she saw the two pair-winged butterflies, she was momentarily stunned. Why were there pair-winged butterflies in this room? No wonder she had acted so crazed last night that she forgot her own surname. It turned out that a pair-winged butterfly had appeared in the room. With her skills restricted, she was unable to resist the effects of the powder from the butterfly wings, which was why she had become so shameless. Wait a second. These pair-winged butterflies. Chen Wanrong suddenly felt that the aura of these two butterflies was somewhat familiar. Were these the love worms she had cultivated? How had they hatched? Her master once told her, if the love worm turned into a butterfly, it might backlash against the person who deployed it. Initially, her master taught her how to cultivate the love worm so that in the future, she wouldn't be trapped by love. If she fancied a man, she could just use the love worm to take him back with her. Unexpectedly, the first time she cultivated the love worm and used it on someone, it turned into a butterfly. Continuing to tempt her with his words beside her ear, Lu Chen said, "Your love worm failed, but you can become the worm, making me unable to leave you. You are the palace master of Mysterious Moon Palace, and I am God's son of the Mysterious Moon Palace. In terms of status, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with us being together." At this point, Chen Wanrong asked, "My master was right, men are adept at sweet talk." Lu Chen said, "This is not sweet talk." Chen Wanrong, expressionless, said, "The love worm cannot leave its host for life. Do you want to trap me by your side forever?" Lu Chen said, "I don't have such thoughts. Whether you want revenge or to restore your nation, I don't care. You can still do what you want to do, but the condition is, you must bear my children." Chen Wanrong reminded him, "The Sum Emperor is your biological father." Lu Chen said with a smile, "There's no kinship in the royal family, and my mother's death wasn't without his involvement. To tell you the truth, his life or death doesn't concern me much." Chen Wanrong continued, "Then what if I want to use your blood to concoct the subtle dragon spell? Would you agree?" Lu Chen asked, "You have to tell me what the subtle dragon spell is first." The two of them chatted back and forth, and for a while, Chen Wanrong seemed to forget that they were still engaging in the same act as the pair-wing butterflies. When Lu Chen first met Chen Wanrong, he learned of the subtle dragon spell through her personal files, but he never understood in detail what the subtle dragon spell actually was. He just knew that the subtle dragon spell was meant to be used against his own father, the emperor. Seeing Lu Chen inquiring about the subtle dragon spell, Chen Wanrong then counter-asked, "How much do you know about your father, the emperor?" Lu Chen replied, "I can't say I understand him." Lu Chen only knew that the Sum Emperor was an ambitious emperor. Beyond that, he had no impression of him. He had seen the Sum Emperor only a few times from childhood to adulthood, and he had even almost forgotten what the emperor looked like now. At this time, Chen Wanrong said, "He is a Grand Master." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's mind went blank. Grand Master. The Sum Emperor is a Grand Master. How is that possible? In this world, Grand Masters are generally in their 80s, 90s, or over 100. How old is the Sum Emperor this year, and how could he possibly be a Grand Master? Lu Chen found it hard to believe. Although Lu Chen himself was a Grand Master, after all, he was a man with a system. The Emperor was a native of this world, and without a system, how could he have broken through to the Grand Master realm at such a young age? Speaking of the Emperor, Lu Chen thought of another individual, the mysterious Great Yu Empress, who was also rumored to possibly be a Grand Master. That Empress was even younger. If she could be a Grand Master, then it was not particularly strange for the Sum Emperor to be one as well. With this in mind, Lu Chen accepted the news, but he still felt extremely surprised. He had always thought that the Sum Emperor was a master, at most at the peak of the master realm. It wasn't just him, almost everyone on the Great Sum Court believed he was only a master. It turned out that the emperor had kept such a deep secret. Coming back to his senses, Lu Chen curiously asked, "How did you find out?" No one on the court of the Great Sum knew that the emperor's realm was that of a Grand Master, but the mysterious Moon Palace did, which made Lu Chen very curious about where they got their intelligence from. Chen Wanrong did not directly answer Lu Chen's question. She started by saying, "The emperor has a sacred artifact from the mysterious Moon Palace in his possession. The person who obtains this sacred artifact will see a significant improvement in strength. He plotted to kill your mother back then to acquire this sacred artifact." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen thought to himself, a sacred artifact. How many good things does the mysterious Moon Palace have? He had heard from his grandfather that his mother brought back a very terrifying weapon to the Chu family years ago. Because of that weapon, the Chu family was torn apart. He hadn't realized that in addition to such a deadly weapon, the mysterious Moon Palace also had something that could directly enhance someone's strength. The origins of the mysterious Moon Palace must not be simple. Chen Wanrong continued, besides being able to help someone gradually improve their strength, that sacred artifact can also significantly boost a martial artist's strength in the short term. The Emperor is already at the Grandmaster realm, and once he uses the sacred artifact, his strength can at least temporarily rise to the heavenly human realm. The subtle dragon spell can restrict his inner skill. As long as the subtle dragon spell is cast on him, his skill will be sealed. Even if he uses the sacred artifact, he will not be able to unleash his true strength. Hearing what Chen Wanrong said, Lu Chen finally understood why she was willing to stay so long in the North Prince mansion and wanted to obtain his blood to refine the subtle dragon spell. However, it made him somewhat conflicted. No matter what, the Sum Emperor was his biological father. Although this biological father never cared about his life or death and even killed his mother, he was still related to him by blood. If he were to help Chen Wanrong and the others refine the subtle dragon spell, wouldn't that be a little too devotedly filial? But if he did not help Chen Wanrong and the others, Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyan were going to be his women in the future, his own people, even without blood ties. Once they entered the North Prince mansion, they would be his for life. As Chen Wanrong's darling, he was supposed to help her with her vengeance. After thinking it over, Lu Chen finally said, I can't help you with refining the subtle dragon spell, but if you want to seek revenge against my father, I won't stop you. Hearing this, Chen Wanrong fell silent. She had guessed that Lu Chen would definitely not want to cooperate with them. No matter how the emperor treated the North Prince, the emperor was still the North Prince's biological father. Now it seemed that if she wanted to refine the subtle dragon spell, she could only go to the south to find Lu Shuyun. Lu Shuyun had already rebelled, he was surely aiming for the throne. For Lu Shuyun to obtain the throne, defeating the imperial army wasn't enough, he had to overcome this final hurdle with the emperor. If the emperor didn't die and used the power of the sacred artifact to reach the heavenly human realm, he could easily suppress the rebellion. By that time, even if the rebels entered the capital city, their efforts would likely be in vain. At this point, Chen Wanrong said, I can bear you children, as long as you allow me to go to the south. As she spoke these words, Chen Wanrong felt her cheeks getting hot. She hadn't imagined there would come a day when she would use bearing children as a bargaining chip. Hearing what Chen Wanrong said, Lu Chen chuckled, then whispered in her ear, Are you planning to seek cooperation with Lu Shuyun? Chen Wanrong didn't hide any longer. She said directly, Yes. Lu Chen immediately said, I won't let you leave for the time being. You have to stay in the North Prince mansion for the next 6 months. Chen Wanrong said, Don't you think you're being a bit too domineering? Lu Chen replied indifferently, Domineering. You were my enemy before, and now that I've captured you, it's only natural for me to confine and punish you, isn't it? Chen Wanrong said no more. She knew that anything she said was useless, this man had never intended to let her go from the start. Now, she could only wait for the elders of Mysterious Moon Palace to rescue her. Although she was not on the same side as those elders, she was, after all, the palace master, and as a disciple of an honorable, they would likely come to her aid, given that she had not returned for so long. Just as Chen Wanrong was thinking this, Lu Chen said, Actually, there's no need for you to concoct the subtle dragon spell to deal with my father. As long as your strength is sufficient, neither a grandmaster nor someone in the heavenly human realm would be your match. Chen Wanrong remained silent. Lu Chen was stating the obvious. If she truly had that power, would she still need to concoct a subtle dragon spell? She would have already stormed into the Great Sum Imperial Palace and killed the Sum Emperor. For her to surpass the Sum Emperor's strength could take decades, not to mention whether or not the Sum Emperor's power might further increase. To wait decades for her revenge was torture to her. Even now, she was haunted in her dreams by the massacre of Chen Nation's capital city every night. If she gave up on revenge, she might never be able to let go of the events she experienced as a child. Unable to settle the affairs of the mortal world, she found it impossible to quiet her mind for cultivation. She could clearly feel that her progression had nearly stalled. In fact, she had broken through to the Master Realm years ago, but since then, her level had remained stagnant, and her cultivation was always interrupted by memories of the massacres. Without resolving her hatred, how could she advance any further? Seeing that Chen Wanrong remained silent, Lu Chen wrapped his arm around her waist, flipped over, and pinned her down once more. Chen Wanrong was stunned for a moment. Was Lu Chen even human? Although it was her first time being intimate with a man, she had learned all sorts of knowledge in the Mysterious Moon Palace's library. She couldn't understand men like Lu Chen. While Chen Wanrong helplessly tolerated Lu Chen's actions, suddenly, she felt a surge of power enter her body. The skill that had disappeared from her body was instantly revived, however, she still couldn't use it to counter Lu Chen and was forced to endure everything he was doing. But the circulation of skill in her body quickly caused her realm to fluctuate, and as she was already at the peak of the Master Realm, if her level rose any further, she would reach the Grandmaster Realm. Chen Wanrong was utterly astounded. How could this be possible? Although she was curious about how Lu Chen did it, she was now past caring, as Lu Chen took control of her body again. The two were unaware that Lin Wanyan was already worried sick. Neither had returned for a whole night, and now a morning had passed without their return. Even if Lin Wanyan was naive, she could guess what Lu Chen was doing. But guessing was of no use, she had no idea where the two had gone. After an unknown amount of time, a chill suddenly erupted from Chen Wanrong's body, causing Lu Chen, who was embracing her, to shiver with cold. In order to alleviate the cold, Lu Chen could only hold Chen Wanrong tightly. Chen Wanrong was somewhat dazed at this time. Her consciousness had fully returned, and seeing the man lying on top of her, Chen Wanrong was a bit lost. How did he do it? Why was he able to help her break through to the Grandmaster realm? It wasn't that Lu Chen stumbled upon her breakthrough to the Grandmaster realm by chance, but rather, he had sensed the accumulation of spiritual power within her, what martial artists often referred to as skill. Chen Wanrong was already on the verge of the Grandmaster's strength, she was just one step away from breaking through, so Lu Chen decided to help her. The Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang skill was indeed effective, helping Chen Wanrong break through with ease. At that moment, Lu Chen propped up his upper body, looked into Chen Wanrong's eyes with a smile, and said, "Now that I've helped you break through to the Grandmaster realm, as a way to thank me, shouldn't you bear me a few dozen children?" Hearing this, Chen Wanrong blushed and remained silent, yet she still gazed at Lu Chen's eyes tenderly, not avoiding him this time. The fairy who was cold as ice yesterday now resembled a delicate little wife. Lu Chen continued, "To be honest, I'm somewhat regretting helping you reach the Grandmaster realm. The higher the realm, the harder it is to conceive children. Now that we're both at the Grandmaster realm, it could take years of cohabitation before it's possible for us to have a child." Chen Wanrong felt a shock in her heart upon hearing Lu Chen's words. Grandmaster. No wonder the love worm had no effect on Lu Chen last night, it turned out Lu Chen had already broken through to the Grandmaster realm. She knew something was different about Lu Chen recently, his aura had changed significantly. At this point, Chen Wanrong asked with a blushing face, "Just who are you exactly?" Lu Chen smiled slightly and then replied, "Your darling. My dear wife, now you surely won't think about leaving the North Prince mansion, right?" Chen Wanrong countered, "Are you really not going to stop me from seeking revenge?" Lu Chen replied, "I won't." After hearing Lu Chen's definitive answer, Chen Wanrong finally made a decision. She gazed into Lu Chen's profound eyes and said calmly, "After the child turns 15, I will return to Mysterious Moon Palace to continue my cultivation." Chen Wanrong's words carried two pieces of information. One, she would not marry Lu Chen, and two, she was willing to have a child with him. Honestly, Lu Chen didn't care at all about whether Chen Wanrong wanted to return to Mysterious Moon Palace or not. Once his strength was strong enough, even stronger than the honorable one of Mysterious Moon Palace, he could visit Mysterious Moon Palace every day to cultivate his relationship with Chen Wanrong without any issues. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Then what if our first child isn't yet 15 and you become pregnant again? What then?" Hearing this, Chen Wanrong's complexion became even more flushed. She turned her head away and then said, "We'll discuss it when the time comes." Seeing the fairy's shy demeanor, Lu Chen couldn't resist. He leaned down once again and kissed her tender red lips. At that moment, a trace of resentment appeared in Chen Wanrong's heart. This man was truly too domineering, he'd been like this with her the first time, and she didn't know how he would play with her in the future at the North Prince mansion. Now, not only had her plan failed, but she had also gotten herself involved. She couldn't help wondering if her decision to come to the North Prince mansion had been right or wrong. When Chen Wanrong and Lu Chen returned, it was already around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Lu Chen's prolonged absence had caused all the women in the inner courtyard of the prince's mansion to become anxious. He usually wouldn't leave the prince's mansion for so long. It was one thing for him to be away for a night, but now it was almost evening, and Lu Chen had yet to return. Moreover, not many people in the prince's mansion knew where he had gone. Previously, Lu Chen would always inform someone at the prince's mansion about his destination so that Mu Zixuan and the others, when they asked, could have an idea of his whereabouts and be reassured. At this moment, all of Lu Chen's wives and concubines were waiting anxiously in the main hall of the prince's mansion. Zhou Yuyu, holding a child, said, "The prince is so powerful, surely nothing could have happened to him, right?" Yelv Nanyan spoke up. Whenever the prince went somewhere in the past, he would remind Xiao Huan or tell a maid, but this time, he didn't inform anyone. I'm afraid something must have happened to him. Hearing this, Mu Zixuan's expression showed her worry. However, Chu Yukan then said, "Don't worry, Chenur will be fine. Currently, in the North Country, there are very few people who can harm him. He probably had some important matter and left in a hurry, which is why he forgot to tell a maid about his whereabouts." Lu Chen was now at the Grandmaster realm. There was nobody in this world who could silently take away a Grandmaster unless he left of his own accord. Clearly, Lu Chen had left the North Prince mansion on his own. Just as Mu Zixuan and the others were worrying about and comforting one another regarding Lu Chen, a maid rushed into the great hall and said, "Madam, the prince has returned." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan immediately handed the child she was holding to the wet nurse and then led Lu Chen's wives and concubines outside. At that moment, Lu Chen was standing at the entrance of the main courtyard, checking the system notifications from the previous night and thinking about how to surprise his wives and concubines. Congratulations, host, for adding a new wife and concubine. Reward: glassmaking technology. For cultivating feelings with a wife and concubine, Qi refinement mantra experience increases by 10,000, rejuvenating skill experience increases by 10,000, dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill experience increases by 10,000, absorption technique experience increases by 10,000, shadow shifting experience increases by 10,000, shadow shifting breaks through to the third level. The host receives an emotional crit, doubling all experience points. For being spiritually attuned with a wife and concubine, reward: 10 preserving beauty pills. Seeing this full page of system notifications, Lu Chen's smile was radiant. With the glassmaking technology, the paper windows of the prince's mansion could be replaced. From now on, it would not be so easy for someone to peep into the rooms by poking through the paper windows. Of course, this was just one use of glass. Glass had various applications, such as glass cups, bottles, and the creation of various exquisite glass products, making it a profitable technology. While glass had many uses, what excited Lu Chen even more were the preserving beauty pills. Lu Chen then checked the effects of the preserving beauty pills. Preserving beauty pill. Upon consumption, one can remain forever young, only the hair will turn white. No woman doesn't wish to stay forever young and beautiful. These preserving beauty pills were extremely important to the women of the prince's mansion, especially the ordinary people like Mu Zixuan and the sisters from Dazhou and Xiaozhou. Yelv Nanyan and the others were martial artists. As martial artists progress to a certain realm, they don't age as easily. But ordinary people are different. Without skill within their bodies, they age very quickly. Although Lu Chen had recently been using the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill to help Mu Zixuan and the others cultivate, their cultivation speed was relatively slow. Mu Zixuan had always been worried about what to do if her cultivation state hadn't improved and she could no longer maintain her youthful beauty before aging set in. Now with the preserving beauty pills, they no longer had to worry about aging. While Lu Chen was absorbed in the system interface, Mu Zixuan appeared in front of him with a group of his wives and concubines. At that moment, Mu Zixuan said, "Prince, you've finally returned." Chu Yukan added from the side, "Chenur, when you go out, you should at least inform someone in the prince's mansion." Zixuan and the others have been extremely worried. Hearing Mu Zixuan's words, Lu Chen snapped back to reality and said with a smile, "Sorry, I was in a bit of a rush when I went out last night and forgot to tell someone." Just then, Mu Zixuan suddenly caught a whiff of a faint fragrance on Lu Chen, a scent she was particularly sensitive to, and immediately realized that it didn't belong to any of the women present. Gazing at Lu Chen with a wistful expression, Mu Zixuan said, Prince, with so many sisters in the prince's mansion, why did you go out to pick wildflowers? Hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected Mu Zixuan's sense of smell to be so sharp. Then Lu Chen said with a laugh, what wildflowers? What I picked was from the Yunrong courtyard. Hearing Lu Chen's reply, the women were taken aback for a moment, before they quickly realized what was happening. Yunrong courtyard. Isn't the Chen Wanrong? Mu Zixuan immediately said, congratulations, prince, on gaining another beauty. Lu Chen just smiled. Chu Qingli was staring at Lu Chen with a deep gaze at that moment. She couldn't help but think, another beauty. This scoundrel hasn't just gained one beauty, he had already devoured Lin Wanyan completely, and now he had taken Chen Wanrong as well. Now Lu Chen had added 2 more women to his list. This scoundrel truly is audacious to the extreme, even daring to touch the palace master of the mysterious Moon Palace. The mysterious Moon Palace is not just any power. There are rumors that the mysterious Moon Palace has long had beings who have broken through to the heavenly human realm. Lu Chen really isn't afraid of death. If he brings Chen Wanrong's master here, I'd like to see how he manages that situation. No, I must hurry and complete the transaction with Lu Chen, then take my sister and run away, to avoid being implicated by this scoundrel. Thinking this, Chu Qingli began to calculate in her heart how many times she had already traded with Lu Chen. After thinking for a while, Chu Qingli was slightly stunned. She seemed to have forgotten just how many times she had traded with Lu Chen. How could she have forgotten such a thing? Now she was in trouble. What if she had already fulfilled the 100 times without knowing it and foolishly went to Lu Chen for another trade? Chu Qingli inwardly blamed herself for not remembering such an important matter. At this time, Lu Chen said, all right, you all go and attend to your own tasks. I'm going to take a bath, and later I still have state affairs to deal with. As his words fell, Lu Chen headed straight for his own room, and the maids of Prince's mansion hurriedly set about preparing hot water for him. After Lu Chen left, Mu Zixuan and the others didn't disperse. Instead, they returned to the main hall to continue enjoying their tea and pastries. Meanwhile, in Yunrong courtyard, Lin Wanyan had finally waited for Chen Wanrong to return. Seeing Chen Wanrong at the entrance of the courtyard, Lin Wanyan hurriedly got up and walked towards her. Palace master, where did you go last night? Are you all right? As soon as she approached Chen Wanrong, Lin Wanyan felt the tremendous pressure emanating from her, and she suddenly froze. Grand Master. Lin Wanyan said with joy, Palace Master, have you broken through to the Grand Master realm? Chen Wanrong was only in her 20s this year. To have broken through to the Grand Master realm at such a young age meant she might be able to break through to the celestial realm before she was 40 or 50. As far as Lin Wanyan knew, the only other person who had broken through to the Grand Master realm at such a young age besides Lu Chen was Chen Wanrong. Lin Wanyan was genuinely happy for Chen Wanrong from the bottom of her heart. With Chen Wanrong's breakthrough to the Grand Master realm, the chances of succeeding in their revenge had increased, and perhaps they could defeat the Sum Emperor without resorting to the subtle dragon spell in the future. If they didn't refine the subtle dragon spell, there wouldn't be a major conflict between them and Lu Chen. Chen Wanrong responded with a light, not saying much, and she headed straight for the pavilion in the courtyard. Lin Wanyan quickly followed into the pavilion. After settling down, Chen Wanrong began, Madam Lin, I already know about the matter between you and Lu Chen. Hearing Chen Wanrong's words, Lin Wanyan's heart skipped a beat, and then her complexion turned ashen. Lin Wanyan hastily said, Palace Master, Lin Wanyan didn't know how to explain. Since Chen Wanrong had not returned all of last night and brought up such a matter upon her return, it certainly meant that Chen Wanrong had seen Lu Chen last night, and he had told her everything about their affair. At this moment, Lin Wanyan was unaware that Chen Wanrong had already witnessed their indiscretions with her own eyes. Palace Master, don't believe what Lu Chen says, I had absolutely no intention of betraying you. Seeing Lin Wanyan still trying to argue, Chen Wanrong, with an expressionless face, said straight away, I had already seen the two of you in the study engaging in that act a long time ago. Lin Wanyan was at a loss for words, completely unable to argue, since Chen Wanrong had seen everything with her own eyes. Lin Wanyan was sorely anxious inside. She feared that Chen Wanrong might think she had betrayed her. At that moment, Lin Wanyan said, "Palace Master, I did all this out of a desperate situation." Chen Wanrong said, "Madam Lin, you don't need to explain. I know you did it to get the antidote for me." Relieved that Chen Wanrong knew of her dilemma, Lin Wanyan heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Chen Wanrong didn't think she had betrayed her, that was enough. Lin Wanyan breathed deeply and then asked, "Palace Master, what should we do next? You must have met with him last night, right?" Chen Wanrong, Ed again and continued, "I have become his woman." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanyan was momentarily stunned, then anger surged within her. How could this be? That little scoundrel went back on his word. He had clearly promised to spare you. Lin Wanyan then started walking out of the pavilion, saying as she went, "I'm going to seek justice from him. He's a prince, his word should be as good as gold, yet he went back on it." It was then Chen Wanrong said, "Madam Lin, there's no need to be so angry, it was I who willingly gave myself to him." You. Lin Wanyan was stunned yet again. She hadn't imagined that Chen Wanrong would make such a decision. Chen Wanrong went on to say, "I was able to break through to the Grand Master realm thanks to his help." A look of disbelief crossed Lin Wanyan's face as she asked, how could he possess a method to enhance someone's strength? Chen Wanrong said, "I don't know either, but I do know that the path he's taken is not that of a martial artist, but the path of cultivation. To break through to the Grand Master realm at such a young age is only possible through the Taoist immortality." Lin Wanyan sighed again. Well, now both of them had been hoodwinked by that little rascal, who really seems to pick up every beautiful woman he sees. How could his vigor be so inexhaustible? Lin Wanyan asked, "Palace Master, has he agreed to let us leave the North Prince mansion yet?" Chen Wanrong shook her head, her expression indifferent as she said, "After I bear him a child, he will let me leave." Lin Wanyan's brows furrowed slightly, "But what about the mysterious Moon Palace? If we don't return for a long time, I'm afraid the elders will have opinions. We have already stayed at the North Prince mansion for such a long time." Chen Wanrong said, "I will ask him again after some time." Lin Wanyan said no more. At that moment, Chen Wanrong looked at Lin Wanyan and asked, "Madam Lin, what do you think? Last night he told me that he has already made contact with your Lin family, intending to have you marry into the North Prince mansion." After a moment of thought, Lin Wanyan didn't know how to respond. She was equally confused. She always felt that the age gap between her and Lu Chen was too much, marrying him seemed inappropriate, and yet, it was precisely older women that this little rascal favored. Looking at the ages of the women in the prince's mansion, it seemed that every one of Lu Chen's women was older than him, even the youngest Zhou Yuyu and Xiao Wenyao were older than Lu Chen. There was also Yelv Nanyan in the prince's mansion, who was about the same age as him. Chen Wanrong said, "If you are unwilling to marry him, I will find a way to help you leave." Although Chen Wanrong currently could not persuade Lu Chen to let Lin Wanyan leave the North Prince mansion, she believed that one day she would find a condition that touched Lu Chen's heart, getting him to agree to let Lin Wanyan go. Hearing these words, Lin Wanyan hesitated for a moment, but eventually mustered the courage to say, "There's no need, Palace Master. I've decided to stay at the North Prince mansion to bear him sons and daughters." Chen Wanrong was slightly stunned. She had indeed guessed that Lin Wanyan might have developed feelings for Lu Chen, yet hearing Lin Wanyan express her decision to stay caught her by surprise. Chen Wanrong then said, "I understand." Since Lin Wanyan had decided to stay and bear Lu Chen's children, Chen Wanrong had nothing to prevent, as long as Lu Chen wouldn't let her down. However, Chen Wanrong still harbored some worries. Given Lu Chen's current trajectory, he would definitely become emperor in the future, and Chen Wanrong worried that once Lin Wanyan entered the imperial palace, she might be neglected by Lu Chen and spend her whole life within its walls. Right now, apart from noticing that Lu Chen was quite lustful, it was still hard to discern his other characteristics, so it was difficult to say whether he would abandon his women or not. But then again, there's not much use worrying so much at this point. Only when Lu Chen becomes the emperor and possesses supreme power, can they really determine what kind of person he truly is. 2 hours later. Having bathed and changed his clothes, Lu Chen arrived at his study to deal with state affairs. Even though he had enjoyed himself last night without sleeping, Lu Chen still didn't feel too fatigued and remained energetic. Just then, the voice of a maid resounded at the door of the study. Prince, Commander Qin requests an audience. Lu Chen said directly, let him in. The next moment, Qin Yushan pushed the door and entered the study. Lu Chen asked faintly, what's the matter? Qin Yushan replied, Prince, in recent days, rumors have spread among the people of the North Country that you've monopolized the widow of a hero who fought against the barbarians, and there are also rumors claiming you don't even spare your own aunt. Hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback, then put down what he was holding and looked up at Qin Yushan with a serious expression, asking, have the sources of these rumors been clarified? Qin Yushan answered, they have, from the Chu family. Hearing Qin Yushan's response, Lu Chen's face immediately darkened as he continued to ask, the Chu family from the south, or from the North Country? The Chu family had already split, and there was now also a Chu family in the North Country. Qin Yushan answered again, the North Country Chu family. Lu Chen fell silent. Thinking about it, it made sense. The aristocratic families of the south were currently at war with the imperial army under Lu Shuyan's leadership. They wouldn't have the time to send people to the North Country to spread rumors. Most likely, it was the work of the North Country Chu family. But the North Country Chu family had already pledged allegiance to him, and Lu Chen didn't believe that his maternal grandfather would spread such talk. It was quite clear that Chu Shang supported the idea of Chu Yukan becoming Lu Chen's woman. If Chu Yukan became his woman, it would create another connection for the North Country's Chu family, even though Chu Yukan and the Chu family were not related by blood. This was similar to the situation with Lin Wanyan and the Lin family. Lin Wanyan had no blood relation to the Lin family, but Lin Gaoyuan still wanted Lin Wanyan to be a link to the North Prince mansion. After thinking for a while, Lu Chen said to Qin Yushan, don't hand this matter over to the brocade guard to investigate. Go to the Chu family yourself, and tell them what you've found. My maternal grandfather will know what to do. Qin Yushan said, your subordinate understands. I will go now. I shall take my leave. As the words fell, Qin Yushan turned and left. Watching Qin Yushan's retreating figure, Lu Chen thought to himself, why would the Chu family be spreading such rumors at this time? It's probably the work of people sent by the Chu family from the south, isn't it? The likelihood is that there are spies from the southern Chu family within the North Country Chu family. The southern aristocratic family is doing this partly to sow discord between the North Prince mansion and the North Country Chu family and partly to ruin his personal reputation. While Lu Chen was pondering this matter, the maid's voice came again, Prince, Commander Lin is seeking an audience with you. His train of thought interrupted, he said, come in. The next moment, the mature and dignified Lin Wanyan entered the study. Lu Chen looked at the furiously angry Lin Wanyan at the door and said with a smile, Madam Lin, who has angered you? Why do you look so displeased? Lin Wanyan asked, didn't you promise me that you would let Rongrong go? Why are you still taking possession of her body? Lin Wanyan initially did not want to come to Lu Chen, but she considered that if Chen Wanrong did not leave the North Prince mansion, how could she avenge herself, and how could she reclaim her country? Hearing Lin Wanyan's words, Lu Chen just smiled faintly and then said, it seems you know everything. Lin Wanyan continued, you are, after all, a prince, and someday you will be an emperor. How can you speak without? Before Lin Wanyan could finish her sentence, her body suddenly lost control and was drawn into Lu Chen's arms with a palm strike. Lin Wanyan immediately began to struggle, let me go. Holding her plump body, Lu Chen whispered into her ear, I never said I wouldn't let her go. She willingly became my woman. Such a beautiful fairy, what man wouldn't be moved? If I wasn't moved at all, would I still be a man? Lin Wanyan was both angry and annoyed, you. Lu Chen said in a low voice, Wanyan, you came here to confront me, could it be jealousy that's driving you? Lin Wanyan's face flushed, and just as she was about to say something, Lu Chen kissed her to silence, Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to say anything more. Since she was angry inside, he would let her vent her anger first. Making her get over her anger wasn't difficult. Before long, Xiaohuan outside of the study heard Lin Wanyan's voice, and she silently walked to the entrance of the courtyard, standing guard for Lu Chen. 2 hours later, Lin Wanyan's anger had completely dissipated. She was straddling Lu Chen's legs, her whole body leaning on his shoulder, motionless. Not just her anger gone, but her soul seemed to have flown away. She no longer had the strength to confront Lu Chen. Now, Lin Wanyan said weakly, what exactly will it take for you to let Rongrong go? Holding her delicate body, Lu Chen whispered in her ear, she must have told you, right? As long as she bears me a child, after the child turns 15, she can return to the mysterious Moon Palace. Lin Wanyan said, she's the palace master of the mysterious Moon Palace. She can't stay in the North Prince Mansion forever. If the elders of the mysterious Moon Palace find out, they will definitely come for her. Are you planning to go to war with the mysterious Moon Palace? The mysterious Moon Palace is not just any force. Although you are a Grand Master, there are not a few Grand Masters at the mysterious Moon Palace. Even if you and Zhuge Zongguang joined forces, you could not possibly be a match for those elders. After hearing Lin Wanyan say this, Lu Chen thought for a moment. That could indeed be the case. If Chen Wanrong was kept at the North Prince Mansion for 10 or even dozens of years without being allowed to return, and it lured the elders of the mysterious Moon Palace here, then the trouble would be significant. At this thought, Lu Chen's hand gently caressed Lin Wanyan's jade back before he said, so, Wanyan, you came to remind me about this matter. And here I thought you were really coming to punish me. It seems that you do care about me after all. Lin Wanyan huffed lightly, who would care about you, you little scoundrel? Such a lecher, you won't let any pretty woman slip by. Sooner or later, you'll fall because of a woman. Lu Chen said nonchalantly, don't worry, I won't fall because of a woman, it's only women who fall for me, and haven't you and Rongrong fallen for me? Hearing Lu Chen say this, Lin Wanyan spoke indignantly, lowering her voice, we are just unlucky to have met a little bastard like you. Right then, Lu Chen suddenly heard the sound of a maid talking with someone outside the courtyard. Commander Chu, the prince is busy, please don't go inside. Chu Qingli said, busy with what? Hearing Chu Qingli's voice, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth turned up slightly, and then he called out loudly, Qingli, come in. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Wanyan, who was clinging onto Lu Chen, was dumbfounded. She whispered angrily, are you crazy? Lu Chen paid no attention to her protest. Seeing that Lu Chen in the study had spoken up, the maid Xiao Huan didn't say anything more. She thought, after all, Chu Qingli was a frequent visitor to the study, adding one more person probably wouldn't matter. Chu Qingli had no idea there was already someone in the study, and she walked straight towards it. However, as soon as she opened the door to the study, she was stunned by the scene before her. Lin Wanyan was struggling to escape but was pressed down on the desk by Lu Chen, completely unable to break free. Chu Qingli exclaimed with shock on her face, you. Chu Qingli couldn't finish her words. A blush quickly appeared on her face, as she had long known about the affair between Lu Chen and Lin Wanyan, but she had never expected that Lu Chen, that bad guy, would let her walk in at this moment. Although she indeed came for a trade with Lu Chen, the study was already occupied. Lu Chen said indifferently, Qingli, aren't you going to close the door? Do you want everyone outside to see? Hearing this, Chu Qingli hurriedly turned around to close the door. After closing it, she turned back and glared at Lu Chen with resentment. Lu Chen resumed his busyness, and while doing so, he asked, what did you want to see me about? Chu Qingli glanced at the gasping Lin Wanyan, then said, our trade should be reaching its end soon, right? Isn't it time to let my sister leave the prince's mansion? Lu Chen replied, that matter, I'll come to find you to talk about it tonight. Chu Qingli then said, then I'll leave first. Tonight is my sister's patrol night, I'll be waiting for you in my room. Lu Chen, in response, and then concentrated all his attention on Lin Wanyan. As Chu Qingli was leaving, she glanced at Lu Chen and Lin Wanyan, thinking to herself, this guy didn't come back all last night and is now up to no good again. By the time he comes to find me tonight, he probably won't be in the mood for anything else. Hopefully, he'll keep his word this time and let my sister leave. After all, she had recently heard quite a few rumors about her sister in Yan County. North Country, Chu family. At dusk, the red sunset cast its glow upon the earth, the red light resembling fresh blood spilling over the land. Chu Shang sat in the courtyard, savoring the high-proof liquor brewed by the North Prince Mansion as he reviewed the latest intelligence gathered about the Chu family in the south. Although he had already led part of the Chu family to side with his grandson, he still couldn't completely let go of the Chu family in the south, considering his ungrateful son was still there. When he saw in the intelligence that the rebels were continuously defeated by the imperial army, Chu Shang couldn't help but sigh. He had anticipated this outcome from the start. Despite the fact that the aristocratic families in the south possessed formidable weapons like the piercing cloud bow and piercing cloud arrows, the strength of the court was undoubtedly greater. Moreover, it was the Sum Emperor who had forced the southern aristocratic families into rebellion. Since he dared to press them into revolt, it proved that the Sum Emperor had already prepared to deal with them. Lu Shuyan's aspiration for the throne was not as easy to realize as he had thought. While Chu Shang was sighing, a servant entered the courtyard. Family head, a member of the brocade guard is looking for you. Upon hearing this, Chu Shang was startled. The brocade guard. What would the brocade guard want with him? Could it be that Lu Chen had something to communicate to him? Having been in the North Country for quite a while now, Chu Shang had basically figured out the political structure of the North Country and had a rough idea about the key people around the North Prince. Chu Shang was well aware that the Brocade Guard was one of the most important institutions around Lu Chen. If a Jinyue guard sought him out, it most likely meant they brought orders from Lu Chen. Chu Shang then said to the servant, "Quickly, invite them in." Soon after, the servant led Qin Yushan into the Chu family courtyard. Upon entering, Qin Yushan greeted him with a smile. "Master Chu, I pay my respects." Seeing that the visitor was Qin Yushan, Chu Shang was taken aback. Qin Yushan was the commander of the Brocade Guard. As far as he knew, besides the North Prince, the highest authority over the commander of the Brocade Guard was the commander himself. The commanders of the Brocade Guard were always busy. Why would one personally visit the Chu family unless there was a matter of great urgency? A foreboding feeling surged within Chu Shang, and he directly asked, "Commander Qin, what wind has blown the prince's favored one to my doorstep?" Qin Yushan responded with a smile, "What favored one? I am merely a loyal hound raised by the prince." At this point, Qin Yushan glanced at the servants inside the courtyard and then added, "The prince sent me to discuss a matter with you. This is not the place for such a conversation." Chu Shang instantly understood Qin Yushan's implication and immediately replied, "Commander Qin, please follow me." Chu Shang then led Qin Yushan to his study. Once inside, he shut the door of the study and asked, "May I know what the prince has instructed?" Qin Yushan produced a piece of intelligence from his sleeve and said, "There are no specific instructions, but the prince asked me to show you this intelligence." At those words, Chu Shang, curiosity piqued, took the paper intelligence from Qin Yushan and began to read seriously. With just one glance, Chu Shang's brows furrowed instantly, and his expression turned increasingly somber. He had not expected that among the members of the Chu family who had accompanied him to the North Country, there would indeed be a traitor. His biggest concern had always been the possibility of a betrayal within the Chu family. They had come to the North Country seeking the support of the North Prince. If there were traitors among these Chu family members, it could lead to the North Prince distrusting them, or even suspecting that they had not joined the North Country in good faith, but with ulterior motives. However, Chu Shang could also see that Lu Chen had sent Qin Yushan to personally deliver this intelligence without raising any alarm, which likely meant that he wanted Chu Shang to take care of the traitor issue himself. For the time being, Lu Chen was not apt to doubt them over a few traitors. Chu Shang promptly said, "Please convey my message to the prince, Commander Qin. I will surely deal with those who spread rumors, and furthermore, I will ascertain who is the mastermind behind it all." Qin Yushan acknowledged, "Very well. I shall not disturb you any further." With these words, Qin Yushan turned and left the study. Chu Shang quickly said, "Commander Qin, take care." After Qin Yushan left the Chu household, Chu Shang immediately began an investigation based on the intelligence Qin Yushan had shown him to determine who was spreading rumors. In just 2 hours, Chu Shang had identified several individuals who were spreading the rumors. Looking at the kneeling servants in the courtyard, Chu Shang's face was ashen. He then demanded, "Speak, who instructed you to do this?" Realizing their actions had been exposed, the servants hastily kowtowed, pleading, "Family head, spare us." It was all at the order of the second young master. Hearing the servant's words, Chu Shang felt no surprise. He had long suspected his disobedient son was behind this mischief. Chu Hongfei had always coveted Chu Yukon, and he had long wished to have Chu Yukon taken back to Sufeng City. However, the North Prince's strength had suddenly increased, and the North country had become the most militarily powerful among the feudal states. This had forced Chu Hongfei to abandon the plan of forcibly taking Chu Yukon back to the Chu family. But this did not mean Chu Hongfei had given up. At this moment, Chu Shang's expression fluctuated, as if he was contemplating something. The southern rebels were currently engaged in battle with the imperial army, and Chu Hongfei, as a member of the Chu family in the south, should have focused on assisting Lu Shuyun. Instead, he was instigating rumors and causing trouble in the north country. Chu Shang then inquired, "When you all followed me to the north country, was it also on his behest?" The servant kneeling on the ground hurriedly said, "Yes, the second young master asked us to note down everything that happened in the north country and write to inform him." Chu Shang sighed. No need to investigate further. It was certain that the two brothers of the Chu family had used Chu Hongfei. On one hand, they wanted to gather intelligence on the north country. On the other, they intended to use someone else to do their dirty work. No wonder the Chu family had so readily agreed to split the family assets back then. If the traitor in the Chu family was not discovered, they could continuously provide the South Chu family with intelligence about the north country. If they were discovered, then the North Prince would surely suspect the North Chu family, and once a ruler harbors suspicion against a family, the Chu family in the North country would have a difficult time in the future. The few chess pieces the South Chu family had planted in the North Chu family had a significant influence on them, regardless of their actions. Chu Shang thought to himself that it seemed he would have to personally visit the North Prince mansion early in the morning to apologize to Lu Chen. At this thought, Chu Shang instructed the family guards in the courtyard, "Take these people away and deal with them." Upon hearing this, the servants were so frightened that they wet themselves on the spot. "Family head, please spare our lives. Master, please spare our lives. We were forced to do this." The guards paid no heed to the wails of the traitors and dragged them away, later dealing with them in the back courtyard of the Chu family. Night had fallen. The sky was dotted with stars, and the moon shone like water. Lu Chen, after processing and reviewing some documents in his study, began to feel a hint of fatigue. He had spent the previous night laboring and had not slept, and he hadn't rested during the day either. Just a while ago, he had worn out Lin Wanyan in the study and then had dealt with government affairs for such a long time. Even for a Grand Master, it was time to feel tired. Lu Chen had intended to take a bath and then head to Spring Sound Court to sleep holding that soft, large pillow, but then he suddenly remembered he had arranged to meet with Chu Qingli. With this in mind, Lu Chen stood up, stretched, yawned, and muttered to himself, "Looks like I won't be getting any sleep tonight." No sooner had he finished speaking than he left the study. As soon as he stepped out, he encountered Chu Yukon, who was on duty patrolling that night. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Chu Yukon hesitated for a moment but then asked with concern, "Chen'er, why haven't you gone to rest yet?" Lu Chen replied with a smile, "I was just about to go to sleep." Now, Chu Yukon was no longer as flustered as she had been around Lu Chen some time ago, even though she had long agreed to serve him. But since Lu Chen had never made a move on her, she simply stopped worrying about it, thinking that with so many women around Lu Chen, she would not be the one to serve him, as he could alternate among them daily. Of course, if Lu Chen made such a request, she would certainly not refuse now, as long as she could find a way to distract Chu Qingli without letting her find out. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something and said to Chu Yukon, "Madam Chu, have you heard the rumors about me circulating among the common folks recently?" Chu Yukon was taken aback by this question. Of course, she knew what rumors Lu Chen was referring to. Wasn't it said that Lu Chen had claimed her, a widow, and wouldn't even spare his own aunt? Just thinking about this so-called rumor brought a blush to Chu Yukon's cheeks. Her initial fear of Lu Chen making a move on her stemmed from the concern that it would lead to slanderous talk, affecting the reputation of him as a prince. Lu Chen was someone who would be emperor in the future, and he couldn't afford to have too many stains on his record. At that moment, Chu Yukon said, Qing Li has already told me about it, Words reached her lips, but Chu Yukon hesitated, uncertain of what to say. Lu Chen replied with a smile, Madam Chu, don't feel pressured. In a few days, these rumors will vanish. They were all spread by the Chu family, and my grandfather should already be handling it. Hearing this, Chu Yukon was stunned. Why would the Chu family spread such rumors? Chu Yukon asked, is it the South Chu family? Lu Chen answered, investigators found it to be people from the North Chu family, but I suspect those who spread the rumors are probably spies planted by the South Chu family and the North Chu family all along. Chu Yukon sighed faintly without saying a word. At that point, Lu Chen said, Madam Chu, I'll go ahead and get some rest now. Chu Yukon responded, all right. After that, Lu Chen headed straight for the courtyard where Chu Qingli was. Since Chu Yukon was out on patrol, it was the perfect opportunity to go to Chu Qingli for a transaction. Before long, Lu Chen arrived at Chu Qingli's room. Just as he entered, before she could react, he scooped her up in a princess hold and placed her on the bed, then pinned her beneath him, gazing down at her from above. Chu Qingli, looking into Lu Chen's eyes, said coldly, what's the rush? You were mixed up with the palace master of the mysterious Moon Palace all last night, and just now you bullied Lin Wanyan in your study. What's the use of being in such a hurry? I don't believe you still have any energy left. On hearing this, Lu Chen paused for a moment before responding with a laugh. Previously, a certain bitch often provoked me like this. She hasn't dared to return to the prince's mansion these past few days. Chu Qingli, with an indifferent look on her face, replied, your words don't scare me, Before Chu Qingli could finish her sentence, Lu Chen leaned in and kissed her red lips. Truth be told, Chu Qingli wasn't trying to provoke Lu Chen, she genuinely felt that after he had been busy all day and night, even a grandmaster should be out of energy by now. Chu Qingli ultimately suffered the consequences of her own actions. The night was very long, and after Chu Yukon had patrolled the inner courtyard several times, she planned to sit in the yard for a while. It was then that she saw Bai Qingqing, dressed in white, standing on the rooftop and gazing into the distance. Chu Yukon was somewhat curious. It wasn't Bai Qingqing's turn to be on duty tonight, so why hadn't she gone to sleep and instead was standing on the rooftop? Chu Yukon then used her Qinggong to leap onto the roof in a few steps, approaching Bai Qingqing. Bai, it's not your turn to stand guard tonight, how come you haven't gone back to your room to sleep? After hearing Chu Yukon's question, Bai Qingqing answered expressionlessly, I can't sleep. This. Chu Yukon asked with curiosity, do you have something on your mind? Perhaps if you talk about it, you'll feel much better. In her mind, Chu Yukon thought that since Bai Qingqing had been emotionless since childhood, logically, she shouldn't have any troubles that would prevent her from sleeping. Why would she have a sleepless night? This made Chu Yukon feel a bit strange. At this point, Bai Qingqing said, I don't have any troubles, I just can't sleep. Chu Yukon was slightly stunned. Without any troubles, how could she not sleep? But she didn't keep pressing the matter. Everyone has their secrets, and Bai Qingqing was no exception. If she didn't want to talk about it, that was fine. At that moment, Chu Yukon also turned to look in the direction Bai Qingqing was looking. She thought to herself that since Bai Qingqing couldn't sleep, she might as well stay on the rooftop with her for a while. Just as Chu Yukon was thinking this, she suddenly faintly heard the sound of an animal's distressed cry. Hearing this sound, Chu Yukon didn't pay much attention to it. In the inner courtyard of the prince's mansion, it was normal for such sounds to appear. Every night when she patrolled, she could almost always hear similar sounds. As for who made these sounds, it was quite obvious. Who else could it be other than that little rascal? Chu Yukon didn't intend to search for the source of these sounds. She continued to stand on the rooftop, keeping Bai Qingqing company in the breeze. Gradually, an hour passed, and the sounds from the inner courtyard grew louder. Chu Yukon suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Although she regularly heard such sounds in the inner courtyard of the prince's mansion, for some reason, she always felt like the sounds were similar to Chu Qingli's voice. Having always been around the wives and concubines of Lu Chen, she was very familiar with their voices. Even though their voices would change a bit when they cried out, she could still discern some differences. This time, the sounds from the inner courtyard didn't seem to be those of Lu Chen's wives or concubines. Chu Yukon turned her head to glance at Bai Qingqing and then said, "Bai, I'm going to patrol again." Bai Qingqing responded expressionlessly, Chu Yukon then jumped down from the rooftop and followed the direction from which the sound was coming. As she walked, she found herself at the entrance to her own courtyard. Chu Yukon was immediately stunned, and at this point, Chu Qingli's voice became even louder. Chu Yukon suddenly realized, recalling that during the recent period of diligent practice, Chu Qingli had fallen into devilment. She must have been possessed again. The thought had barely crossed her mind before Chu Yukon hurried toward Chu Qingli's room, quickly arriving at her door, just as Chu Qingli's voice suddenly took on an even stranger tone. Ah! Chu Yukon, thinking that Chu Qingli's possession was extremely severe, pushed the door open in desperation and blurted out, "Qingli, are you alright? Hang in there, I'll go immediately too." Before she could finish her sentence, the scene before her eyes dumbfounded her, and she stood frozen in place, staring with shock at the two people inside the room. She had been about to say, "I'll go call Chanur right away," but then she realized there was no need for that. Wasn't Lu Chen right there in the room? The previously confused Chu Qingli snapped back to reality upon seeing Chu Yukon bursting in, her anxiety peaking in an instant, leaving her utterly dumbstruck. After regaining her composure, Chu Qingli frantically stammered, "Sister, listen to my explanation, it's not what you, think you saw." Lu Chen, unfazed by Chu Yukon's intrusion, continued with his actions. Noticing Chu Qingli attempting to get up, he pressed her down instead, preventing her from escaping. Seeing Lu Chen continue his misdeeds in her presence, Chu Yukon's face flushed red with embarrassment, then she hastily retreated from the room. "Chanur, you two carry on, I'll come back to find you later." Once Chu Yukon had left the room, Chu Qingli felt both shamed and annoyed. Turning to look at Lu Chen, she scolded, "You jerk." Lu Chen did not care about her reproach. Let her scold, the affair had already been exposed anyway. Now, it was a good opportunity to confront Chu Yukon. Chu Qingli continued to struggle, but the more she resisted, the more she fueled Lu Chen's inner rage, ultimately backfiring on Chu Qingli herself. After Chu Yukon stepped out of the room, her mind was completely blank. She had always thought the noises coming from Chu Qingli's room were due to a cultivation deviation. She didn't notice anything between the two, even last time when Lu Chen appeared in her room. But now it seemed. The issue wasn't cultivation deviation at all, it was that scoundrel Lu Chen who had completely devoured Chu Qingli. Thinking about it, had Lu Chen misbehaved with Chu Qingli more than just this once? It dawned on her, with a flicker of anger in her heart, that she had previously suggested moving Chu Qingli away from the North Prince mansion, and he seemed somewhat reluctant. She had thought it was because he was worried Chu Qingli would be left untreated if she got possessed again. Little did she know, he had such intentions. Cultivation deviation indeed. What a great excuse. Hearing the continued commotion inside the room, Chu Yukon curled her lip in disdain. Despite being caught in the act, that scoundrel carried on with his misdeeds, completely unbothered. No wonder Chu Qingli's possession kept relapsing, with Lu Chen treating her like that, it would be odd if she got better. With a sigh, Chu Yukon reflected on the situation. She had long suspected that Lu Chen had feelings for Chu Qingli and that one day he would make a move on her. However, she never imagined that Lu Chen would clandestinely engage in mischief with Chu Qingli. Seeing Lu Chen's apparent indifference to being discovered, it seemed he was ready to come clean. Chu Yukon then walked over to the pavilion in the courtyard to sit and wait for them to come out and confront her. Chu Yukon thought that Lu Chen and Chu Qingli would come out to confront her soon, since their affair had already been exposed, and she had caught them in the act. However, what surprised Chu Yukon was that she sat in the pavilion for a full 4 hours, the sky beginning to whiten, and yet the two of them had not come out from the room. All she heard was Chu Qingli's voice becoming more and more peculiar, and she could tell that Chu Qingli was trying her best to suppress her own voice, but still couldn't control it. This rendered Chu Yukon somewhat speechless. This little rascal really was relentless. In fact, it was not because Lu Chen had a particularly perverse mentality, but rather, he did this deliberately. As a Grand Master, he could naturally sense that Chu Yukon was sitting outside in the pavilion waiting for them. But they couldn't just go out like that, because he wanted to completely dismantle Chu Qingli's self-esteem so that she would not dare to oppose him and Chu Yukon in the future. As for the effect, it would soon become apparent. At dawn, the sunshine cast upon the earth, and Chu Yukon, sitting in the pavilion, had a flushed face, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in her body. This jerk, really tormenting people. The sun had risen, and they still hadn't let Chu Qingli out. Just as Chu Yukon was about to arrange the protective work for the inner court, the door of Chu Qingli's room finally opened. Lu Chen, beaming, came out from the room, with Chu Qingli behind him, her face flushed red, not daring to face Chu Yukon directly. The once Ice Queen beauty now seemed like a child who had done something wrong. Upon seeing Chu Yukon in the pavilion, Lu Chen greeted her with a smile. Madam Chu, good morning. Chu Yukon gave Lu Chen a resentful glance, then her gaze fell on Chu Qingli, who was hiding behind him. At that moment, Chu Yukon let out a cold huff. Hearing Chu Yukon's cold snort, Chu Qingli's delicate body suddenly trembled. Chu Yukon then coldly said, "What a case of demonic possession. I was wondering how someone could suffer from such possession day after day while practicing their skill. Qingli, tell me, what kind of demon has possessed you?" Hearing this, Chu Qingli frantically said, Sister, I had no choice, Chu Qingli was cut off by Chu Yukon before she could finish, no choice. What excuse is that? You spent the entire night without showing up after I caught you, and now you say you had no choice. Now Chu Qingli hated Lu Chen, this jerk, to death. She had wanted to come out last night, but that jerk, Lu Chen, had held her back, refusing to let her leave the room. What could she do? Her skill had been sealed, and with Lu Chen being a Grand Master, she was but a weak woman in front of him. Chu Yukon continued, Qingli, I always thought you were trying to stop me from serving Chen'er for my own good. But to think, you climbed into Chen'er's bed yourself. Could it be that you stopped me from serving Chen'er because you wanted to monopolize him? Chu Qingli immediately said, Sister, it's not like that, I did it to save you. Chu Yukon scoffed, to save me you climbed into Chen'er's bed. Your excuse is no different from being possessed during practice. Chu Qingli did not know how to explain, and she immediately looked at Lu Chen, then said, Prince, please help me explain. Our agreed number of transactions should have been enough, you should fulfill your promise now. Hearing Chu Qingli's words, Lu Chen said with a smile, Transaction? What transaction? I don't recall any transaction. You were with me just because you were lusting after my body, weren't you? Upon hearing Lu Chen actually deny it, Chu Qingli instantly became furious. You. Despicable. At this moment, Lu Chen said to Chu Yukon, Madam Chu, Qingli and I are truly in love. You sat outside in the pavilion all night, and you should have heard that if we weren't truly in love, she wouldn't have made those sounds. Chu Qingli felt both ashamed and infuriated, blurting out, You scoundrel. Who's truly in love with you? Chu Yukon huffed again, truly in love. Qingli, I really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be this kind of woman. Having said that, Chu Yukon stood up, looking as if she were about to leave the courtyard. Seeing this, Chu Qingli panicked. If she couldn't explain herself today, Chu Yukon would definitely think that she was willing to be Lu Chen's woman, and that her own interference between them was out of a desire to monopolize Lu Chen. Chu Qingli quickly ran out from behind Lu Chen, charging towards Chu Yukon, Sister, listen to my explanation, I was forced, it was all that bastard's doing. Sister, don't listen to his nonsense. Soon, Chu Qingli grabbed Chu Yukon's arm, preventing her from leaving. Chu Yukon stopped walking, her face cold as she said, Forced. I don't think anyone makes such joyful noises when being forced. Chu Qingli did not know how to explain. How could anyone control themselves in such a situation? It was impossible to hold back, especially with Lu Chen's many methods. How could she keep totally silent? It's all that damn jerk's fault. What to do now? How could she explain? Chu Yukon then turned to look at Lu Chen and asked coldly, Chenur, Qingli has been pure before entering the prince's mansion and was never engaged to anyone. Now that you have done this to her, what do you plan to do? Lu Chen replied, since we've consummated the marriage, then of course I'll take her as my concubine and marry her into the prince's mansion. Hearing Lu Chen's response, Chu Qingli angrily said, who wants to marry you, you scoundrel? Chu Yukon reprimanded, shut up. Chu Qingli immediately closed her mouth. She had never seen Chu Yukon this angry before. It seemed her sister was truly furious. It's all over now. How could she explain things so that her sister would believe her? Chu Yukon continued speaking to Lu Chen, Chenur, since you have already planned to take her as your concubine, then go to the Chu family to propose properly, instead of sneaking around. Lu Chen said with a smile, Madam Chu is right, I will go to the Chu family to propose tomorrow. In name, Chu Qingli was still a member of the Chu family. Even though she had no blood relation with the Chu family, if Lu Chen wanted to take Chu Qingli as his concubine in an honorable manner, it would be best to propose directly to the Chu family. At this moment, Chu Yukon turned to Chu Qingli and said, Qingli, you have disappointed me. After dropping this statement, Chu Yukon shook off Chu Qingli's arm and left the courtyard directly. Watching Chu Yukon's retreating figure, Chu Qingli felt a sinking despair and her body suddenly weakened, and just as she was about to fall to the ground, Lu Chen immediately embraced her will-o-wisp from behind. With Lu Chen's embrace, the anger within Chu Qingli erupted instantly, and she struggled while speaking, it's all your fault, you scoundrel. Let go of me. You faithless creature, I'll fight you. Lu Chen held firmly onto Chu Qingli's will-o-wisp, rendering her struggles futile. Her skills had been sealed, and she had no way to break free. Lu Chen said with a smile, Madam Chu has already caught us in the act and there is no explaining it, you might as well marry me obediently and become my concubine. Chu Qingli coldly said, in your dreams. I will expose your deceit to my sister. I will definitely let her see what kind of man you really are. In her ear, Lu Chen whispered softly, the more you do this, the more Madam Chu will think that you are scheming to tarnish my reputation, all to keep me for yourself. Hearing this, Chu Qingli was stunned into silence. What now? If she didn't find a way to stop them from being together, wouldn't Lu Chen and Chu Yukon indeed end up committing an unforgivable act? But if she interfered further, her sister would definitely think she was selfish. Damned be. This scoundrel had never planned to keep his word from the start. Chu Qingli then said, as a prince, to be so faithless, do you not have a shred of moral conscience? Lu Chen laughed lightly and said, morals. You've even forgotten our transaction count, which shows that you never intended to trade with me. If you don't care about it yourself, why should I uphold our original agreement? Chu Qingli was speechless. Indeed, she herself had forgotten how many transactions there were. How could she expect Lu Chen to keep their agreement? Chu Qingli then said, I won't listen to your nonsense, let me go now. Having said this, Chu Qingli began to struggle again. At this point, Lu Chen said, have you considered that if you marry into the North Prince mansion, you can always monitor your sister and me? If I were to do improper acts to your sister, you'd be the first to find out. Before, you were merely a stewardess in the inner courtyard of the prince's mansion, many places were off limits to you, and your movements restricted. But once you marry me and become my concubine, you'll have free access wherever you want, making it easier to watch over your sister and me. Hearing Lu Chen say this, Chu Qingli paused for a moment, then she actually felt it made sense. After all, her sister had already discovered her relationship with Lu Chen, and nothing she said now would matter. It might be better to just marry Lu Chen. Chu Qingli then said, all right, I agree to marry you. Seeing that Chu Qingli had agreed, Lu Chen did not say more. Chu Qingli was typically rash. Lu Chen then released Chu Qingli, since you've agreed, then prepare yourself these next few days. I'll take you as my concubine in a few days. I'll go and soothe your sister so she won't be angry with you. With that, Lu Chen headed towards the courtyard entrance. Watching Lu Chen's departing figure, Chu Qingli somehow felt she had been fooled by him again. Just as Lu Chen left the courtyard, a maid came up to him and said, Prince, the Chu family master seeks an audience. Lu Chen said, have him wait in the study for me, I need to take a bath first. He had been active all of last night and now had a strong smell clinging to him. It was definitely not an appropriate state to discuss matters with anyone. Afterwards, Lu Chen returned to the main wing to take a bath. After cleaning up briefly, he headed to the study. As soon as he arrived in the study, Chu Shang came forward and said, greetings, Prince. Lu Chen quickly supported Chu Shang's shoulders and said, Grandfather, how many times have I told you? You need not be so formal with me when we're alone, I am not so rigid. Chu Shang immediately responded, customs should not be discarded, after all, you are the prince. Lu Chen asked, Grandfather, you came to see me this time about the rumors among the civilians of the North Country, didn't you? Chu Shang promptly said, it is my fault for not managing the Chu family well. Here, I apologize to you, Prince. I have already taken care of those who spread the rumors, and I have also found out who was behind it all. Lu Chen smiled and asked, Grandfather, is my uncle the one behind the scenes? Lu Chen had already learned through the brocade guard that Chu Hongfei was interested in Chu Yukon. Although Lu Chen had not instructed the brocade guard to continue investigating the rumors, it was likely that Chu Hongfei was the one spreading them at this time. Chu Shang sighed and said, I have failed in my discipline and raised such an unfilial son. Lu Chen said, Grandfather, rest assured, I haven't taken this matter to heart. It's good that you came today because I have a favor to ask of you. Chu Shang said, you say it, as long as it's something our Chu family can do, we will do our utmost to accomplish it. Lu Chen then said, I plan to have the Chu family of the North Country act as Madame Chu and Qing Li's parental home, then marry the two of them into the North Prince mansion. Hearing this, Chu Shang was stunned for a moment but he quickly came to his senses and understood what Lu Chen meant by that. If it was about marrying Chu Qingli, that would be an easy matter. However, Chu Yukon's status was different, she had once been betrothed to the Wang family, and although the man had been poisoned before she could marry into the Wang family, by name, she was still that man's wife. If Lu Chen wanted to marry Chu Yukon, he had to first sever her ties with the Wang family. The marriage arrangement had been set by Chu Shang himself, and now that he was in the North Country, it was fitting for Chu Shang to annul Chu Yukon's engagement with the Wang family for her. It was just a matter of breaking off a marriage alliance, and since the Wang family had become traitors, breaking off the marriage wouldn't really matter anymore. Chu Shang immediately said, I understand, in a few days, I will send someone to the south to call off the marriage. Lu Chen said, there's no need for such trouble, just write the annulment letter first, and I'll have someone fetch it from the Chu residence when I need it. Chu Shang said, all right, after I return, I will write the annulment letter. Just as Lu Chen was about to continue, a maid's voice came from outside, Prince, Madame Chu is looking for you. Hearing the maid's words, Chu Shang realized that Lu Chen might still have matters to attend to, so he immediately said, Prince, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave for today. Lu Chen said, Grandfather, take care, I won't see you out. Chu Shang said, I take my leave. Right after leaving the study, Chu Shang saw Chu Yukon. Chu Yukon was surprised to see Chu Shang coming out of Lu Chen's study early in the morning. She was curious about what could have brought Chu Shang to see Lu Chen so early. Seeing Chu Yukon, Chu Shang's face revealed a kindly smile. He said to Chu Yukon, Yukon, you have worked hard these years. Hearing this, Chu Yukon was perplexed, wondering why Chu Shang would suddenly say such a thing. Chu Yukon asked in confusion, Father, what do you mean by that? Chu Shang said, it's nothing, nothing. I won't disturb you any longer. As he spoke, Chu Shang left the courtyard. Seeing Chu Shang's retreating figure, Chu Yukon was suddenly struck with an ominous premonition. Chu Yukon didn't think too much about it, she went straight into the study then instinctively closed the door behind her. Turning to Lu Chen, she asked. Chenur, what were you and grandfather talking about just now? He seemed very happy. Lu Chen smiled and answered, nothing much, you'll find out in a few days. With that, Lu Chen approached Chu Yukon and without hesitation embraced her soft body. Being held by Lu Chen like this, Chu Yukon's heart rate sped up and her cheeks flushed. Lu Chen didn't do anything bad, he just held Chu Yukon in his arms. Madam Chu, you were very convincing just now. Qingli really thought you were angry with her. Hearing this, Chu Yukon cast a deep look at Lu Chen and then said, "You have the nerve to bring that up with me, you little rascal. You've already had your way with Qing Li. Why haven't you told me? I really thought her cultivation was going haywire and I worried about it every day." Lu Chen smiled and replied, "It wasn't the right time before." Chu Yukon asked, "So what do you plan to do next?" Lu Chen whispered in Chu Yukon's ear, "Next, of course, is to marry you two beauties and have you bear my children." Hearing this, Chu Yukon instantly felt even hotter all over. She immediately said, "No, the rumors among the people are very detrimental to you. I can serve you, bear your children, but you cannot marry me." As a woman, Chu Yukon also wanted to marry a man uprightly, but Lu Chen had a special status as a prince, and would become the emperor in the future. He could not have any blemishes. She would rather humble herself and silently guard Lu Chen for a lifetime than cause him to face reproach from the common people because of her. Lu Chen indifferently said, "I know what you are worried about. Rest assured, those rumors among the people will soon disappear." Seeing Lu Chen's confidence, Chu Yukon asked with curiosity, "Really? What are you planning to do?" Lu Chen said, "I cannot tell you that for now, you will know when the time comes." Seeing Lu Chen act so mysteriously, Chu Yukon didn't ask further. Since Lu Chen said he could get rid of the rumors, he must have a plan. But if he really did dispel the rumors, would she really have to marry him? Thinking about this, Chu Yukon was incredibly conflicted, considering that Lu Chen was Chu Yu's son. Though she was still somewhat torn, Chu Yukon soon let go of her hesitations. Chu Yu had asked her to take care of Lu Chen and never specified how. Plus, when she was little, Chu Yu had said that she was to be married to Lu Chen, to serve him for a lifetime. If Lu Chen could truly dispel the rumors, marrying him wouldn't be a problem. The more Chu Yukon thought about it, the redder her face became, and her body grew hotter. Remembering the scene she saw the night before, Chu Yukon felt all the more odd. Lu Chen naturally noticed Chu Yukon's unusual behavior, but after having been at war for 2 days, he really wasn't in the mood for certain activities. Lu Chen then said, "Madam Chu, I still have matters to attend to later. You should go about your business." Hearing this, Chu Yukon suddenly became lucid and quickly said, "Oh, right, I won't disturb you then." Afterward, Chu Yukon hastily left the study, fearing that if she lingered, she might embarrass herself. After Chu Yukon left the study, Lu Chen yawned again. After being busy for 2 days, Lu Chen was distinctly feeling weary. "This won't do, I need to sleep for a while." With that thought, Lu Chen left the study and said to the maid at the door, "Tell the Jiniwei guard on duty to have Dongfang Longyu come to my study after noon." "Yes, Prince." After instructing the maid, Lu Chen headed straight for the Spring Sound Court. When he arrived at the Spring Sound Court, Yelv Nanyan was planning to go to the main hall. Seeing Lu Chen enter the room, Yelv Nanyan was momentarily taken aback. Lu Chen said with a smile, "My lady is up so early." Yelv Nanyan gave Lu Chen a deep look. His coming to find her early in the morning probably did not bode well. This little man, whenever he comes to Spring Sound Court, is likely to do naughty things to her. "Your concubine has seen the prince." Lu Chen, upon reaching Yelv Nanyan's side, directly embraced her soft and warm body, as if embracing cotton. Then, as he walked towards the bed with Yelv Nanyan in his arms, he said, "I haven't had a good sleep these past 2 days, so I'll need my lady to be my pillow." Yelv Nanyan said, "It is my honor to serve the prince." Without further words, once they were on the bed, Yelv Nanyan began to help Lu Chen undress. Although it was just for sleeping, Yelv Nanyan knew Lu Chen's preferences. He liked to sleep unencumbered, and without the obstruction of clothes. Their bodies pressed together allowed Lu Chen to feel her warmth more directly. Once both were lying in bed, Lu Chen held Yelv Nanyan tightly by her waist, nestled in her gentle jade fragrance, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Seeing that Lu Chen had fallen asleep, Yelv Nanyan looked down at him gently and raised her hand to lightly stroke his jet black hair. Looking at Lu Chen's handsome profile, an involuntary smile crept onto Yelv Nanyan's face. When she initially came to the North Prince mansion, she had all sorts of worries, afraid that the North Prince would be someone who would treat her roughly. But now, it seemed that all her prior concerns had been unnecessary. True, Lu Chen could be rough with her, but since he practiced immortal technique, her body had never felt discomfort. Though she no longer held the same power as she did in the Sky Wolf King's tribe, she had gained much more at the North Prince Mansion, such as the life she wanted, the happiness she longed for, things she could never have had on the grasslands. At that moment, the sunlight crept over the windowsill, shining into the room and onto Lu Chen's face. Lu Chen's eyelids fluttered involuntarily. Seeing this, Yelv immediately raised her hand to shield the direct sunlight from his eyes. Seeing Lu Chen sleeping so soundly, Yelv couldn't help but wish that such days could continue forever. Yelv was well aware that Lu Chen's ambitions surely extended beyond being a mere seigneur. He was bound to become emperor one day. If there came a day when Lu Chen became emperor, she would have to share him with even more concubines, and whether he would still cherish her as much was uncertain. Moreover, people change. The proverbial heart of an unfeeling emperor, the day when Lu Chen became emperor, his heart might undergo great changes, and whether he would still treat the harem beauties as he did then was questionable. These thoughts brought a tinge of anxiety into Yelv heart. Lu Chen, holding Yelv his soft pillow, slept through the morning. By this time, Dongfang Longyu had already arrived at Lu Chen's study, waiting for him. Dongfang Longyu was curious about what urgent matter the North Prince had for summoning her at this time. However, after waiting for half an hour, Lu Chen had not appeared. Meanwhile, Spring Sound Court. Although he had only slept for a few hours, Lu Chen was already feeling much less fatigued. He slowly opened his eyes and noticed Yelv gazing tenderly at his face. Lu Chen asked, "What time is it now?" Yelv replied, "It's noon. According to the timing method you've invented, it should be 1 o'clock in the afternoon now." Hearing Yelv reply, Lu Chen realized Dongfang Longyu was probably waiting in the study. He quickly got up from her body. Lu Chen still appeared somewhat sleepy. Yelv gently asked, "Would the prince like to sleep a little longer?" Lu Chen said, "I have an appointment to discuss matters in the study, so I'll not sleep any longer." As he said this, something seemed to strike Lu Chen, and he smiled at Yelv "I will come to Spring Sound Court again tonight." Hearing this, a blush emerged on Yelv face. "Your concubine will be waiting for my prince." Lu Chen did not linger, getting up from the bed immediately, and Yelv quickly helped him dress. Before long, a refreshed Lu Chen appeared in the study. Upon Lu Chen's arrival, Dongfang Longyu promptly greeted him. Commoner girl pays her respects to the prince. With a smile, Lu Chen said, "Longyu, sorry to have kept you waiting." Dongfang Longyu replied, "I've only just arrived." Lu Chen took a seat at his desk and then said, "I've summoned you because I have an important assignment for you." Dongfang Longyu said, "Please instruct me, Prince. I will do my utmost to accomplish your assignment." Lu Chen said, "I plan to establish a newspaper office under the Dongfang family." Hearing this, Dongfang Longyu paused slightly, murmuring to herself, "Newspaper agency." "Prince, forgive my ignorance, but could you please explain what a newspaper agency is?" Dongfang Longyu, a native of this world, had naturally never heard of a newspaper agency. Lu Chen then explained, "Let me put it this way. In the future, whenever anything happens in this world or if there are any interesting pieces of news, you'll compile them and then promptly write them all down on a sheet of paper. Have the printing factory of the North Prince Mansion print them, and finally, sell them at a fair price to those who can read, letting more people know about the news you've compiled. This type of paper that is printed with various news is called a newspaper, and the place where you distribute newspapers is known as a newspaper agency." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Longyu instantly grasped what Lu Chen meant by the term, commercial newspaper. It was something similar to announcements from the prince's mansion, though naturally, those announcements were only about matters concerning the prince's mansion, or about some reforms in the North Country, and didn't involve any monetary transaction. This so-called newspaper actually already had a prototype in this world. Some powers that specialized in gathering intelligence would sell their information to specific people, which was similar to newspapers. However, the newspaper Lu Chen was talking about was intended for everyone, including the common populace, allowing the literate to quickly learn about events occurring in the world. Once the newspapers were introduced, as long as the price was right, the literate would certainly be very interested. But there was another issue with newspapers. Dongfang Longyu immediately spotted a drawback of newspapers. If someone were to spread false news through them, it could incite public unrest. Hearing this, Dongfang Longyu immediately spoke up. Prince, we must be cautious. The matter of newspapers should be controlled by the North Prince Mansion. If they proliferate unchecked, some with ulterior motives will surely publish false news and cause unrest among the people. Seeing that Dongfang Longyu had identified the potential problems with newspapers in an instant made Lu Chen smile faintly. Longyu, I'm pleased that you can see the downsides of newspapers. But rest assured, not just anyone can start a newspaper agency. I plan to establish two types of newspaper agencies, one for the public and one for officials. The official newspapers will naturally be created by the North Prince Mansion. However, the public newspapers cannot be organized by the North Prince Mansion. They need to document the happenings in the world through the eyes of the common people. Whether it's an official or a public newspaper, they both will need to be audited by the North Prince Mansion before any newspaper agency can be established. And currently, aside from the North Prince Mansion, no one else in the North Country has control over the technology for mass printing. Since acquiring the paper-making and printing techniques, Lu Chen had immediately had several paper-making workshops and printing factories built in the North Prince Mansion. Before paper-making and printing technology becomes widespread among the populace, mass printing of newspapers isn't an easy task unless they collaborate with the North Prince Mansion. Having heard Lu Chen's explanation, Dongfang Longyu thought it over and agreed that, given the current situation, only the North Prince Mansion could mass-produce newspapers. None of the ancient families of the other great dynasties could manage that. Furthermore, if the North Prince Mansion could control the newspaper agencies well, exploiting the newspapers to spread false news wouldn't be such an easy feat. At that moment, Dongfang Longyu also realized why Lu Chen differentiated between official and public newspapers instead of solely running official ones. The so-called public newspapers at their core were still official. After all, the Dongfang family was a vassal of the North Prince Mansion and would surely stand on Lu Chen's side. When the common people lost trust in the official newspapers, the public newspapers run by the Dongfang family would still serve to guide public opinion in the direction the North Prince Mansion desired. Having understood Lu Chen's intentions, Dongfang Longyu said, I understand the prince's meaning. As soon as I return, I will immediately start working on establishing a newspaper agency. However, this will be my first time dealing with such matters. If there's anything I don't understand, I hope I can come to the North Prince Mansion to consult with the prince whenever necessary. May I? Lu Chen replied, of course. I will teach you everything, what content to write, how to title it, and how to format it. If you have any questions, you can come straight to the North Prince Mansion to find me. With that said, Lu Chen emphasized, the newspaper agency is extremely important to me, to the North Prince Mansion, and to the North Country. So, if you're unsure about anything, you must ask me more questions and not hesitate. As his words concluded, Lu Chen glanced at the stunning beauty before him. Dongfang Longyu said, I will definitely seek the prince's guidance often. Lu Chen then spoke, you may go back and begin preparations for today. This humble girl takes her leave. After that, Dongfang Longyu turned and left the study. Not long after Dongfang Longyu left, Lu Chen also rose from his seat, intending to leave the study, when suddenly he heard the voice of a maid at the door of the study, Prince, Commander Bai is seeking an audience with you. Lu Chen said, let her in. Bai Qingqing entered the study, and Lu Chen, looking at her frigidly beautiful countenance, asked curiously, Bai, what's the matter? Bai Qingqing seldom sought him out on her own, generally only when there was some intelligence about the capital city. However, recently the shadow guards in the capital city had completely cut off contact with Bai Qingqing. It was apparent that her betrayal was now known to his father, the emperor, who no longer trusted Bai Qingqing. Consequently, Bai Qingqing found it difficult to obtain intelligence about the capital city through the shadow guards any longer. Backquote, backquote, backquote. Bai Qingqing answered expressionlessly, most of the shadow guards in the North Country have been dealt with. I suspect His Majesty has sent people to the North Country to eliminate traitors. The Shadow Guards are the Sum Emperor's most important force, he definitely could not tolerate any treason within their ranks. Although it was Bai Qingqing who was betrayed, and not related to those guards responsible for relaying messages, those guards were in the North Country as well. The Sum Emperor could no longer trust them. Upon hearing Bai Qingqing's words, Lu Chen was slightly startled. He slowly walked over to Bai Qingqing's side and embraced her delicate body. Do you mean someone will make a move against you soon? Bai Qingqing lightly hummed in affirmation, not adding anything more. She had actually considered last night whether or not to tell Lu Chen about it. After all, the Shadow Guard's elimination of traitors was certainly meant to remove her, and they wouldn't make a move against Lu Chen. After pondering the whole night, Bai Qingqing ultimately decided to inform Lu Chen. She had a premonition that the person coming this time was extremely powerful and that she was unlikely to be their match. If it were before, she wouldn't have sought help from anyone else, even when facing a formidable enemy. But now things were different. She had a man, and her man was so powerful that she didn't need to face it alone. Lu Chen was silent for a moment, then continued to ask, have the shadow guards in Yan County been removed? Bai Qingqing answered, no. Upon reflection, Lu Chen thought that if the shadow guards in Yan County hadn't been dealt with, it likely meant the other party didn't want to startle the snake. This didn't mean that his father's envoy hadn't arrived in Yan County yet. On the other hand, if Bai Qingqing was always in the North Prince Mansion, his father's envoy probably wouldn't dare to come to the North Prince Mansion to trouble Bai Qingqing, right? Lu Chen then said, starting today, you will stay by my side at all times. Wherever I go, you go, even when sleeping, until the person my father has sent is found by me. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Bai Qingqing's cheeks turned slightly red, feeling somewhat warm. Bai Qingqing then said, this servant understands. Lu Chen wasn't sure if the other party would come to the North Prince Mansion to directly trouble Bai Qingqing, but with him, a Grand Master, in the North Prince Mansion, it would be a trap for anyone who dared to come. However, this also made Lu Chen feel somewhat uneasy. What if, when he left the North Prince Mansion in the future, someone sent people to trouble his wives and children? In the past, those who troubled them were at most at the Master Realm. The North Prince Mansion now had Grand Masters, even several of them, and could temporarily withstand a Grand Master. But as the North Country continued to grow stronger, there might come a day when someone would send a Grand Master to trouble them. Although Chen Wanrong was already a Grand Master, as the Palace Master of the mysterious Moon Palace, she was very likely to return to the palace one day. As for the agreement they made that Chen Wanrong wouldn't return to the mysterious Moon Palace until their child was 15, Lu Chen wasn't taking it seriously now. After hearing Lin Wanyan's words, he felt it was improbable to keep Chen Wanrong against her will. If Chen Wanrong truly wished to return to the mysterious Moon Palace, he would certainly let her go. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen then said to the maid at the door, Xiao Huan, go invite the great scholar. I need to see him. Yes, Prince. Now, the place where Zhuge Zongguang lived was quite far from the North Prince Mansion. If anything happened in the North Prince Mansion, it would be difficult for Zhuge Zongguang to arrive promptly. Therefore, Lu Chen planned to have Zhuge Zongguang, a great Grand Master on the verge of breaking through to the heavenly human realm, move next to the North Prince Mansion. With Zhuge Zongguang, a great Grand Master close to entering the heavenly human realm by his side, Lu Chen felt slightly more at ease. Half a month later. In North Country, Hall of Political Affairs. Sitting on the throne, Lu Chen said indifferently, speak if there's any matter, otherwise dismiss the meeting. Since some students from Universal Academy and people from the Chu family entered the officialdom, there wasn't much left in North Country that required Lu Chen's personal attention. The recent minor court sessions had been about trivial matters. North Country's reform was progressing vigorously. With the guidance of great scholar Zhuge Zongguang, few matters concerning reforms ever reached the court for discussion. Lu Chen also felt that the minor court sessions were being held too frequently. Currently, they were held every 3 days, and hardly any significant issues accumulated in such a short period. He had initially set the meetings at this frequency because North Country had just started reforms, and officials were facing a variety of issues. But now it was different. North Country had generally stabilized, and even with a constant stream of refugees from Great Sum's internal strife entering North Country, lower-level officials could easily accommodate them. Just when Lu Chen was contemplating whether to reset the minor court sessions to every 7 days or every half-month, an official from the Universal series stood up and said, "Prince, yesterday on the street, I saw some people selling something called newspapers. I bought a copy and found that this so-called newspaper records the recent events in Great Sum. Eventually, I learned that these newspapers were sold by a shop called Eastern Newspaper Agency. The newspaper allows civilians to acquire information about other places quickly, but I believe that if it's not controlled, certain ill-intentioned individuals will surely use it to spread rumors, leading to civil unrest. Therefore, I propose to shut down the so-called Eastern Newspaper Agency." After this official spoke, Li Rui also stepped forward and said, "Prince, I also purchased those newspapers a few days ago. They contain a myriad of vague and uncertain messages. Ordinary people indeed cannot discern the truth. Hence, I also suggest shutting down the newspaper agency." Once Li Rui finished speaking, many other officials in the hall also stood up and proposed to shut down the newspaper agency, believing that such an influence on social stability should not be allowed to appear in North Country. Seeing the officials' aversion to the newspaper agency, Lu Chen had a rough idea of some of their reasons. Some officials were genuinely concerned that the newspaper would lead to unfavorable public opinions about North Country, but certainly some had personal agendas. To attract the public's attention, Lu Chen had specifically instructed Dongfang Longyu to record some quirky stories about officials in the initial few issues of the newspaper. After the officials saw this content, they naturally felt very uncomfortable. It was no wonder they wanted to shut down the newspaper agency. Seeing that most officials in the Great Hall were suggesting the shutdown of the newspaper agency, Lu Chen revealed a faint smile. He was about to say something when Zhu Zongguang spoke first. To the best of this old official's knowledge, currently, the only one capable of mass printing paper books and documents is the North Prince Mansion. Zhu Zongguang's words were not directed at Lu Chen, but were a reminder to those officials in the hall who advocated for the newspaper's closure, signaling that the newspaper could not have started without the North Prince's approval. Upon hearing Zhu Zongguang's words, the officials instantly realized the implication. At this moment, Li Rui spoke up. "Prince, although it is possible that some with ulterior motives might use the newspaper to spread statements detrimental to the North Country, as long as we regulate properly, the newspaper can also become an important tool for our internal and external propaganda. Therefore, I believe there is no need to shut down the newspaper agency." Seeing how quickly Li Rui changed his stance, Lu Chen chuckled and said, "Lord Li, your speed in changing faces is truly extraordinary." With that, Lu Chen scanned the other officials in the hall and continued, "The Dongfang family had approached this prince before creating the newspaper. Their agency was established with the permission of the North Prince. As for the disadvantages you all mentioned earlier, this prince has already considered them. However, I believe the benefits of establishing a newspaper outweigh the drawbacks. In addition, to avoid private newspaper agencies from leading public opinion, I intend to establish an official newspaper. From now on, any significant events in the North Country will be published in this official newspaper, and announcements from the North Prince Mansion will also be made there." Lu Chen continued, "Aside from creating an official newspaper, I also plan to set up a culture agency. From now on, the review of books and periodicals will be the responsibility of this culture agency." At this point, Lu Chen looked towards Zhu Zongguang. "Great scholar, the establishment of the culture agency will trouble you." Zhu Zongguang immediately responded, "As you command, Prince." Lu Chen then asked, "Is there anything else for today?" After Lu Chen's words fell, the officials in the hall looked at each other, but none spoke again. Lu Chen said, "Since there is nothing else, I have one more matter to address. From now on, the minor court meetings will be held once every 7 days." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the officials in the hall felt very pleased. Meeting every 3 days for minor court sessions when there was little to discuss felt unnecessary. Unlike the Great Shah Royal Court, which engaged in daily court sessions where ministers would often bicker over trivial matters if there was nothing else to discuss. In North Country's minor court meetings, there was basically no scenario of ministers constantly fighting each other. The officials were well aware that Lu Chen was a practical man who did not take kindly to hearing their pointless prattle. Not speaking nonsense during the minor court meetings also meant that most of the time, there truly wasn't anything to discuss, so meeting every 3 days was indeed excessive. Shifting to every 7 days was just right. If something particularly important occurred, they could directly go to the study at the North Prince Mansion to find the North Prince. Seeing no opposition from the officials in the hall, Lu Chen rose from his throne, waved his sleeve, and announced, "Then, let today's minor court meeting conclude thus." After this, Lu Chen left the Hall of Political Affairs. Once the minor court meeting was over, Lu Chen had other state affairs to handle, so he went straight to his study. Just as he arrived at the study, Qin Yushan followed close behind. "Prince, the family head of the Chu family asked me to deliver this letter of marriage annulment to you." Hearing Qin Yushan's words, Lu Chen glanced at the annulment letter in his hand and then accepted it, quickly looking it over. The content of the annulment letter was quite straightforward, mainly stating that since the Wang family had turned traitor, the Chu family of the North Country would sever all ties with them, and the marriage between Chu Yukan and Wang Han was accordingly nullified. With this annulment letter, Chu Yukan was now nominally a free woman. Lu Chen smiled and then said, "Take this annulment letter to Dongfang Longyu, and let her publish the content on the front page of tomorrow's newspaper." Qin Yushan took back the letter. "Yes, Prince. I will go at once. I take my leave." Watching Qin Yushan's departing figure, Lu Chen thought to himself that it was time to make Chu Yukan his bride. Initially, Lu Chen only wanted to possess Chu Yukan's body, but as more women came into his life, his attention became divided, and his intense desire for Chu Yukan's body had waned. This allowed him to cool down a bit. Now, aside from desiring Chu Yukan's body, he also wanted to give her a proper status, allowing her to rightfully bear his children, without any need for secrecy. The next day. At dawn, Chu Yukan rose from her bed, stretching her graceful figure, when a hasty voice came from outside the door. "Sister, there's great news." Before Chu Yukan had a chance to react, the door was pushed open. Chu Qingli entered, holding a large sheet of paper, looking extremely excited. Chu Yukan, curious, asked, "What news has got you so delighted?" Chu Qingli replied, "Sister, when I went out this morning, I bought a newspaper on the street, and I found that it actually had our family's annulment letter published." Hearing this, Chu Yukan was slightly taken aback. An annulment letter? What annulment letter? Just as Chu Yukan was about to ask Chu Qingli what was going on, Chu Qingli approached with the newspaper and opened it up before her. Chu Yukan then glanced at the content of the newspaper and realized that the first article on it was the North Country Chu family's annulment letter. After roughly looking through the content of the annulment letter, Chu Yukan stood frozen on the spot for a long while, unable to return to her senses. She wasn't a fool, and in her heart, she had already guessed who had the Eastern newspaper agency publish this annulment letter. Clearly, it was not the Chu family, but Lu Chen. By using this annulment letter, Lu Chen directly restored her freedom. From now on, she would no longer be the bride of the Wang family. But then again, would the common folks acknowledge this annulment letter? After all, she was the female party. From ancient times, it has always been the male party being dissatisfied with the bride and then canceling the marriage. There had never been an instance of the female party initiating an annulment, much less making it public instead of privately. Seeing Chu Yukan staring blankly at the newspaper, Chu Qingli continued, "Sister, from now on, you're free. You are no longer a bride of the Wang family." Hearing Chu Qingli's words, Chu Yukan sighed lightly and then replied, "Qingli, this matter is not so simple. Although the Chu family has publicly called off the engagement, the common folks might not acknowledge this annulment letter. Perhaps in their eyes, I am still considered a bride of the Wang family." Chu Qingli immediately spoke up, "Sister, rest assured. I just heard people discussing on the streets that everyone says the Wang family rebelled and committed unforgivable crimes. The Chu family should have severed ties with the Wang family long ago. In the eyes of the common people, you are just an unfortunate woman. They will recognize this annulment letter. Hearing Chu Qingli's words, Chu Yukin's heart also felt a ripple of emotion. If what Chu Qingli said was true, then she would no longer be a bride of the Wang family and could directly marry into the North Prince mansion. At this moment, Chu Yukin recalled what Lu Chen had said to her some time ago, that he wanted to marry her into the prince's mansion openly and honorably. From now on, they would not need to sneak around, nor fear idle gossip. With this thought, Chu Yukin felt an intense warmth in her heart. Seeing Chu Yukin fall silent again, seemingly deep in thought, Chu Qingli inquired doubtfully, "Sister, you've regained your freedom. Are you not happy?" Although Chu Yukin had never consummated her marriage with Wang Han, she was always identified as the Wang family's bride. In the eyes of others, she was like a widow. Now that her identity had been removed, Chu Yukin was free, and she could marry whomever she wished to pursue her own happiness. Chu Qingli couldn't understand why Chu Yukin still seemed somewhat discontent. Chu Yukin then looked into Chu Qingli's eyes and asked, "Qingli, do you really think this annulment letter was published by the Chu family prompting the Eastern newspaper agency?" Chu Qingli replied without hesitation, "Of course, isn't the family head's name written at the end of the annulment letter?" Chu Yukin smiled faintly, without saying anything. Seeing Chu Yukin's smile, Chu Qingli felt a thump in her heart and instantly realized what it meant. If Chu Yukin was no longer a bride of the Wang family, it meant that a man could now possess her body openly and honorably. As to which man that might be, did it really need any guessing? It was some brute from the North Prince mansion. Thinking this way, it was highly probable that that scoundrel had the Eastern newspaper agency publish the letter, with the clear purpose of monopolizing Chu Yukin. Realizing this, Chu Qingli said, "Sister, you don't mean to suggest that the North Prince had the Eastern newspaper agency publish this letter, do you?" Chu Yukin remained silent and, seeing that she did not deny, Chu Qingli became indignantly vocal, "If that scoundrel dares to set his sights on you, sister, I'll fight him to the end. Rest assured, sister, I will definitely find a way to save you." Listening to Chu Qingli's words, Chu Yukin asked indifferently, "Qingli, tell me honestly, when you say it's all for your sister, is it because you want to monopolize Chanur all to yourself?" Chu Qingli was momentarily stunned, panic rising within her heart. Ever since her affair with Lu Chen was discovered by Chu Yukin, Chu Qingli had always been worried that Chu Yukin would harbor such thoughts. Chu Qingli hastily said, "I didn't, everything I've done was to set you free, sister." Chu Yukin said coldly, "You speak prettily of my freedom. After climbing into Chanur's bed, you've probably even forgotten your own name, let alone think of your sister. Do you take me for a fool?" Chu Qingli faltered, not knowing how to explain. Then, biting her teeth in determination, she blurted out the bargain she made with Lu Chen, "Sister, I really started it all to save you from the prince's mansion. I agreed with the North Prince that as long as I served him 100 times, he would let you leave the North Prince mansion. But unexpectedly, he broke his promise. The number of times I've served him." Before Chu Qingli could finish, Chu Yukin interrupted her, "What? You've secretly been with Chanur over 100 times doing that sort of thing behind my back. Over 100 times, and you still tell me you did it for me, sister. Qingli, do you believe your own lies?" Chu Qingli froze once again. She had been in the North Prince mansion for a little over a year and had traded with Lu Chen 100 times. Lu Chen never even visited some of his other consorts' chambers that often. Chu Qingli felt at this moment as if her own words were a lie, yet she had indeed made such an agreement with Lu Chen. Chu Qingli now had a feeling, a sense of being manipulated by Lu Chen. Chu Qingli cursed in her heart, this damned bastard, to think he had been plotting from the very beginning. Previously, she thought that 100 transactions over 3 months would be the end. After the transactions, her sister would gain her freedom, and she herself would also leave the North Prince mansion. But now she realized, things couldn't be that simple. She was already completely unable to leave Lu Chen. Even if she cursed Lu Chen as a bastard, she'd involuntarily think about him at night after a few days without transactions. Not only was she unable to leave Lu Chen, but revealing the matter of their transactions made her sister disbelieve her due to the high number, thinking she was shameless and indulging in pleasures instead. Seeing Chu Qingli fall silent without speaking, Chu Yukon asked, Qingli, speak, what exactly are you planning? Chu Qingli's face flushed as she replied, I don't know. Chu Yukon asked, didn't Chenur say he wanted to take you as a concubine? Chu Qingli had wanted to retort with, who would marry that bastard, but swallowed her words before they could leave her mouth. No matter how much she denied it, in her sister's eyes, she would always appear insincere, especially since her sister had personally witnessed her and Lu Chen together. Not just witnessed, but listened to them from the courtyard for an entire night, leaving her no room for defense. Were she to claim she didn't like Lu Chen, her sister would surely retort, if you don't like him, why then make such sounds? And that she had stealthily carried out the same deed 100 times. Chu Qingli felt that even if she jumped into the Great Sea to the east of North Country, she could never cleanse herself, and now married she must be. Chu Qingli was silent for a while before saying, Sister, marrying Lu Chen is my business, but you have your own happiness. This man. Chu Qingli didn't finish her sentence before Chu Yukon interrupted, Qingli, are you trying to say that Chenur is despicable and shameless, with indecent and dirty methods? Humph, at this point, are you still trying to stop me from serving Chenur? Chu Qingli didn't know what to say anymore, feeling anything she'd say would be useless. Eventually, she took a deep breath and said, Sister, I will no longer concern myself with your affairs with him in the future. Whatever you two wish to do, so be it. Hearing Chu Qingli's words, Chu Yukon felt a surge of joy, finally getting Chu Qingli to relent. At this moment, Chu Qingli thought to herself, since she couldn't prevent Lu Chen from taking over her sister, she might as well stay in the North Prince mansion and watch over them. If one day Lu Chen betrayed her sister, she would definitely avenge her sister and make Lu Chen regret his actions. Meanwhile, at Yan County, within a private room of a tavern, more than a dozen men in bamboo hats were drinking when a man in gray cloth entered the room and whispered to the man sitting by the window, Commander, she's been staying in the North Prince mansion this whole time, hardly ever going out. Zhuge Zongguang lives right next to the North Prince mansion, so if we take action, we'll definitely alert Zhuge Zongguang. With the strength of a grandmaster, and one close to breaking into the heavenly human realm at that, Zhuge Zongguang was obviously not an easy adversary, which made Wang Jiantao somewhat troubled. Bai Qingqing was likely to have betrayed the Sum Emperor. The Sum Emperor tolerated no betrayal, and she had to be dealt with, being a deputy commander of the Shadow Guard. If she were to live, how could he intimidate the other Shadow Guards in the future? Wang Jiantao then asked, has the Shadow Guard's letter been sent into the prince's mansion again? The gray-clothed man replied, it has been sent, but she's unlikely to pay any attention to it. Wang Jiantao hadn't eliminated the Shadow Guards from Yan County before solely so they could lure out Bai Qingqing. But in these past days, they had used the old Shadow Guards to pass on several pieces of intelligence to Bai Qingqing, none of which had managed to draw her out. Wang Jiantao then said, seems like she has sensed that His Majesty is eliminating the traitors. We need to find another way to lure her out. At this very moment, in Northland, on the vast grasslands, the sound of horns echoed. A large barbaric tribe cavalry, clad in beast hides, was swiftly advancing eastward. The size of this cavalry was massive, stretching so far that the end was nearly out of sight. A man clad in black gold metal armor, carrying a huge axe, gazed towards the east. Soon, their scouts returned. The scouts immediately dismounted and saluted the man, saying, Great King, the Sky Wolf King tribe and North Free King tribe have been destroyed by North Country. According to our intelligence, Northland has already been annexed by the Great Sum North King. Hearing this, the man immediately said, those two tribes have shamed our barbarian tribe. When I initially allowed them to join me, they refused, only to be annihilated by a flock of sheep. Ridiculous. Truly ridiculous. At this point, a confidant next to the man said, Great King, shall we vanquish Northland, or march south to attack North Country? Tianqi King laughed, what good is there in Northland for us to go there? If we go, we should go to North Country. To have destroyed both the Sky Wolf King and North Free King tribes, this North King of Great Sum does have some strength. I would like to see what makes North Country so special after all. Another confidant by his side then cautioned, Divine Envoy instructed us to occupy North Land first and not to act rashly. If she learns that we went to attack Great Sum, she might be displeased. Hearing the reminder, Tianqi King's face darkened instantly. The thought of that breathtakingly beautiful woman set his heart aflame, yet he was no match for her, having suffered several losses at her hands. Tianqi King snorted coldly, "Is she your queen, or am I your king?" Seeing Tianqi King angered, his confidant generals said nothing further. In their hearts, everyone knew that Tianqi King had suffered defeat when fighting Great Ju and was feeling disgruntled, urgently needing to vent on some power. After the Chu family's annulment letter was published in the newspaper, word of the annulment quickly spread throughout the North Country. However, the focus of the people was not on Chu Yukon, the sacrificial pawn in the family alliance, but rather on the severance between the Chu family and the Wang family. Of course, the lack of public attention on Chu Yukon was a good thing for Lu Chen. The fewer people talked about it now, the less gossip there would be when Chu Yukon married into the prince's mansion in the future. By then, people would only remember that Chu Yukon was merely a sacrificial pawn used by the Chu family for an alliance. On yet another warm and breezy morning, Lu Chen rose from the gentle jade fragrance of Yelvanonian, casting a glance at the beautiful woman he had embraced all night. During this time, Lu Chen had primarily devoted his attention to the few women with martial skill like Yelvanonian. Mu Zixuan and the other two ordinary women had already borne him 2 children each, so it was time for them to rest. But speaking of which, it was exceedingly difficult for a martial artist to conceive. No matter how cooperative Yelvanonian was or what methods he tried, she just couldn't get pregnant. Of course, it wasn't just a problem with Yelvanonian alone. All the women in the prince's mansion who had martial skill faced the same issue. Lu Chen began to wonder if a woman's body structure changed after practicing martial arts, which was why it was so hard to conceive. He had checked them with his rejuvenating skill and everything seemed normal compared to ordinary women. Aside from well-developed meridians and their martial skill, there didn't seem to be any changes in their physical structure. Seeing Lu Chen awake, Yelvanonian with her cheeks flushed said, "Prince, there is no morning court today, why don't we sleep in a bit longer?" Gazing upon the bright expanse before him, Lu Chen truly did wish to sleep in, but he remembered he had to check on the construction of the new city today. With that in mind, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Nonyan, there must be moderation in all things. We can't be too indulgent." As he spoke, Lu Chen's fingers gently glided over Yelvanonian's soft body. Blushing even more at Lu Chen's words, Yelvanonian knew he was teasing her, yet thinking about what happened last night made her heart flutter. Just then, the voices of maids discussing outside Paradise Spring Court could be heard. "Commander Bai, is the prince in Paradise Spring Court? Commander Qin is looking for him on an urgent matter. The prince is still asleep, let him wait a while. Commander Qin seems quite anxious, it must be something important. All right, I'll call the prince for you." Subsequently, Bai Qingqing arrived outside Yelvanonian's bedroom. "Prince, Commander Qin is seeking you." Hearing this, Lu Chen directly responded, "Tell Commander Qin to wait for me in the study, I will be there shortly." "Yes, Prince." Lu Chen then rose from bed, and upon his getting up, Yelvanonian hurriedly did the same, helping Lu Chen to dress. The clothing of this era required wrapping and tying of belts, and as someone like Lu Chen who had attendants, dressing was an easy affair. However, for ordinary people, dressing took some time. Watching Yelvanonian tying his belt, Lu Chen thought to himself that it might be time to guide the clothing style of the people in the North Country. He didn't mind wearing these ancient-style clothes, women looked like ethereal immortals in these long gowns, which he found very attractive. But Lu Chen thought that in some situations, such as in the army, the clothing of this time was too time-consuming to put on. Lu Chen considered that he should find an opportunity to discuss with Mu Zixuan about setting up a garment factory, so in the future, the soldiers' clothes in the army could be changed into a style that could be donned in an instant. When Yelvanonian finished tying his belt and noticed that Lu Chen was daydreaming, she asked with curiosity, "Prince, what's on your mind?" Snapping back to reality at the sound of Yelvanonian's voice, Lu Chen said with a smile, "It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of something." With that, Lu Chen cradled Yelvanonian's cheek, bent down, and then gave her a deep kiss. It was Lu Chen's habit to kiss the woman who had shared his bed the previous night upon waking up in the morning. Though no one knew where this habit came from, his women always indulged him. After their kiss, Lu Chen said with a smile, "I have to get going now. You should rest a bit longer." As Lu Chen turned to leave, Yelv Nanyan promptly said, "Take care, prince." Soon after, Lu Chen appeared in the study, only to find Qin Yushan handling a bow and several arrows as soon as he arrived at the courtyard of the study. "Qin Yushan, is that the piercing cloud bow in your hands?" Lu Chen had known about the court's commissioning of the piercing cloud bow quite early. Under the guidance of Lu Shuyun, the Ministry of Works had crafted this special weapon, which reportedly had immense power and could easily kill any martial artist below the 8th rank. Lu Chen had instructed the Brocade Guard to acquire a few sets of piercing cloud bows for the North Country a long time ago, but the weapon was strictly controlled, and even Grandmaster Liang Zong couldn't get his hands on it. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Qin Yushan immediately set the bow on the desk and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Prince." Lu Chen nodded and replied, "At ease." Qin Yushan continued, "The prince guessed correctly, these are the piercing cloud bow and piercing cloud arrows." Commander Liang sent a message back, saying that half a month ago, the Imperial Army and the rebels used the piercing cloud bow and piercing cloud arrows for the first time during battle. The Brocade Guard took this opportunity to acquire a set. Hearing Qin Yushan's words, Lu Chen immediately went to the desk, picked up the piercing cloud bow, and examined it closely. He pulled the bowstring and found that it was very elastic. However, the power of a bow and arrow is not determined solely by the quality of the bow, but also by the arrows. Lu Chen then picked up the piercing cloud arrow from the desk and scraped its tip with his finger. With just that scrape, Lu Chen's fingertip was cut, skinning a layer off. Seeing this, Lu Chen frowned slightly. What material was used to make the tip of these piercing cloud arrows? How could they be so sharp? He was a grandmaster, after all. Although he had not used his spiritual energy, a weapon would need to be quite sharp to cut the skin of someone at the grandmaster level so easily. Lu Chen then asked the system in his mind, "System, can you identify the materials used to make the piercing cloud bow and piercing cloud arrows?" Detected. The materials used in constructing the piercing cloud bow and piercing cloud arrows are extraterrestrial and do not belong to this world. Lu Chen was left feeling speechless. This was basically the same as not saying anything at all. In his heart, he had already guessed that the materials for making the piercing cloud bow and piercing cloud arrows were unlikely to be from this world. At this time, Lu Chen said to Qin Yushan, "Have you tried the power of the piercing cloud bow?" Qin Yushan replied, "After receiving these two items, I came straight to the North Prince Mansion and haven't had the chance to test the power of the piercing cloud bow yet." Lu Chen then took the piercing cloud bow and piercing cloud arrows and said, "Come, let's go to the backyard and test it." They then proceeded to the training ground in the backyard of the prince's mansion, where Lu Chen had the servants prepare several sets of armor worn by the Black Cavalry and lined those sets up in a row. Next, Lu Chen drew the bow and released an arrow. With the strength of a grandmaster like Lu Chen, he easily drew the piercing cloud bow. The moment he released his hold, the piercing cloud arrow shot out with a boom. The next moment, the line of armor was completely perforated by the piercing cloud arrow. Fortunately, Lu Chen had anticipated the arrow's power might be substantial and had placed steel plates behind the armor. Otherwise, the piercing cloud arrow would have pierced through the courtyard wall and could have injured people outside. At this time, Lu Chen's face became serious. There was a sonic boom the moment he released the arrow. Could the rebound force of the piercing cloud bow's string actually be greater than the kinetic energy produced by gunpowder explosion? Could it be that exaggerated? Considering himself a grandmaster and knowing that even using a regular bow and arrow, the force would be huge. He then handed the piercing cloud bow to Qin Yushan beside him. "Commander Qin, you try to see how powerful this piercing cloud bow is." Qin Yushan immediately understood Lu Chen's intention, took the bow and arrow, picked up a piercing cloud arrow, and shot towards the distant armor. Lu Chen found that Qin Yushan did not draw the bowstring to its fullest, indicating that even a grandmaster could not fully draw it, which meant that the bow was obviously not for ordinary people's use. It seemed that a minimum strength equivalent to a 5th-grade martial artist was needed to use the piercing cloud bow. At this moment, Qin Yushan released the string, and the piercing cloud arrow flew out with a whistle, but this time, the power of the piercing cloud arrow was not as great, it only pierced through 6 sets of armor. After seeing this, Lu Chen thought for a moment, then said to a nearby 7th-grade prince's mansion guard, "You try it." "Yes, your highness." The guard immediately took the piercing cloud bow from Qin Yushan's hand, picked the last arrow, and aimed at the sets of armor. By this time, Lu Chen noticed that the 7th-grade guard was clearly struggling to draw the bow. It matched his expectations. The piercing cloud bow was a weapon crafted for martial artists, and ordinary people or low-tier martial artists couldn't handle it. As the prince's mansion guard released the string, the piercing cloud arrow flew out again with a whistle, but this time pierced through only 3 sets of armor. In his mind, Lu Chen thought that if that force had these powerful bows and arrows, they would no longer need to fear even the heavy cavalry. The armor of the heavy cavalry was perforated in an instant. Before the heavy cavalry could engage at close range, they would turn into hedgehogs. Lu Chen felt somewhat relieved that the North Country had entered the age of firearms, meaning they wouldn't need to fear facing such piercing cloud bows. In battle, if they encountered an insurmountable foe, they could simply cover the area with heavy firepower. The dynamics of future warfare were bound to change, even in a world with grandmasters. No matter how formidable a grandmaster, they could only deal with so many enemies, and the skill within a grandmaster's body could be depleted. Against the continuous bombardment of cannons, even the most formidable grandmasters couldn't withstand it, unless they were of the heavenly human realm. However, currently, the major dynasties hardly made public appearances, let alone celestial-level fighters. At this time, Lu Chen asked, "Commander Qin, what is the current situation of the battle in the south?" Qin Yushan replied, "Currently, the imperial army has the upper hand, and the southern rebels are retreating steadily. This is also why the southern rebels resorted to using the piercing cloud bow." Lu Chen said, "I didn't expect that after the battle with Great Wu, the combat effectiveness of the imperial army is still so formidable." Qin Yushan added, "Perhaps it's not that the imperial army is too strong but rather the southern rebels are too weak. Now, the southern rebels are fighting as individual families, each with its own territory, and they are unhappy with other family forces entering their lands. Under such circumstances, it's difficult for them to be a formidable force." Lu Chen said, "That is true, I have overestimated those aristocratic families." Just then, a guard from the prince's mansion entered the rear courtyard and said, "Prince, Commander Wu of the Brocade Guard requests an audience." Lu Chen said, "Let him come directly to the rear courtyard." Yes. Soon, Wu Yuan appeared in the rear courtyard. After glancing at Qin Yushan, he said to Lu Chen, "Greetings, Prince." Lu Chen asked, "What's the matter?" Wu Yuan took out a piece of paper intelligence from his sleeve and said, "We've just received news that people from the South's aristocratic families have been spotted in Qi country. It seems that the southern rebels are trying to win over the Qi prince to lead troops south." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen, while taking the intelligence from Wu Yuan's hand, asked, "How did the Qi prince treat those people?" Wu Yuan replied, "The Qi prince has arranged for them to stay at the best tavern in Qi country and has met with them several times. As for the Qi prince's attitude, the Brocade Guard has not been able to find out yet." Lu Chen opened the intelligence in his hand and skimmed through it quickly. Lu Chen did not believe that the Qi prince would rebel along with the South's aristocratic families. Although the seigneurs of Great Sha had long been dissatisfied with the royal family, the current power of the seigneurs was no longer what it used to be. If they rashly decided to rebel, not only would their current wealth and honor be lost, but they also risked losing their lives. However, this was not certain. Power is so tempting that no one could be sure whether the Qi prince harbored imperial dreams. But if the Qi prince were to rebel, he would surely send envoys to the North Country. The North Country, bordering Qi country, had now become an entity that Qi country could not ignore. Most of Qi country's troops were positioned in the north, clearly to guard against the North Country. If Qi country wanted to transfer troops south to attack the capital city, the Qi prince would have to consider the possibility of the North Country marching south to support the emperor. Just as Lu Chen was about to return to the study, a guard from the prince's mansion brought in a soldier bearing a red flag into the prince's mansion. The red ribbon messenger, upon seeing Lu Chen, immediately knelt halfway and handed over the intelligence contained in a bamboo tube. Prince, the barbarian tribe's Tianqi king is leading an army of 400,000 troops eastward, and some of the vanguard cavalry has already arrived in the North Land. In less than half a month, they'll reach the North Country. Hearing this, the faces of everyone in the courtyard instantly turned stern. Lu Chen quickly took the bamboo tube from the red ribbon messenger and removed the intelligence, then said to Wu Yuan and Qin Yushan, Commander Qin, Commander Wu, go immediately to the Hall of Political Affairs and summon the military generals from Yan County. Both men said in unison, as you command, Prince. Afterward, they promptly left the North Prince mansion, while Lu Chen stood in place, seriously reading the battle report from the front. After finishing the intelligence from the North Land, something suddenly occurred to Lu Chen. This so-called Tianqi king had also attacked the Dayu dynasty not long ago, but was defeated by the empress of the Dayu dynasty. Unexpectedly, after being repelled by the Dayu dynasty, they didn't settle down. Instead, they moved to the North Land, and there was even a possibility they were planning to attack the North Country. With an army of 400,000 marching to the North Land, Lu Chen didn't believe they were just there for sightseeing. It's more likely that the Tianqi king felt humiliated by the defeat in the Dayu dynasty and wanted to regain confidence from Great Shah. Moreover, the barbarian tribe has always had a penchant for raiding the south. Having not plundered much of what they needed from the Dayu dynasty, they naturally would look to raid other places, and Lu Chen assessed that there was a high probability that the Tianqi king was targeting the North Country. Recently, from intelligence gathered by Wang Qingqi, he knew that since the Dayu dynasty had defeated the alliance of the barbarian tribes, they had been on guard against the barbarian tribes advancing from the northwest. He hadn't expected them to actually come, and with an army of 400,000, no less. Their ability to gather such precise intelligence was all thanks to those barbarian tribes living in the North Land. It seemed his initial decision to incorporate the North Land barbarians into the North Country proved to be very useful. After reading the urgent intelligence in his hands, Lu Chen immediately went to the Hall of Political Affairs to await the arrival of the military generals. Meanwhile, not far from North Prince Mansion, some people were watching the entrance of the mansion closely. These people belonged to the Shadow Guard. Wang Jiantao had been looking for an opportunity to assassinate Bai Qingqing recently, but he dared not directly infiltrate the North Prince Mansion because he was wary of Zhuge Zongguang. Though he practiced a cultivation technique that allowed him to conceal his presence, he was not confident that he could escape the detection of Grandmaster Zhuge Zongguang after eliminating Bai Qingqing. If it were an ordinary Grandmaster, perhaps he might have attempted it, for an average Grandmaster might not detect him in his stealth state. But Zhuge Zongguang was a Grandmaster on the verge of breaking through to the heavenly human realm. While killing Bai Qingqing might be easy, after doing so, Wang Jiantao was likely to end up staying in the North Prince Mansion permanently. Wang Jiantao thought that he was only there to eliminate a traitor, not to be a suicide attacker, so there was no need to risk his life sneaking into North Prince Mansion for an assassination. Just as Wang Jiantao was staring blankly at the entrance of North Prince Mansion, one of his shadow guards whispered a reminder, Leader, look quickly, 2 Grandmasters have arrived at the entrance of the North Prince Mansion. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiantao's gaze instantly fixated on the 2 people at the entrance of the mansion. Those 2 men rode black horses, cloaked in thick armor, and exuded the aura of Grandmasters from their beings. Wang Jiantao frowned slightly, sensing that these 2 Grandmasters were not ordinary in strength. In fact, they seemed even stronger than the Grandmaster who had just left the mansion, which made him feel a tremor in his heart upon seeing them. He himself was someone who did the Emperor's dirty work, and many had died by his hand, but the murderous aura he possessed was nothing compared to those 2, who seemed as though they had emerged from the underworld, their killing intent so intense that he felt uncomfortable even at this distance. At that moment, Xuanyuan Chen dismounted at the prince's mansion entrance and then turned to look in a certain direction, lingering without entering the mansion. Seeing this, Wenren Lai, who had already stepped through the gates, asked, "What's the matter?" Xuanyuan Chen then turned and said, "I just felt as if someone was watching us." Wenren Lai said indifferently, it's normal. Every day, many petty thieves keep an eye on the North Prince mansion. The North Country was no longer what it used to be, and the North Prince was no longer the North Prince of old, so it was common for many foreign spies to monitor every move of the North Prince. There was nothing new about it. As Xuanyuan Chen walked toward the mansion, he said, "True, let the brocade guard deal with those petty thieves. The main matter is what's urgent." Only after seeing the two Grand Masters dressed in black armor enter the North Prince mansion did Wang Jiantao breathe a sigh of relief. His heart had almost leapt into his throat just moments before. One of the Grand Masters had glanced in their direction, and they had felt the threat of death, sending a chill down their spines. In the North Country, aside from Zhuge Zongguang, the great Grand Master, there was actually another terrifyingly powerful Grand Master-level military general. Just as Wang Jiantao was recovering, a shadow guard beside him exclaimed, "Another Grand Master has appeared." Upon hearing this, Wang Jiantao immediately looked toward the entrance of the North Prince mansion. At that moment, a robust man in plain clothes dismounted his horse, handed it over to a servant of the prince's mansion, and then proceeded to enter. Although the aura of the robust man wasn't as terrifying as that of the two men in armor, the power emanating from him made it clear that he too was a master-level powerhouse. Shadow guards have been trained from a young age and often carry out various tasks in secret. They were generally able to easily gauge the approximate realm of a martial artist. At this moment, Wang Jiantao furrowed his brows in concern. The North Prince mansion actually housed 4 Grand Masters, something they hadn't anticipated at the start. While Wang Jiantao was pondering how to report this information about the North Country to the Sum Emperor, he suddenly saw yet another Grand Master appear at the entrance. Wang Jiantao's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief as he stared at the man at the entrance of the North Prince mansion. Was that Mu Changtian? How was this possible? Wasn't Mu Changtian killed during his exile in the northwest? How could he appear in this place? Wang Jiantao's expression immediately darkened. Certain he had not mistaken the man, the individual entering the North Prince mansion was indeed Mu Changtian himself. Counting Mu Changtian, there were now 5 Grand Masters in the North Prince mansion. The presence of 5 Grand Masters wasn't the important issue. What mattered was that the man the Sum Emperor wanted to eliminate had not died and had even appeared in the North Country. The North Prince most certainly knew who Mu Changtian was, yet he dared to harbor him. And Mu Changtian's presence here also meant that many of the soldiers who had died in the inn previously were likely killed by the North Prince's own men. Was the North Prince planning a rebellion? At a time when the Imperial Army was critical in suppressing the rebellion, if the North Prince led the North Country's army south to coordinate with the rebels, then the capital city would be in jeopardy. With this in mind, Wang Jiantao immediately said, "Let's leave." Everything they had seen today had to be swiftly reported to the Sum Emperor so that he could prepare for what was to come. After Wang Jiantao and his group left, Wei Siwan arrived at the North Prince mansion. If Wang Jiantao had seen another Grand Master arriving, he would have felt even more unsettled. About half an hour later, except for the military generals defending Yan County, all the important military generals of the North Country had arrived at the North Prince mansion. Inside the Hall of Political Affairs, Lu Chen sat in the prince's chair, with Zhuge Zongguang by his side. Seeing that most people had arrived, Lu Chen spoke directly, "I just received urgent military intelligence from the Northland. The Tianqi king has led an army of 400,000 barbarian tribe troops eastward, seemingly with the intent to attack the North Country." Hearing this, everyone in the hall looked at each other. The military generals of the North Country were not like the civil officials, they were more composed. Although the news sounded very urgent, none of the military generals showed signs of panic on their faces. On the contrary, they were somewhat eager to head north. Ever since the North Country equipped its troops with firearms, they had been continuously training in their use. Now, their proficiency with firearms had reached an exquisite level, and they had even developed several tactics related to the use of firearms. Though war meant death, these military generals had a strong desire for battle. And not only the generals, but under the North Country's existing military merit system, many soldiers were also longing for a fight as it was the only way for them to acquire substantial military merit. At this time, Mu Changtian spoke up, Prince, the North Country's troops are already prepared to fight against our enemies. They are just waiting for your command to head north without hesitation. Lu Chen said, an army is maintained for 1,000 days to be used for a moment. The North Country's troops have trained for so long, it's time to put them to the test. Wei Siwan then asked, Prince, do we need to call over the 100,000 troops from Wind Cloud Island? They should have already arrived in the North Country. Lu Chen replied, not for now. Let them stay stationed by the sea. I have already instructed people to build a military base there. Although the barbarian tribe had 400,000 troops, Lu Chen did not believe that they would pose a significant challenge to the North Country's army. For the time being, there was no need for the 100,000 soldiers from Wind Cloud Island, as they had not learned how to use firearms or undergone the relevant training. Bringing them over now would not be of much use. Just then, Zhuge Zongguang spoke up, Prince, I suggest we station the soldiers from Wind Cloud Island in Yan County. Once the North Country's army moves north, our rear will be exposed. If Great Zhu or Qi Country has other designs, the North Country might face threats from both front and back, and the 100,000 troops could have a deterrent effect. Hearing Zhuge Zongguang's suggestion, Lu Chen realized he had just received news of the aristocratic families from the south visiting the Qi Prince, and he had forgotten about Qi Prince. If the North Country's army moved north, Qi Prince might see it as an opportunity. It was entirely possible that Qi Prince could mobilize troops within Qi Country to head south and attack the capital city. Indeed, part of the 200,000 troops that the Great Yu dynasty had recently moved away had returned to the border regions adjacent to the North Country and stationed there. It seemed that the Great Yu Empress was always on guard against the North Country. There was no telling whether the Great Yu dynasty might take advantage of the North Country's weakened rear and suddenly send troops to attack. It was truly uncertain. Thinking of this, Lu Chen said, the great scholar makes sense. General Wei, if those 100,000 soldiers have already reached the coast, have them rush to Yan County as quickly as possible. Wei Siwan replied, yes, Prince. Xuanyuan Chen then asked, Prince, how many black cavalry do you plan to send northward? After pondering for a while, Lu Chen knew that inside the Great Sum's territory, the piercing cloud bow had appeared, capable of threatening heavy cavalry. But this time, they were not dealing with the royal court or the rebel forces from the south. Their enemies were the barbarian tribes coming from the northwest, who most likely did not possess any weapons to counter heavy cavalry. Before the widespread availability of such a powerful cold weapon as the piercing cloud bow, heavy cavalry could still play a powerful role in battle. With this thought, Lu Chen said, let's send 40,000 black cavalry northward and leave 10,000 to defend Yan County. Having said that, Lu Chen looked towards Xiao Pengtian. General Xiao, might you have heard of the Tianqi king from the barbarian tribe? Xiao Pengtian answered, back to you, Prince, I have heard of him. During the old Sky Wolf King's time, Tianqi king had sent people to the Sky Wolf King's tribe, attempting to recruit the tribe under his command. I've also heard that Tianqi king had sent envoys to the North Free King's tribe, but ultimately both our tribes refused. Rumor has it that Tianqi king has reached the Grandmaster realm, and his ambition is vast. He believes he is favored by the barbarian god, which is why he changed his title to Tianqi king. He also wishes to unite all the barbarian tribes and become the barbarian emperor. Hearing Xiao Pengtian's words, Lu Chen's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Grandmaster. This was the first time North Country faced an enemy Grandmaster entering the battlefield. In this case, they too must bring a Grandmaster with them. Although Grandmasters might not necessarily withstand the barrage of cannons, they could still disrupt their formations and destroy their cannons. Should a Grandmaster get close to their cannon-armed positions, their cannons were likely to be destroyed by the Grandmaster. Think of this, Lu Chen said, for this battle against the Tianqi king's army, I shall personally lead the troops northward. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Zongguang said, Prince, this is not appropriate. You are a prince of the North Country, tasked with managing the entire North Country. You should not appear on the battlefield. Lu Chen is the son of destiny, how could he be in a dangerous place? If something were to happen to him, how could he continue to lead this world? From Zhuge Zongguang's personal perspective, he definitely did not want to see Lu Chen head to the battlefield. Lu Chen said, the firearms are also considered my invention, and this will be the soldiers' first time using firearms in combat. How could I not go to the front lines to guide the soldiers in using them? This matter is not up for discussion, this prince must go to the front. Seeing Lu Chen's resolute attitude, Zhuge Zongguang had no choice but to say no more. If the prince insists on going, this old minister will also accompany the prince northward. Lu Chen immediately said, that's not an option. The North Prince Mansion in Yan County still need the great scholar for protection. Once I leave Yan County, it is very likely that some petty thieves will target the North Prince Mansion. What Lu Chen was most concerned about were his wives and concubines. Although the North Prince Mansion already had the Grand Master Chen Wanrong, Lu Chen still felt it was not entirely safe. Zhuge Zongguang said, Prince. Seeing Zhuge Zongguang was about to say something more, Lu Chen suddenly realized that this would be his first confrontation with a Grand Master, and he was uncertain if he was a match for that Grand Master. Therefore, to be safe, it wouldn't hurt to be overprepared. Since Zhuge Zongguang was set on protecting the North Prince Mansion and could not be moved, then Chen Wanrong could certainly join him in heading north. As things currently stood, Mysterious Moon Palace was unlikely to come to Yan County to take Chen Wanrong away. With that in mind, Lu Chen said, the great scholar knows I'm worried about my safety. How about this, I will bring a Grand Master with me, that way there is no need for the great scholar to worry. Zhuge Zongguang said, Prince, to my knowledge, doesn't the North Country lack a third Grand Master? Lu Chen said with a smile, why not? It's just that you, great scholar, are not aware. The Palace Master of Mysterious Moon Palace is a Grand Master, having only recently made the breakthrough. I am a Grand Master myself, and with another Grand Master, that should surely set the great scholar's mind at ease, right? Zhuge Zongguang said, if another Grand Master accompanies the prince northward, then this old minister will be relieved. At that moment, Mu Chengtian spoke from the side, Prince, should we inform the common people about this northern expedition? After all, the enemy has 400,000 troops. Although the North Country has already defeated 2 barbarian tribes, if the common people learn of this, it would still likely cause panic. Lu Chen calmly said, this time as we march north, we should indeed let the common people know. Not only should they be aware, but we should also continuously promote it, making the common people of the North Country understand that North Country's soldiers are heading north to battle the barbarian tribes in order to protect them. Lu Chen's idea was simple. If the common people didn't know that the North Country's soldiers were risking their lives against the barbarian tribes for their safety, how could they possibly respect those soldiers? As for causing panic, Lu Chen was not overly concerned. Certainly, some civilians would be afraid, fear being a common human emotion, but the North Country had frequently faced raids from barbarian tribes in the past, and many civilians were already accustomed to it. Therefore, letting the common people know that the barbarian tribe was moving south, in Lu Chen's view, would not bring too much trouble to the North Country, even if the common people felt panic. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Chengtian thought for a moment and felt there was some truth to them. At this time, Lu Chen unfolded the map in front of him, then said, everyone gather around, let's not discuss the trivial matters for now. The Tianqi King's army will soon arrive in the North Country, we must make haste to deploy. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the military generals in the Great Hall immediately gathered around the table in front of the throne to discuss the deployment strategy. After the military meeting ended, Lu Chen allowed Mu Chengtian and the others to return to the military camp and gave the soldiers a day off to say goodbye to their families. Although war was imminent, it was still necessary to allow the soldiers a chance to say goodbye to their families, lest the soldiers die on the battlefield and their families remain unaware of where they went, or if they would return. In addition to allowing the soldiers to go home and bid farewell to their families, Lu Chen also ordered Qin Yushan to clean up the spies in Yan County. They were soon to move northward, and without Lu Chen in Yan County, those spies might cause trouble, so it was better to have the Brocade Guard clean up beforehand. Speaking of cleaning up spies from other countries, Lu Chen thought of what Bai Qingqing mentioned some time ago, that the Sum Emperor had already sent people to eliminate the traitors among the Shadow Guards, and it was very likely that those who wanted to assassinate Bai Qingqing were still in Yan County. Lu Chen planned before moving north to lure out these shadow guards and then eliminate them. If he let them be in Yan County, once he left, they would definitely make a move against Bai Qingqing. This time he was heading north without intending to take Bai Qingqing with him, and with the Sum Emperor's shadow guards in Yan County, Lu Chen was very concerned, fearing that these guards would create trouble. Having decided on the next actions, the entire Yan County became busy. In the morning, Lu Chen held the military meeting, and by the afternoon, all the common people in Yan County had learned of the approaching southward invasion of the barbarian tribe's 400,000-strong army. Of course, this news was released by the newspapers at Lu Chen's behest, as he intended to make extensive propaganda for this war. Upon hearing that the barbarian tribe was moving south again, the people of Yan County became panicked in an instant, some even considering running away. However, more people chose to trust the North Prince, believing in the North Prince's army. The victories in the previous two wars had given the common people of North Country great confidence. Although there were rumors that the North Country's heavy cavalry was annihilated during the battle with the North Free King, the soldiers of North Country still managed to defend Tianguang City and prevented the North Free King from moving south. For most living in the North Country, as long as the soldiers held the north, preventing the barbarian cavalry from moving south was considered a great victory. At this very moment, inside a private room of a certain tavern, Wang Jiantao looked at the newspaper in his hand, pondering for a long time. He now understood why there had been so many grandmasters going to the North Prince mansion that morning. They were probably discussing how to resist the southward invasion of the Tianqi King's 400,000 army. At that moment, a shadow guard said, "Commander, subordinates have learned that soon the North Prince will be heading to the military camp on the eastern side of Yan County for an inspection, and Bai Qingqing had always liked to follow the North Prince closely. She'll probably accompany him this time too, which presents a great opportunity for us." Wang Jiantao thought for a while and remained silent. Zhu Zongguang is a grandmaster, and someone at the level of grandmaster should not be following a prince around everywhere. If Bai Qingqing indeed accompanies the North Prince to the military camp and Lu Chen doesn't have many high-level martial artists with him, then it would certainly be an excellent opportunity for them to eliminate Bai Qingqing, and they might even directly make a move against the North Prince. Of course, dealing with the North Prince was not something he should undertake now, without a clear order from the Sum Emperor, even though he knew that the North Prince was now a major concern for the Sum Emperor. As a commander of the Shadow Guard, he could not act against Lu Chen. After a brief pause, Wang Jiantao picked up the conical bamboo hat on the table, set out. At this time, Wang Jiantao and the Shadow Guards were unaware that the news of Lu Chen inspecting the military camp was deliberately released by Lu Chen. His plan was to draw out those Shadow Guards who wanted to kill Bai Qingqing, and then directly deal with them, preventing them from causing trouble for Bai Qingqing after his departure, or from creating chaos in Yan County. Around 4 in the afternoon, Lu Chen sat in a carriage while Bai Qingqing rode a horse, casually taking a few guards and heading out of the city towards the eastern military camp. The military camp on the eastern side of Yan County was some distance away from the city, and part of the journey went through a forest. Forests provided an excellent location for assassins like the Shadow Guards to strike. Lu Chen was convinced that the Shadow Guards would make a move. Before long, Lu Chen's carriage entered the area where the Shadow Guards were ambushed. Seeing that Lu Chen had only brought Bai Qingqing and a few 5th-level guards, Wang Jiantao found it strange. Logically, Bai Qingqing should have already noticed that the Sum Emperor was eliminating the Shadow Guards in North Country, and she was one of the targets. So why did Bai Qingqing still dare to let Lu Chen bring just a few skilled men along? Could it be that Bai Qingqing didn't tell Lu Chen about the Shadow Guards situation? Or perhaps Bai Qingqing didn't take the Shadow Guards seriously from the start, thinking no one would dare to attack her. After all, she was a grandmaster, and killing her was indeed not an easy matter. Her confidence was normal. Seeing that Wang Jiantao had yet to give an order, a shadow guard next to him said, "Commander, if we let them pass a bit further, they will see North Country's military camp, and it will be too late for us to make a move." Hearing this, Wang Jiantao asked a shadow guard who had been trailing the carriage from the prince's mansion, "Xiao Qi, are you certain that only the North Prince is inside the carriage?" I am certain, I saw the North Prince get on the carriage with my own eyes, replied the subordinate. Wang Jiantao thought to himself that if it were only the North Prince, plus a few guards, indeed there was nothing to fear. Although the North Prince was rumored to be a martial artist, his age was evident and he could not be overly strong no matter what. With that in mind, Wang Jiantao no longer hesitated. Attack! Wang Jiantao and his companions weren't there to assassinate Lu Chen, so they didn't start with a surprise arrow attack on Lu Chen's carriage. Instead, they stepped out in the open and surrounded both the carriage and the guards from the prince's mansion. At that moment, Bai Qingqing said expressionlessly, "Who are you?" Wang Jiantao and the others were wearing cloaks and their faces were covered with cloth, concealing their full visage. However, Bai Qingqing obviously knew who they were and her question was purely rhetorical. Having grown up in the training grounds of the Shadow Guards, Bai Qingqing was, after all, a disciple of Wang Jiantao. She was very familiar with the martial aura Wang Jiantao exuded. The moment Wang Jiantao made his appearance, she knew it was him. Wang Jiantao then said coldly, "Commander Bai has been quite busy lately, so busy that you've forgotten your own duties." After hearing the commotion outside, Lu Chen lifted the curtain of the carriage and, with a smile, asked Bai Qingqing beside the carriage, "Bai, do you recognize them?" Without any expression, Bai Qingqing answered, "Your Highness, I do not." Upon hearing Bai Qingqing's response, Wang Jiantao scoffed, "Commander Bai is indeed forgetful of old acquaintances, forgetting even your own foster father. Since you've chosen to betray the organization, I believe you are already prepared for death." In the midst of speaking, Wang Jiantao drew the blade from his waist. Without hesitation, Bai Qingqing also drew her sword and then said to the guards of the prince's mansion, "Protect the prince." As her words fell, Bai Qingqing charged towards Wang Jiantao who was not far off. Besides Wang Jiantao, the other shadow guards did not join the fray, continuing to encircle the guards and the carriage without any intention of attacking Lu Chen. Their presence was solely to eliminate Bai Qingqing, the traitor. Although the North Prince was also a thorn in the Sum Emperor's side, the Emperor hadn't ordered them to act against the North Prince, so they had no choice but to separate him from Bai Qingqing. Meanwhile, Lu Chen stepped out from the carriage and sat beside the coachman's seat, simply watching the fight between Bai Qingqing and Wang Jiantao unfold. Having listened to the conversation between Wang Jiantao and Bai Qingqing, Lu Chen realized that this Wang Jiantao was likely the one who trained Bai Qingqing into a shadow guard. To cultivate a shadow guard devoid of emotions, Bai Qingqing must have endured much suffering as a child. Thus, Lu Chen wanted to give Bai Qingqing a chance to seek her own vengeance. If Bai Qingqing truly was no match for Wang Jiantao, Lu Chen would intervene. As a Grand Master, he was acutely aware of every subtle movement in his vicinity. Should Bai Qingqing be in danger, he could save her in an instant. Just as Bai Qingqing was about to reach Wang Jiantao, he pushed off with his legs with ease, leaping into the air and kicking off a nearby tree, flying straight towards Bai Qingqing with a slash that sent an invisible wave of sword chi her way. Mounted on her horse, Bai Qingqing remained unflustered. She leapt off and swung her sword at Wang Jiantao, her sword chi colliding with his, slicing the surrounding trees in half as ripples of force passed through them. From the initial exchange, Wang Jiantao sensed something was amiss. He realized Bai Qingqing's strength might have surpassed his own. How could that be? When Bai Qingqing left the capital city, she had only recently broken through to the Master Realm. Her strength shouldn't exceed his. From their brief clash, Wang Jiantao could clearly feel that Bai Qingqing's realm had reached the pinnacle of the Master Realm, markedly different from an ordinary master. Wang Jiantao landed from the air, then chuckled, "It seems that Commander Bai's strength has improved rapidly during your time in the North Prince mansion. I wonder what benefits the North Prince gave you to provoke your betrayal." Bai Qingqing ignored Wang Jiantao's words and turned into a blur as she rushed straight at him. The next moment, a cold glint of her sword aimed directly for Wang Jiantao's neck. However, Wang Jiantao did not panic. A smirk briefly crossed his lips, and in the blink of an eye, his figure simply vanished from the spot. Seeing this spectacle, even Lu Chen was momentarily surprised. His gaze had been fixed on Wang Jiantao and Bai Qingqing, and he hadn't expected Wang Jiantao to disappear so swiftly under his watch. But after all, as a Grandmaster, it wasn't long before Lu Chen sensed Wang Jiantao's presence again. By then, Wang Jiantao had already reappeared behind Bai Qingqing. A blade of light swept towards Bai Qingqing's waist, and just as she seemed bound to be struck, and Lu Chen was about to intervene, Bai Qingqing reacted, arching her body back to gracefully dodge Wang Jiantao's blade. Then Bai Qingqing counterattacked with a sword strike, but again, it inflicted no damage as Wang Jiantao's figure disappeared once more. Wang Jiantao continuously attacked with elusive movements, putting Bai Qingqing on the defensive. Lu Chen recognized that Wang Jiantao's techniques were incredibly tricky, bearing a striking resemblance to shadow shifting, allowing him to easily evade enemy strikes. Even though Bai Qingqing was on the back foot, she was, after all, an extreme realm master and her reaction speed was sufficiently fast. It was not easy for Wang Jiantao to catch her off guard, as she was able to anticipate each attack. At that moment, Lu Chen, eyeing the cloaked shadow guards who were still surrounding his guards and carriage, said teasingly, "Aren't you all going to join the fight? What are you doing encircling my carriage?" Hearing this, the shadow guards did not speak. They remained standing in place, surrounding the prince's mansion's carriage. It was at that moment Wang Jiantao realized that no matter how he attacked, he couldn't kill Bai Qingqing. She always managed to react in time. Since Wang Jiantao had taught Bai Qingqing's swordsmanship himself and was extremely familiar with it, he originally thought he could easily eliminate Bai Qingqing, the traitor. However, to his surprise, she had achieved a breakthrough to the Master Realm in such a short period of time, which put him at a disadvantage. No, he couldn't drag this out any longer. If he delayed until the Grand Master from the prince's mansion arrived, it was very likely that his mission would fail. He was one of the Sum Emperor's few remaining Shadow Guard leaders who had never failed, because all those who had failed were already dealt with by the Sum Emperor. If he didn't complete the mission this time, death was the only thing waiting for him. At that moment, Wang Jiantao took a pill from his sleeve and stuffed it into his mouth. Seeing Wang Jiantao take the pill, Bai Qingqing's brows raised slightly. As the deputy commander of the Shadow Guards, Bai Qingqing also knew that the Shadow Guards had a kind of blood-burst pill. Once this pill was consumed, a martial artist's skill would greatly increase in a short period, similar to entering the blood-burning state. However, the side effects of using the blood-burst pill were very small, taking only a month or two to recover. Clearly, what Wang Jiantao had just used was the blood-burst pill. The next moment, Wang Jiantao's knife technique suddenly became sharper, and his strikes grew much stronger. Wang Jiantao, who had been trying to use stealth to attack, was now directly engaging Bai Qingqing head-on. Blades clashed and sparks flew, trees around them fell one after another, causing a great commotion. At this point, Bai Qingqing was beginning to feel overpowered. Her swordsmanship, taught by Wang Jiantao, was very familiar to him. She was barely able to fend off Wang Jiantao's attacks by relying on her realm. But as Wang Jiantao's skill inside his body increased, Bai Qingqing couldn't hold up at all and could only keep retreating. Then, with a slash from Wang Jiantao, a huge blade force instantly sent Bai Qingqing flying. Although she blocked part of the attack with her sword, she was still knocked back more than 10 meters and spat out a mouthful of blood, obviously sustaining internal injuries. Seeing that Bai Qingqing was no match for Wang Jiantao, Lu Chen didn't plan to stand by and watch anymore. He immediately jumped down from the carriage. Seeing Lu Chen heading towards Bai Qingqing, the knife-wielding shadow guards immediately surrounded him, and then a 9th-grade shadow guard said, "North Prince, if you come any closer, don't blame us for attacking you." Hearing the shadow guard's threat, Lu Chen let out a cold laugh. "You're the first person to dare threaten me this year." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, the shadow guard's body involuntarily flew towards Lu Chen, struggling to break free but to no avail. Soon after, the shadow guard felt Lu Chen grabbing his neck, and he felt his skill rapidly draining from his body. Seeing this, the other shadow guards sensed something was wrong. The North Prince's strength was obviously underestimated by them. Then, a shadow guard shouted, "Attack!" Although they hadn't received orders to kill the North Prince, if he intended to stop them from completing their mission, they wouldn't be polite. Meanwhile, not far away, Wang Jiantao noticed what was happening near the carriage. Seeing the shadow guards suddenly charging towards Lu Chen, he frowned. Just then, an aura of great power suddenly emanated from Lu Chen, centered on his body, pushing all the shadow guards to the ground. Feeling the terrifying aura coming from Lu Chen, all the shadow guards were stunned, even Wang Jiantao was taken aback. Grand Master. How is this possible? The North Prince had been in the North Land for less than 4 years, how could he become a Grand Master? No wonder the North Prince only brought a few people with him on this trip, he was already a Grand Master, how could he possibly be afraid of being assassinated? Wang Jiantao quickly came to his senses and inwardly cried out, bad. They had been tricked. It was clearly a trap set by the North Prince, designed to draw them out, those who wished to eliminate Bai Qingqing. Now they were in trouble. Facing a Grand Master, they had no capacity to fight. At that moment, Wang Jiantao glanced over at Bai Qingqing, who had suffered injuries. Could it be that today they could only retreat? No. If he didn't complete the mission, he would face death upon his return. With this thought in mind, Wang Jiantao immediately gripped the knife in his hand and charged at Bai Qingqing. He intended to take advantage of Lu Chen's momentary distraction to kill her and then use his shadow-shifting technique to escape. Even though Lu Chen was a Grand Master, he was still so young. Wang Jiantao was very confident in his movements, believing that even a Grand Master couldn't capture him. Suddenly, Wang Jiantao appeared in front of Bai Qingqing and swung his knife at her. Seeing this, Lu Chen snorted coldly, actually daring to kill someone before him. The next moment, using shadow shifting, Lu Chen's body appeared beside Bai Qingqing without any warning, pinning Wang Jiantao's knife between 2 fingers. Wang Jiantao was shocked. Such speed. Lu Chen used his fingertips to snap the knife from Wang Jiantao's grip, causing Wang Jiantao to swiftly backpedal several steps. At that moment, Lu Chen spoke, Wang Jiantao, you have some nerve, daring to kill my woman right in front of this prince. Having said this, Lu Chen immediately embraced Bai Qingqing, who had already been injured, and then healed her using the rejuvenating skill. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, a rosy flush appeared on Bai Qingqing's pale face, particularly at Lu Chen's words, this prince's woman, which made her heart race uncontrollably. Seeing that Lu Chen had directly mentioned his own name, Wang Jiantao said, Prince, now that you know my name, you must have been told everything by Bai Qingqing. If you wish to avoid bringing disaster upon yourself, it would be best to hand Bai Qingqing over. Lu Chen indifferently remarked, people who threaten this prince usually meet with a very unpleasant fate. Upon saying this, the martial presence around Lu Chen surged, imposing a heavy oppressive force that made Wang Jiantao, standing at a distance, struggle to breathe. Wang Jiantao thought to himself that today's assassination attempt had definitely failed, and he would have to find another way to kill Bai Qingqing. He couldn't afford any further delays. If he did wait, his own escape might become impossible. With that thought in mind, Wang Jiantao's body vanished on the spot as he made his escape. Seeing Wang Jiantao attempt to flee, Lu Chen chuckled, then let go of Bai Qingqing. His figure flashed, and he threw a punch at a certain spot. The next moment, Wang Jiantao reappeared, his body flying backward and crashing through over a dozen trees. Wang Jiantao coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and lay on the ground, looking at the distant Lu Chen with disbelief. How could you possibly have tracked my movements? Wang Jiantao had always been confident in his agility. In his view, unless someone was a Grand Master about to break through to the heavenly human realm like Zhuge Zongguang, catching him was impossible. Lu Chen was still so young, and even if he had broken through to the Grand Master realm, his strength should not be that formidable. And yet, he had managed to pinpoint Wang Jiantao's position instantly, throwing Wang Jiantao into a state of utter panic. As Lu Chen walked towards Wang Jiantao, he said, Commander Wang, you hit this prince's woman and thought you could leave without paying any price. Aren't you underestimating this prince a bit too much? As Lu Chen drew nearer, Wang Jiantao immediately said, North Prince, I am a man of the Sum Emperor, and it was he who sent me. If you dare to lay a hand on me, once the Emperor finds out, he will surely accuse you of rebellion. Lu Chen, with a face full of indifference, said, Rebellion. If you die, then no one will know that it was this prince who did all this, will they? As his words fell, Lu Chen raised his hand. Seeing that Lu Chen was really going to strike, Wang Jiantao immediately stirred up all his skill, used the blood ignition skill, and made another attempt to flee. Wang Jiantao knew his own limitations. Even after using the blood ignition skill, he didn't believe he could match a grandmaster. The key issue was that Lu Chen was a grandmaster who could detect his presence. What Wang Jiantao feared most was a grandmaster who could not only discern his location but also keep up with his speed, and Lu Chen was precisely such an individual. Seeing Wang Jiantao flee again, Lu Chen did not hesitate and used shadow shifting once more. At that moment, Wang Jiantao looked back to see that he could no longer see Lu Chen and the others, and he breathed a sigh of relief, only for a clawed hand to suddenly grip Wang Jiantao's neck the next second. Wang Jiantao's entire being froze. How could this be possible? It was then that Wang Jiantao realized the cultivation technique Lu Chen was using was very similar to his own, capable of entering a stealth state to make the body disappear from sight. But Lu Chen was clearly faster. After all, Lu Chen was already a grandmaster, and no matter how much Wang Jiantao tried to run, he could never escape from Lu Chen's grasp. Just as Wang Jiantao was about to plead for mercy, he suddenly felt the skill inside his body flowing endlessly towards Lu Chen. Wang Jiantao became even more terrified. What kind of martial arts is this? Why had he never heard of any skill in the martial world capable of siphoning away another's skill? In desperation, Wang Jiantao managed to beg, spare my life. After absorbing half of Wang Jiantao's skill, Lu Chen threw him to the ground. Wang Jiantao hastily knelt and pleaded for mercy, Your Highness, spare my life. I was only ordered by the Emperor to eliminate Bai Qingqing. I harbored no intentions of lifting a finger against you. Lu Chen let out a cold snort and said, Bai is this prince's woman. To strike her is to strike at this prince. Wang Jiantao continued, Your Highness, spare me, I know some secrets about the Emperor. If you don't kill me, I will share all of these secrets with you. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen commented thoughtfully, Oh. You know secrets about my royal father. Lu Chen had refrained from killing Wang Jiantao outright because he felt that Wang Jiantao might still be of use. As the leader of the Shadow Guard and someone close to the Sum Emperor, Wang Jiantao had done plenty of dirty work for him, making him the person most likely to know the emperor's secrets. Fearful that Lu Chen might not believe him, Wang Jiantao hurriedly said, Your Highness, your mother's death was orchestrated by His Majesty himself. The emperor has always believed you are not his biological son, which is why he has always neglected you and sent you to this impoverished North City. Upon hearing Wang Jiantao's words, Lu Chen was taken aback. He of course suspected that his mother's death was very likely the Sum Emperor's doing, but what he did not expect was that the emperor believed he wasn't his biological son. What was this about? Had his mother deceived the Sum Emperor? Frowning, Lu Chen then asked, Why would my royal father think that I am not his biological son? Wang Jiantao hastened to answer, because every time His Majesty visited Consort Yu, he would wake up the next day with a splitting headache, with no recollection of what happened the previous night. The emperor suspects that Consort Yu was unfaithful, and that you are the child of another man. Over the years, His Majesty has been ordering the Shadow Guard to investigate who your biological father is. Back then, the young men who had any dealings with Consort Yu were all discreetly dealt with by the Shadow Guard. Hearing Wang Jiantao's words, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. He wondered why the Sum Emperor treated him so poorly, thinking all emperors were emotionless. Plus, being Chu Yu's child, he assumed the Sum Emperor simply didn't care about him, to the point of ignoring assassination attempts on his life. It turned out that in the Sum Emperor's eyes, he wasn't his child at all. What on earth did his mother do back then to make the Sum Emperor believe he wasn't his child? After giving it some thought, Lu Chen felt a headache coming on. But then again, all men are similar in that they can't tolerate being cuckolded. As a man himself, Lu Chen could understand the Sum Emperor's feelings. But for the Sum Emperor to determine whether he was his son, there had to be enough evidence, right? Could it be that the Sum Emperor thought that forgetting what happened at night equated to not having shared a room with his mother? This matter, he feared, would have to be clarified with Chu Yukin. Chu Yukin was her mother's maidservant, and she should know quite clearly what happened before his birth. At this moment, Lu Chen looked at Wang Jiantao and asked, Does my royal father have any other secrets? Wang Jiantao immediately said, His Majesty plans to summon Grand Masters from all over to assassinate Zhuge Zongguang. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's face turned instantly grim, now aware of such a matter. So, Zhuge Zongguang's premonition was correct. The Sum Emperor's targeting of forces suspected to have Grand Masters was not to deal with the aristocratic families of the south but to take on the north country. Truly worthy of a sage summoned by the system, Zhuge Zongguang had foreseen this. Just as Lu Chen was about to ask more, he suddenly noticed Wang Jiantao's face turning red, and then his body seemed to expand. Lu Chen instantly sensed danger. He swiftly used shadow shifting to get away from where he was. Wang Jiantao was now clutching his throat, a look of unwillingness on his face as he hoarsely growled, His Majesty. As his voice fell, Wang Jiantao's body instantly exploded, destroying all the surrounding trees and leaving a huge crater, with Wang Jiantao's body turned into countless pieces. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen, who was at a distance, was stunned. What was going on? Why did Wang Jiantao suddenly self-destruct like this? From Wang Jiantao's prior attitude, it seemed that he didn't wish to die, and the self-destruction was likely against his wishes. So why would he self-destruct? Before his death, Wang Jiantao shouted the words, His Majesty. Could this be the Sum Emperor's doing? Lu Chen immediately returned to Bai Qingqing's side. He needed to ask her what was going on, for if this was indeed the Sum Emperor's doing, it meant that the Shadow Guards might also have something in them that could cause self-destruction, potentially including Bai Qingqing. Upon reaching Bai Qingqing's side, without a word, Lu Chen grabbed Bai Qingqing's delicate hand and used rejuvenating skill to examine her body. Seeing Lu Chen return with such a serious expression, and having heard the distant explosion, Bai Qingqing asked in confusion, Prince, is he dead? Lu Chen said, Wang Jiantao self-destructed, but it seemed he didn't wish to die. I can't understand how he self-destructed. Hearing this, Bai Qingqing said, the Shadow Guards all take a certain poison. It could be related to that. After examining Bai Qingqing's body, Lu Chen said, puzzled, strange, I didn't find any signs of poisoning in your body. Bai Qingqing was a Shadow Guard, too, and even the deputy commander. If the Sum Emperor had taken measures against betrayal with Wang Jiantao, it was unlikely he hadn't done the same with Bai Qingqing. So why was she unaffected? Lu Chen's expression grew even more grave. Wang Jiantao's sudden self-destruction made him anxious. He didn't understand how the Sum Emperor, from such a distance, knew about Wang Jiantao's betrayal and then made Wang Jiantao's body explode. Of course, Wang Jiantao's death was one thing, he was worried about Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing was also a Shadow Guard, and the deputy commander. If the Sum Emperor could make the traitorous Wang Jiantao explode, logically, he could do the same to Bai Qingqing. At this time, Lu Chen asked, Bai, are you sure all Shadow Guards take the same poison? Bai Qingqing responded affirmatively with a hum. Lu Chen continued, does my royal father periodically give you an antidote? Bai Qingqing answered, it is a poison that doesn't need an antidote. This. Bai Qingqing, sensing what Lu Chen was worried about, continued, in the past, there have been Shadow Guards on missions who would suddenly self-destruct. They typically took a blood burst pill and eventually used the blood ignition skill right before self-destruction. Lu Chen suddenly understood, then said, it seems the poison my royal father had you take is a primer. When certain conditions are met, the Shadow Guard will self-destruct to prevent betrayal. Lu Chen had more or less guessed the cause of Wang Jiantao's self-destruction. The Sum Emperor first administered the so-called poison as a primer. Later, when Shadow Guards encountered formidable opponents during missions, foes that could make them take a blood burst pill and use the blood ignition skill simultaneously, the Shadow Guards would immediately self-destruct. Perhaps in the Sum Emperor's eyes, by the time Shadow Guards resorted to the blood burst pill and blood ignition skill, they were already likely to fail their mission, and to prevent any chance of betrayal, the Sum Emperor devised such a failsafe measure. Lu Chen was not sure whether his guess was correct. At this time, he glanced at the distant Shadow Guards who had not yet died. Although he had injured those Shadow Guards with his spiritual power, several of them had not died instantly. Lu Chen then walked over and looked at a Shadow Guard who was still struggling on the ground, and then asked, do you want to live? The Shadow Guard hurriedly said, Prince, spare my life. Lu Chen said with a smile, I will give you a chance to live. Just consume your blood burst pill and then use the blood ignition skill, and I will let you go. Hearing these words, the shadow guard lying on the ground felt puzzled as to what Lu Chen wanted to do, but still, he quickly took out a blood burst pill from his chest pocket and swallowed it. After swallowing the blood burst pill, the shadow guard also used the blood ignition skill. In the next moment, his eyes turned blood red, but because his skill had been enhanced, the pain from his injuries seemed much less severe than before. He suddenly felt a lot more comfortable. At this point, he got up from the ground and asked cautiously, Prince, may I leave now? Lu Chen chuckled and said, you may leave. Seeing that the North Prince really let him go, he was incredulous, but to avoid Lu Chen changing his mind, he immediately ran towards the distance. However, he had not gone far when his body suddenly exploded, scattering into countless pieces, meeting the same fate as Wang Jiantao before him. Lu Chen laughed softly. He could now basically confirm the condition that caused their self-destruction. As long as they used the blood burst pill and then used the blood ignition skill, they would explode and die. He hadn't expected his father to have such a method. Lu Chen then went back to Bai Qingqing's side, grabbed her hand again, and checked her body for the second time. Still, he found no unusual substances in her body. Bai Qingqing's body was very healthy and showed no signs of poisoning. Lu Chen thought with confusion, Bai Qingqing had not consumed poison, but for something to act as a trigger for one's self-destruction, that substance should continuously be present in the body. Why had he found nothing inside Bai Qingqing's body after several checks? At that moment, Lu Chen had a bold guess and asked the system in his mind, System, can my poison immunity body help others detoxify? Yes, the body fluids of the host also possess the ability to detoxify. Hearing the system's response, Lu Chen immediately understood what was going on. No wonder there was nothing unusual in Bai Qingqing's body. It turned out to be this. Then, Lu Chen went to another shadow guard, grabbed his body, and while absorbing the shadow guard's skill, he searched for the poison that Bai Qingqing mentioned. Soon, Lu Chen found a mass of black substance in the dantian of the shadow guard. He turned his head to Bai and said, Bai, do you have any blood burst pills on you? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Bai Qingqing immediately took out a bottle of blood burst pills from her sleeve and threw it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen caught the bottle, opened the cap, and shoved several blood burst pills into the mouth of the shadow guard, then said to him, if you want to live, use the blood ignition skill. The shadow guard was already close to death, and to survive, he used the blood ignition skill without hesitation. The next moment, the black substance inside him spread throughout his body and merged with the blood burst pills he had just ingested. Right after, the shadow guard's body began to swell. Lu Chen kicked the shadow guard away with a foot. Because Lu Chen had already nearly drained the shadow guard of his skill, the shadow guard didn't explode like Wang Jiantao and the other shadow guard. At most, it was an internal explosion, with a large amount of blood spewing out from his orifices. Seeing this, Lu Chen was essentially certain of the means by which his father controlled the shadow guards. Anyway, as long as the shadow guards used the blood burst pills and executed the blood ignition skill, they were undoubtedly destined to die. But then again, had his father never considered the possibility of them actively betraying? For example, Bai Qingqing was actively betraying. Active betrayal did not require a desperate fight, thus the conditions for self-destruction could not be triggered. Of course, even if Bai Qingqing now used the blood burst pill and the blood ignition skill simultaneously, she would not self-destruct because the black substance was no longer in her body. She had been overpowered by Lu Chen so many times, the poison inside her had long been purified completely. At this time, Lu Chen directly used the absorption technique to absorb all the skills from the shadow guards on the ground into his body. After Lu Chen dealt with these shadow guards, a guard asked, Prince, shall we head to the military camp now? Lu Chen was about to say they should continue to the military camp, but he suddenly noticed his body was unbearably hot. It wasn't a big problem, it was just that he had absorbed too much skill at once and couldn't digest it for the moment, which caused this condition. It had been like this in the past when he absorbed skills. The solution was simple. Lu Chen glanced at Bai Qingqing in the distance. But he restrained himself and did not ask Bai to come into the carriage. He then returned to the carriage and said to the guards, "Send 2 people to inform the military camp and have the soldiers clean up the surrounding corpses. We are returning to the prince's mansion." "Yes, prince." Following that, Lu Chen and Bai Qingqing returned to the prince's mansion. As soon as Lu Chen returned to the prince's mansion, he went straight to Yunrong courtyard. The reason he did not strike Bai Qingqing was mainly that he had business with Chen Wanrong, and his skill could also help Chen Wanrong strengthen her abilities. When the time came for Chen Wanrong to journey northward with him, the stronger her abilities, the greater their chance of defeating the Tianqi king of the barbarian tribe. Upon arriving at Yunrong courtyard, Lu Chen happened to see Chen Wanrong sitting in the pavilion, her slender jade hands resting on the strings of the instrument, gently plucking them. Chen Wanrong, as usual, was dressed in white garments purer than snow, exuding a cool and distant aura, like a noble fairy. In the past, whenever Lu Chen saw Chen Wanrong, there were few if any improper thoughts in his heart, as he always felt an aura of sanctity emanating from her which purified his soul. However, since he had exchanged words with Chen Wanrong once, his feelings when seeing her had changed. Gazing at this cool and distant fairy, Lu Chen found himself harboring a wicked desire to conquer her, a desire for her to fall from graces she had before. Chen Wanrong, who was playing the instrument, also sensed someone entering the courtyard. She then stopped playing and lifted her head to see Lu Chen entering. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Chen Wanrong asked with no expression on her face, "What matter does the prince have?" This wasn't Chen Wanrong giving him the cold shoulder, it was simply her character. Even though she was now Lu Chen's captive, it wasn't possible for her to suddenly change her demeanor and greet Lu Chen with a smiling face. At this moment, Lu Chen spoke with a smile, "Miss Chen, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. May I have some of your time?" Chen Wanrong asked curiously, "What matter does the prince wish to discuss with me?" Lu Chen replied, "This isn't a good place to talk. Let's go inside the room." Upon hearing this, Chen Wanrong glanced at Lu Chen. She always felt that Lu Chen was up to no good, but since he referred to her as Miss Chen, instead of calling her Rongrong, it seemed he truly had a serious matter to discuss with her. With this thought, Chen Wanrong stood up and headed towards her room, saying as she walked, "The prince may follow me." Lu Chen followed without hesitation. Soon Chen Wanrong and Lu Chen had both entered the room. As soon as they were inside, Lu Chen closed the door. At this moment, Chen Wanrong turned her head to look at Lu Chen. "I wonder what the prince wishes to speak of." Before Chen Wanrong could finish speaking, Lu Chen could no longer restrain the restless skill within him and wrapped his arms around Chen Wanrong's soft waist. Then he sealed her red lips with a kiss. MMMH. Chen Wanrong was completely taken aback. She had thought Lu Chen had some real business with her, but as soon as they entered the room, he revealed his true colors. However, Chen Wanrong did not struggle violently, for she quickly realized that Lu Chen was transferring his skill to her. As Lu Chen kissed Chen Wanrong, he pushed her body toward the bed. When she could retreat no further and reach the bed, Lu Chen slowly pushed her down onto the bed and looked down dominantly at the cold fairy beneath him. At that moment, a blush spread across Chen Wanrong's face. Although her complexion remained cold, the shy blush on the ice beauty only made Lu Chen's heart stir even more. Chen Wanrong said coldly at this moment, "Has the prince summoned me just for this affair?" Without answering Chen Wanrong's question, Lu Chen leaned down once again, and this time, his hands began to loosen Chen Wanrong's clothing. Since that night at the mysterious Moon Tavern in the southern city with Chen Wanrong, Lu Chen had not touched her again, yet he had long been wanting to discuss the meaning of life with this fairy once more. Chen Wanrong did not refuse Lu Chen either. After all, she had already been intimate with him, and by now, she was his captive. Whatever Lu Chen wished to do to her, he would do. When she came into contact with Lu Chen's body, the skill within her was sealed, leaving her no way to resist. Time passed, unbeknownst how much of it. Outside Yunrong courtyard. Lin Wanyan and Chu Yukon were discussing the eastward march of the barbarian army. They chatted while walking toward Yunrong courtyard. Chu Yukon let out a sigh and said, "I've heard that the barbarian king who has come to the North land this time is a grandmaster. I wonder if the North country's army can stand against them." Lin Wanyan consoled her. Don't worry, Yukon. Isn't Chanur also heading north this time? With him there, nothing bad will happen. Chu Yukon expressed her concern. What I worry about the most is Chanur's safety. As she spoke, Chu Yukon suddenly had an idea and said to Lin Wanyan, Lin, why don't you and Miss Chen head north together to protect Chanur? Presently Chu Yukon was only a half-step grandmaster, and she knew her abilities were limited. Even if she accompanied Lu Chen to the Northland, she would only be able to care for his daily needs, not protect him. She might even become a hindrance to him. But Chen Wanrong was different. She possessed sufficient strength, and with the mysterious Moon Palace behind her, if Chen Wanrong were to accompany Lu Chen north, they could then utilize the power of the mysterious Moon Palace to contend with the barbarian tribe's Tianqi king. Hearing Chu Yukon's words, Lin Wanyan smiled slightly and then said, your mind is always full of thoughts about your Chanur. Even if the palace master and I wanted to follow him to the Northland, he might not allow us to go. As Lin Wanyan finished speaking, Chu Yukon was about to respond when they suddenly heard a faint sound, prompting a puzzled Chu Yukon to say, what sound is that? They then became silent, listening intently, and immediately realized the sound was coming from Chen Wanrong's room. Lin Wanyan initially thought something might have happened to Chen Wanrong, and anxiously hurried toward her room, with Chu Yukon quickly following to check. But as they approached Chen Wanrong's room, they heard her delicate, bashful voice from inside. Darling, don't, like this, this. Chu Yukon and Lin Wanyan exchanged glances, both women stood frozen in place. They were not fools, they could almost guess the situation at hand. Just then, a mischievous voice also emerged from the room, Rongrong, you're so beautiful. Hearing Lu Chen's voice, both women felt their cheeks burning and a rosy blush spread across their faces. As if linked by telepathy, they turned simultaneously and left Yunrong courtyard. Chu Yukon and Lin Wanyan both walked out of the Yunrong courtyard at the same time, each appearing somewhat awkward and unsure of what to say. Although Chu Yukon had long guessed that Lu Chen had thoroughly conquered Chen Wanrong, it was the first time she had encountered such a scene. Lin Wanyan felt the same way. She also knew that Chen Wanrong had become Lu Chen's woman, but she hadn't expected the always cold Chen Wanrong, blinded by hatred, to show such a side. Was this little rascal truly the bane of all women? As the two beautiful women thought more about it, their faces grew redder. Lin Wanyan then coughed and said, Yukon, I'm off to patrol. Don't worry about Chanur's matters, if he wants the palace master to accompany him northward, I'm sure she will agree. Since Chen Wanrong had already tussled in bed with Lu Chen, with their current relationship, it was unlikely that she would refuse to accompany him northward. Chu Yukon, with a flushed face, said, oh, okay, Sister Lin, you go ahead and busy yourself. After Lin Wanyan turned and walked towards the other side of the courtyard, Chu Yukon muttered to herself, this little rascal, she's the palace master of the mysterious Moon Palace after all, how could he do such things to her before nightfall? After transferring some of his skill to Chen Wanrong, Lu Chen instantly felt much better. At that moment, he embraced Chen Wanrong as they faced each other candidly. Having recovered her composure, Chen Wanrong thought about her behavior just moments ago and instantly felt a mix of shame and anger. With a flushed and emotionless face, she said coldly, you can leave now. Lu Chen chuckled, his hands continuing to roam recklessly over her body. He laughed and said, just now, I don't know who was calling me darling. My dear wife, why have you changed your tune so quickly? Chen Wanrong didn't say a word and turned her head away, unwilling to look at the scoundrel before her. Chen Wanrong felt that if she continued this way, she might well be corrupted. Originally, she had only intended to bear Lu Chen a child, but she hadn't expected some things to be addictive. This was not a good sign. Lu Chen then said, come on, my dear Rongrong, don't be angry. I truly came to you with a serious matter, I want you to accompany me northward. Upon hearing this, Chen Wanrong stiffened for a moment, then turned her head to look at Lu Chen and asked, you want me to help you against the Tianqi king? Chen Wanrong was also among the first to know about the barbarian tribe's eastern invasion, as it was no small matter. The disciples of the mysterious Moon Palace had immediately told her after reading the news from the Eastern newspaper agency. Lu Chen said, "Yes, although I am also a Grand Master, I've never fought against another Grand Master before and lack combat experience. Just to be cautious, I plan to take you with me northward." Chen Wanrong asked icily, "Do you always like to treat people you seek help from this way?" Lu Chen, with a smile, said, "It's just that my dear Rongrong is too beautiful, I couldn't help myself. And you should have noticed that I've transmitted a lot of skill to you, further enhancing your power. This is a good thing for you, isn't it?" Chen Wanrong was silent, knowing that improving her power was naturally a good thing. However, the fact that this guy had done such things to her in broad daylight, causing everyone in the prince's mansion to hear it, irked her. Although her power was sealed at the time, she was very perceptive while Lu Chen was instilling skill into her. Now a Grand Master, she was well aware of Lin Wanyan and Chu Yukin's visit to Yunrong courtyard. Both of them had heard her voice. The thought alone stirred emotions within Chen Wanrong. She hadn't minded before because it happened at the mysterious Moon Tavern, but this time it occurred at Yunrong courtyard, and even Lin Wanyan heard it. She, too, had a sense of shame. After a while, Chen Wanrong said, "Fine, I will accompany you northward." Seeing her agreement, Lu Chen smiled and said, "My wife is the best." As he spoke, Lu Chen leaned in to kiss Chen Wanrong again, but she raised her hand, stopping Lu Chen's mouth, and continued, "If I accompany you northward, it may draw the elders' attention at the mysterious Moon Palace. Consider it carefully." In the North Country, the elders of the mysterious Moon Palace left Chen Wanrong alone because they saw no danger in her actions. To the elders, the North Country was just a remote feudal state with no powerful martial artists, so they allowed her to act freely there. However, it would be a different matter if Chen Wanrong appeared on the battlefield. If she led the disciples of the mysterious Moon Palace to fight against the barbarian tribe, and especially against a Grand Master of the barbarian tribe, the elders, upon knowing it, would surely become agitated. The elders would then probably say that she was, after all, the palace master of the mysterious Moon Palace and shouldn't be meddling in worldly affairs, let alone putting herself in danger. Eventually, they may come to the North Country, demanding Chen Wanrong to return to the mysterious Moon Palace. Although the elders didn't want a Grand Master dictating to them, Chen Wanrong was the disciple of an honorable, who had already lost one disciple. If another died, specifically the palace master of the mysterious Moon Palace, the elders might be held accountable by the honorable, and they would certainly intervene. Hearing Chen Wanrong's words, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Although we previously agreed to wait until our child turns 15 before I would allow you to leave North Country, I have thought it over and decided that since you are already my woman, I should trust you and not limit your freedom. In the future, if you wish to return to the mysterious Moon Palace, I won't stop you, as long as you come back to me." Upon hearing this, Chen Wanrong paused, scarcely believing what she heard, and asked, "Aren't you afraid that once I leave North Country I may never come back?" Lu Chen replied, "Didn't I just say that you are now my woman? That's why I choose to trust you. I don't believe you would abandon your darling." With that, Lu Chen raised his hand and gently caressed her cool and lustrous cheek. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen Wanrong said expressionlessly, "You'll regret this." Lu Chen responded indifferently, "I won't regret it. If one day you really don't return from the mysterious Moon Palace back to North Prince Mansion, then I'll just have to go there and take you back by force." At these words, Chen Wanrong fell silent. Her heart was racing much faster than usual. Even though she thought Lu Chen's words were just sweet nothings, for some reason they still touched her heart. The most terrifying thing about this man was exactly that, not only did he possess numerous ways to handle women, but he could also make them fall for him. Almost any woman who approached him would lose both body and soul. Having stayed in North Prince Mansion for so long, she had already noticed this. Almost all of Lu Chen's women were deeply in love with him, and even Lin Wanyan had become unable to leave him. Seeing that Chen Wanrong remained silent, her face flushed yet her expression still cold, Lu Chen's heart grew restless once more. He continued, "We still have plenty of time. I'll help you increase your strength a bit more, and when we reach the North Land, we'll have a greater chance of defeating the Tianqi king. With that, Lu Chen immediately grasped the jade hand that Chen Wanrong had been using to cover her lips and leaned in once again to kiss her. Although Chen Wanrong was slightly emotional inside, in the end, she cooperated with Lu Chen. Improving her skills was indeed very rapid when together with Lu Chen, although she didn't understand why Lu Chen had such methods of enhancing strengths. She had always thought that these methods were only used by those from the demon sect and must carry some harm. But having practiced with Lu Chen in this way twice, she had not detected any harm to her body, proving that these methods were entirely different from those practiced by the demon sect. Chen Wanrong became more at ease once she considered Lu Chen's mysterious background and the possibility that behind him was an existence like her grandmaster. Perhaps these methods for enhancing skills were all taught to Lu Chen by the person behind him, maybe that person was an immortal, for it was often said in North Prince Mansion that Lu Chen was the disciple of an immortal, which was likely not a baseless rumor. Early in the morning. When Lu Chen woke up, he found Chen Wanrong staring at his face expressionlessly. Lu Chen cracked a slight smile. "My dear, you're awake so early." Chen Wanrong said icily, "It's time for you to get up." As Chen Wanrong's voice fell, Lu Chen suddenly wrapped his arms around her delicate body, flipped over, and pinned her beneath him. Chen Wanrong thought this scoundrel was up to no good again and instantly her face turned crimson. She quickly raised her jade hand to push against Lu Chen's broad chest. "No. Quote. You're about to lead the troops north soon, you should have many things to handle." Hearing this, Lu Chen replied with a smile, "My dear makes a good point. But before I get up, I like to kiss my dear. Let me have a kiss, and I'll get right up." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen Wanrong looked at him skeptically. She felt Lu Chen might renege on his words, as he was a bad man and particularly thick-skinned, so reneging would be nothing odd for him. But Lu Chen was just as shameless. If she didn't agree, Lu Chen might very well refuse to get up. With that thought, Chen Wanrong finally released her jade hand, and Lu Chen, without hesitation, leaned down to give Chen Wanrong a deep kiss. Just when Chen Wanrong was dazed by Lu Chen's kisses, Lu Chen got up from the bed. Seeing Lu Chen genuinely getting up, Chen Wanrong felt somewhat surprised inside. She hadn't expected this man to keep his word sometimes. As Lu Chen dressed himself, he said, "You're tired from last night too. Lie down and rest a little longer." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong felt a flutter of emotion inside. The man seemed to know that she could get tired. For martial artists to conceive was already quite difficult, and for two at the Grandmaster realm like them, having offspring was even less likely, not something that could be achieved in a day or two. And yet, this fellow acted as if he wouldn't be satisfied until she was pregnant within a day. She seriously suspected that this scoundrel wasn't doing it for the sake of having children, but rather indulging in pleasure. After Lu Chen finished dressing, he left Chen Wanrong's room, and upon stepping out, he saw Lin Wanyan walking around in the yard with a flushed face. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen chuckled and said, "Madam Lin, you weren't eavesdropping by the wall last night, were you?" Caught off guard by the question, Lin Wanyan's cheeks turned even rosier as she spoke indignantly, "Who was eavesdropping? Don't project your interest in such dirty activities onto everyone else." Lu Chen chuckled, "Who is it that used to come to my study every day to engage in such filthy acts?" Lin Wanyan snorted coldly, then said, "I don't want to talk about this with you. What I want to know is, do you plan on having the palace master accompany you to the north?" Lu Chen nodded and said, "That's indeed my intention." Lin Wanyan continued to ask, "Did the palace master agree?" Lu Chen replied, "She agreed." Lin Wanyan reminded him, "If the palace master appears on the battlefield, it's very likely that the elders of Mysterious Moon Palace will find out and they might make her return. Have you thought this through?" Lin Wanyan was also aware that Lu Chen had a very powerful presence backing him, no ordinary person, but with his current level of strength, he wasn't yet capable of contending with the entire Mysterious Moon Palace. Although those elders of Mysterious Moon Palace seldom or almost never interfere in secular matters, the situation would be different when it involved their palace master. The palace master represented the face of Mysterious Moon Palace. If those elders saw Chen Wanrong in danger, they would likely order her to return immediately. Lu Chen said, "I have already thought this through. After this war is over, if she wants to return to Mysterious Moon Palace, then she will be free to go. Seeing that Lu Chen was actually willing to let Chen Wanrong leave the North Country, Lin Wanyan was somewhat incredulous. Lu Chen then gazed at the dignified and plump Lin Wanyan and said with a smile, "She can leave, but you cannot." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanyan snapped back to reality, her face changing color as she said coldly, "I didn't say I wanted to leave." Having said that, Lin Wanyan headed straight for Chen Wanrong's room. Lu Chen didn't stay any longer at Yunrong Courtyard. He returned to the main hall for breakfast. As soon as he reached the main hall, Mu Zixuan had the maids serve Lu Chen's breakfast in front of him. Lu Chen glanced at the maids and then said, "Go call Madame Dazhou and Madame Xiaozhou. The prince has something to discuss with them." "Yes, Your Highness." Mu Zixuan, cradling a child in her arms, asked, "Your Highness, is it about you leading the troops northward that you want to talk about?" The news of Lu Chen leading troops northward had already spread throughout Yan County, naturally reaching Mu Zixuan's ears. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Indeed, I am going to lead troops northward. However, that's not what I want to discuss. I have a gift for the three of you." Hearing about a gift, Mu Zixuan was taken aback, then glanced at Lu Chen's body, her gaze uncontrollably falling to the area around Lu Chen's crotch, her cheeks turning a slight red as she asked, "The gift you're talking about, it isn't going to be a child, is it?" Lu Chen often said he was going to give them gifts during their intimate moments, and everyone understood what those gifts from Lu Chen ended up being. It was no wonder Mu Zixuan's thoughts wandered. After all, Lu Chen was a bad man who often said such things in bed. Hearing Mu Zixuan's words, Lu Chen said speechlessly, "My love, what are you thinking about? All that fills your head are such filthy thoughts. If I say it's a gift, then it must certainly be a real gift." Realizing that her mind had gone astray, Mu Zixuan's face grew even redder, but she retorted without showing weakness, "That's your highness's fault. Who made you always say in bed that you were going to be a giver of children and gifts to your concubine?" Lu Chen smiled and then said, all right, my fault." Although Lu Chen couldn't easily admit his faults outside, within his inner court it was different. In front of his women, he was a man who actively admitted his errors. Soon, Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao came to the main hall. Lu Chen said to Mu Zixuan, "My love, hand the child over to the wet nurse, and ask the maids to step out for a moment." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan immediately handed the child in her arms to the wet nurse, and then the wet nurse along with the maids departed to the adjacent room. Once only the four of them remained in the grand hall, Lu Chen took out 3 small porcelain bottles from his system space and passed them to Mu Zixuan and the other 2 women. Mu Zixuan, curious, asked, "Your Highness, what's inside these?" Lu Chen teased mysteriously, "Why don't you take a guess?" The 3 women took the small porcelain bottles from Lu Chen's hands. Mu Zixuan opened a bottle, sniffed it, and found only a faint scent. Mu Zixuan poured the bottle into her palm, tipping out the pills inside, and seeing the faintly glowing green pills in her hand, all 3 women were momentarily startled. Yet they still couldn't guess what it was. Suddenly, Mu Zixuan had a thought, recalling that Lu Chen had been using the yin-yang harmony method to enhance her skills, so she hazarded a guess, "Your Highness, could this be an immortal pill for improving skills?" Hearing this, Lu Chen burst out laughing and then said, "How could I possibly have such precious immortal pills right now?" Lu Chen had once taken a pill that enhanced his skills in the capital city, and since then, the system had not awarded him any more pills of that kind. Lu Chen knew such pills were most certainly precious, so it would likely be only when he was more advanced, when he had more children, that the system would use them as a reward, because it seemed he didn't need any such pills to improve his skills for the time being. Seeing Lu Chen dismiss her guess, Mu Zixuan grew even more curious about the pills before her. At this moment, Zhou Yuyu timidly asked, "Your Highness, these pills aren't poison pills, are they?" Hearing Zhou Yuyu's inquiry, Lu Chen found himself speechless. He said, "Yuyu, it seems I haven't visited your room for a while, and now you're out of line. How could I possibly give my own women poison pills? What kind of person do you think I am?" Seeing Lu Chen upset, Zhou Yuyu hastily apologized, "Your Highness, I am in the wrong. I was just talking nonsense. If your highness is angry, I am willing to be punished tonight." Lu Chen chortled, Xiao Yu, I didn't expect you to be so cunning. Seems like you actually want me to visit your room tonight, deliberately talking nonsense. Hearing Lu Chen's comment, Zhou Yuyu's cheeks instantly flushed a deep red, spreading to her earlobes. She had no such intention. Everyone knew how formidable Lu Chen was, and she wouldn't dare to play tricks in such matters. Seeing that Mu Zixuan and the others couldn't guess, Lu Chen directly said, the pill in your hands is called the Preserving Beauty Pill. By the name, you should know what it is for, right? Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the three women were stunned at the same time. When their gazes returned to the pill in their hands, their eyes seemed to emit a fervent glow. With disbelief on her face, Mu Zixuan asked, Prince, does that mean after taking the Preserving Beauty Pill, we won't age so quickly? Mu Zixuan only dared to speculate that the pill was for slowing aging. She didn't even dare to think about eternal youth, as that was something all women dream of. She truly couldn't believe that such a miraculous pill existed in the world. Lu Chen said with a smile, my beloved concubine, your guess is too conservative. As long as you take the Preserving Beauty Pill, you will never age. With the passage of time, at most your hair might turn white. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the three women were utterly astonished. Looking at the Preserving Beauty Pill in their hands, they were desperate to pop it into their mouths right away. No woman doesn't wish for eternal youth, and Mu Zixuan and the others were no exception. The temptation was simply too great for them. After coming back to her senses, Mu Zixuan said, Prince, such an immortal pill must be extremely precious. Are you truly going to give it to us? Lu Chen said with a smile, of course, all of you are my women, isn't it right for me to give you gifts? Mu Zixuan then said, thank you, Prince, for bestowing me the immortal pill. Seeing Mu Zixuan expressing her gratitude, Dazhou and Xiaozhou also hastily said, thank you, Prince, for bestowing the immortal pill. Although she was very happy, Mu Zixuan still asked, Prince, such an immortal pill is so precious, what about the other sisters? Mu Zixuan paused mid-sentence because this kind of immortal pill was something everyone wanted. She was worried that Lu Chen only had these 3 pills, and giving them to the 3 of them could cause imbalance among the other women in the prince's mansion. Lu Chen said, the reason I'm giving these 3 preserving beauty pills to you first is mainly because they are martial artists. Martial artists do not age as quickly. If their realms should reach the heavenly human realm in a short period of time, they too can maintain their youth indefinitely and might not need the preserving beauty pill. Moreover, rest assured, I have more than 3 preserving beauty pills. When someone needs one, I will give it to her immediately. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan said, with that, I feel assured. Mu Zixuan's biggest worry was that the women in the mansion would grow jealous over certain matters, leading to intrigue and plots within the household. Since Lu Chen had more than 1 pill, he would presumably give them to the other women when he visited their rooms in the future. Lu Chen said, all right, go ahead and take them now, let's see how effective they are. After hearing this, the 3 women didn't hesitate and immediately swallowed the preserving beauty pills. After swallowing the pills, they felt their bodies become incredibly refreshed, and their spirits were noticeably lifted. Then, Lu Chen noticed Mu Zixuan and the others' skin peeling away at a visible rate, although they felt no pain. Lu Chen then lifted his hand and gently took a piece of peeling skin from Mu Zixuan's face, revealing the smooth, tender skin beneath. From now on, the 3 women wouldn't even need to wear light makeup. Mu Zixuan and the others also became aware of what was happening to their faces, and not just their facial skin, but all over their bodies, the skin was shedding like a snake's. Mu Zixuan peeled away the dead skin from her hand and discovered her arm had become incredibly smooth and fair, which excited her greatly. Indeed worthy of the name Immortal Pill, it went to work the moment they took it. Lu Chen said with a smile, my beloved concubines, why don't you go wash away the dirt from your bodies? After bathing, take a look in the mirror, I'm sure you will be very surprised. Mu Zixuan excitedly said, yes, Prince. Your concubine will take her leave now. Immediately thereafter, Mu Zixuan told the maids to prepare hot water, and she bathed with Dazhou and Xiaozhou. Next to the main hall was a hot water pool, which had been constructed at Lu Chen's behest since his arrival in the North Country. The 3 women bathed in it. Once they had washed off all the dead skin and filth, Their skin had become smooth as porcelain, as tender as a baby's, with a fair complexion slightly flushed with a soft glow. If Lu Chen were there, he surely would not have been able to suppress the stirrings within his heart. Xiao Xiao, thrilled, said, Sister Zixuan, you've become so beautiful, I can hardly recognize you. Zixuan said, you too, I never expected the preserving beauty pill the prince gave us would make us even more beautiful. At this moment, Yu Yu said childishly, that's wonderful, from now on I won't need to apply rouge to my face anymore. All three women felt overjoyed inside. After their bath, they immediately went to look in the recently made glass mirror in the prince's mansion. As soon as they saw themselves in the mirror, they were captivated by their own beauty and didn't want to leave for quite some time. It took a while before Zixuan and the others snapped out of it and remembered they had to thank Lu Chen. However, by the time they returned to the main hall, Lu Chen was already occupied with state affairs. They were due to head north soon, and there would be a lot to handle in the coming days, including preparations for provisions and weapons. A few days later, Lu Chen held a military review outside the walls of North City. This review did not showcase the firearms of the North Country, instead, it was mainly to boost morale. Upon hearing that North Country was going to hold a military parade, spies from various nations mingled among the crowd, eager to gather intelligence. Rumors had been circulating that North Country's heavy cavalry had been annihilated, and spies from all nations were keen to find out if there was any truth to them. North Country was about to send troops northward, and this parade would surely feature most of its military forces. There was no need for concealment, allowing the spies to roughly estimate North Country's military strength. Early in the morning, Lu Chen got up and donned his black gold armor, then went to the city wall of North City. By this time, the various camps of North Country had already completed their assembly, and after the parade, they would return to their camps to move weapons and then head to North Land for defensive positioning in the afternoon. Around 9 in the morning, there was a sea of people outside North City with the populace eagerly awaiting the start of the parade. As the drumbeat sounded, followed by the woo 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 of horn calls, North Country's soldiers began to enter the arena. The first to appear were the infantry, who carried not firearms, but cold weapons like long halberds. The infantry marched in perfect unison, a highly entertaining spectacle for the civilians, but the informed spies discerned from their stride the presence of a strictly disciplined army. As the infantry slowly passed through the city gate, the next soldiers in line were from the artillery camp, each carrying a bow and arrows, with bows slung across their backs. Since Lu Chen had decided not to showcase firearms and wanted to boost morale, he had no choice but to substitute them with other cold weapons. For some reason, after the bowmen of North Country entered the arena, the troops seemed even more different, more excited than those carrying long halberds before them. As the bow-armed artillery came beneath the city gate, they shouted in unison, those who violate North Country will be pursued and annihilated, no matter the distance. Kill. 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 Comma. Now inside North Country's army, the majority of soldiers were eagerly anticipating war, with the artillery craving it the most intensely. Their aura was distinctly different. After the artillery camp passed, the last troop made its entrance, North Country's most mysterious heavy cavalry. Everyone, including all the foreign spies, held their breath. Right then, the ground began to tremble, and hearts rose into throats as, not long after, a dark mass became visible in the distance. A terrifying aura emanated from afar, shaking some civilians to the point of unsteadiness. The Black Cavalry's aura was incredibly heavy, and with each of them a martial artist above the 5th rank, even the 40,000 heavy cavalry that Lu Chen dispatched formed an oppressive, high-pressure force when gathered together. As the Black Cavalry drew closer, people found it increasingly difficult to breathe. The heavy thud of their hooves seemed to trample directly on the spectators' hearts, causing them to throb wildly. As the Black Cavalry passed through North Country's North City gate, they roared in unison, "Where the great king points his sword, there we direct our spears. Those who offend North Country shall be executed without mercy. Kill. 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 Comma. The momentum of the Black Cavalry overwhelmingly eclipsed the bow-armed artillery from earlier. As the Black Cavalry passed by, some people shuddered non-stop. This army felt as if it had emerged from the netherworld, its murderous aura so thick that breathing was nearly impossible. The spies from all nations were utterly intimidated by the Black Cavalry. Although there were rumors that North Free King had decimated the Black Cavalry during his southern invasion of North Country, there were still doubts that it was a ploy by North Country to hide its military might. But contrary to expectations, North Country's heavy cavalry indeed remained. People didn't believe that North Country could have trained an army with such a heavy killing aura in such a short time. This heavy cavalry was surely the same force that had defeated Sky Wolf King's 300,000 strong army. With 2 master-level generals leading and the remaining 40,000 heavy cavalry all being martial artists above the 5th rank, such an army was not easily destroyed. North Country's military might was truly terrifying. Although this parade featured only 3 main divisions, the sheer number of troops meant that the event lasted over 2 hours. After the parade ended, Lu Chen returned to North Prince Mansion to bid farewell to his wives and concubines. Standing at the gate of North Prince Mansion, Lu Chen swept a glance over his worried wives and concubines and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the war will be over quickly." Hearing these words, Mu Zixuan wiped away her tears and said, "Prince, I am waiting for your triumphant return." Chu Yukan, standing to the side, said, "Chenur, why don't you also take Bai along? You should have someone to take care of you." Lu Chen was taking only Chen Wanrong, a woman, on his trip to the north, but as the palace master of Mysterious Moon Palace, even though she was now Lu Chen's woman, her status meant she could not demean herself as his servant. Thus, Chu Yukan still wanted Bai Qingqing to accompany Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled faintly, then said, "After I leave, Yan County will likely not be peaceful, so Bai should stay there to protect you all. I am going to the north to fight, not to enjoy life, so there is no need for anyone to wait on me." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukan let out a faint sigh. She had guessed that Lu Chen might say something like that. At that moment, Lu Chen said, "Oh, Madam Chu, I forgot to tell you something." Chu Yukan asked curiously, "What is it?" Lu Chen then leaned close to Chu Yukan's ear and whispered, "When I return, I will marry you. You just wait to bear my children." Blushing at Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukan turned her head to glance at Lu Chen's other wives and concubines before saying with a touch of resentment, "You're not being serious." Just then, Chu Qingli, who was standing nearby, saw Lu Chen suddenly lean close to her sister and whisper something that made her sister's face turn red. She immediately gave Lu Chen a glare. Lu Chen just smiled faintly, saying nothing more. After saying goodbye to each of them, Lu Chen then led the North Country's 200,000 troops as they set off to march northward. Clearly, the number of soldiers in the North Country had now exceeded the maximum number stipulated by the imperial decree on limiting troop numbers. Yet, Lu Chen had stopped pretending and openly displayed the strength of the North Country's soldiers during the military parade. Lu Chen felt there was no longer any need for pretense. A few days earlier, he had learned from Commander Wang Jiantao that the Sum Emperor was planning to join forces with various Grand Masters to kill Zhuge Zongguang. Lu Chen did not believe his father the Emperor aimed solely at Zhuge Zongguang. Zhuge Zongguang was now a person of the North Country and its second in command. Targeting him was an attack on the entirety of the North Country. Furthermore, based on the Sum Emperor's various actions, it seemed that once the Emperor had dealt with the aristocratic families of Great Sum, the next step would be to weaken the vassals, with the North Country likely being the first to be targeted. Having prepared the Grand Masters for the kill, it was impossible for the Emperor to leave the North Country for last. This was why Lu Chen thought there was no longer any need to continue the charade. Half a month later. The news of the North Country's military parade had shocked all of the major dynasties. No one had anticipated that the North Country could have developed such formidable military power in such a short time. The Sum imperial court was the most shocked, but because the court was deeply engaged in an intensifying war with the rebel forces of the south, it had no time to address the happenings in the North Country, so the matter did not spark much discussion in the imperial assembly. However, when the Sum Emperor saw the reports in his hands, his expression turned extremely ugly, to the point of being described as contorted. In the royal garden, the Sum Emperor stood by the lotus pond, looking at the reports in his hands, silent for a long time. The next moment, sharp sword chi burst from his body, slicing every structure in the royal garden in half, instantly dismembering all the eunuchs and maids below the ninth grade. Seeing such a furious outburst from the Sum Emperor, Satu-Ce guessed that something must have happened in the North Land. The Sum Emperor then spoke coldly, "Good, very good indeed, such a good son I have." The Sum Emperor had always believed that the North country's heavy cavalry had been destroyed, yet when the barbarian tribe moved eastward, the North country's heavy cavalry had emerged once again. Adding to that the messages previously transmitted back by Commander Wang, the Sum Emperor had realized that the North country's rate of growth far exceeded his estimations. He had previously thought that the refugees would hinder the North country's development, but now their military might had become so formidable. Especially those heavy cavalry. According to messages from the Shadow Guard, the strength of those heavy cavalry was mostly above 5th grade, and their leading military general was even suspected to be an extreme realm master. The North country's heavy cavalry strength had far outstripped the Great Sum Imperial Court's heavy cavalry. When the North Free King had moved south, he had thought the North country's heavy cavalry were just a bunch of heavily armored weaklings, hence they were so easily defeated. Now, he was being told that those heavy cavalry were all above the 5th grade. At this time, the Sum Emperor said to the trembling Grandmaster Shadow Guard kneeling on the ground, "Is there still no news of Wang Jiantao?" The kneeling Shadow Guard promptly responded, "None. The Shadow Guards we dispatched to the North country reported that upon their arrival, they couldn't find Commander Wang and the others, they seemed to have completely vanished." The Sum Emperor had sent additional Shadow Guards to the North country because he worried that Wang Jiantao might be incompetent. The military parade news he had just received was from the latter group of Shadow Guards sent out. These Shadow Guards had tried to locate Wang Jiantao upon reaching Yan County, but all the Shadow Guards in the city had disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the Sum Emperor understood what had happened. He said coldly, "Stop searching. Consider them all dead. From today on, you will temporarily assume command of the Shadow Guards." Hearing this, the kneeling Shadow Guard immediately kowtowed and said, "Thank you for your Majesty's grace." Then, the Sum Emperor sent the report flying to the destroyed pavilion where Satu-Ce was. Although the pavilion was ruined, he was surrounded by a sphere of outwardly projecting Gangchi, holding up the remnants of the pavilion from collapsing. The report sent by the Sum Emperor pierced through Satu-Ce's Gangchi barrier without surprise, and Satu-Ce caught it without any ripple of emotion in his heart. He had long known that the North Prince was no ordinary person, and that the North country's heavy cavalry could not have been truly annihilated. It seemed that the North Prince had become aware of the Sum Emperor's actions, and thus had decided to hold a high-profile military parade, no longer intending to remain concealed. Just then, a soldier rushed into the royal garden, shouting, "Report." The soldier kneeled halfway before the Sum Emperor and the Emperor said coldly, "Speak." The soldier immediately said, "Your Majesty, the Dongfang family has disappeared. The imperial soldiers behind the rebel lines planned to seek the Dongfang family's help, only to find their docks devoid of merchant ships, and the Dongfang family itself deserted." Upon hearing this, the Sum Emperor's heart skipped a beat. Gone. What was going on? The Dongfang family had agreed to assist him in eliminating the South's aristocratic families. Could it be they were reconsidering? The Sum Emperor's expression darkened further, then he asked, "How can they be gone? Did you find out where they went?" The soldier replied, "No, not just our soldiers are looking for them, even the South's rebel forces are searching." Hearing the soldier's reply, the Sum Emperor fell into silence, his expression constantly changing. The Dongfang family's interest in joining the court and cooperating with the emperor was undoubtedly the best choice. Allying with a group of rebels was, to begin with, very unlikely to succeed, and should they fail, the entire Dongfang family would be finished. The Sum Emperor believed that since the Dongfang family chose to cooperate with him in the first place, it showed that they also thought the aristocratic families in the south were bound to be eliminated, so why had they suddenly disappeared? If the aristocratic families in the south were all looking for the Dongfang family, that would be even more bizarre. Logically, if the Dongfang family regretted their decision and didn't want to collaborate with the imperial court, thinking the imperial army was no match for the southern rebels, then the Dongfang family should have actively sought to join Lu Shuyun. Instead, Both the court and the southern rebels were now searching for them. Upon hearing the dialogue between the soldier and the Sum Emperor, Satusi had pretty much guessed what was going on, and he spoke up, "Your Majesty, hasn't the Dongfang family's merchant fleet been going north frequently lately?" Hearing this, the Sum Emperor's mind jolted, and his face grew even more grim as he spoke in a cold voice. "You mean to say that the Dongfang family has neither planned to cooperate with the court nor to join the rebels, but has instead chosen to join the North Country?" Satu-Ce said, "The Dongfang family has likely seen your determination to eradicate the ancient families, and the Dongfangs themselves are one such ancient family, and moreover one controlling Great Sum's economy. They probably don't believe that after eliminating the southern families, you would spare theirs. Nowadays, the North Country values commerce, and joining them could be a good choice for them." The Sum Emperor pondered for a moment, thinking there might be some truth to Satusi's speculation. Could it be that the Dongfang family had really run off to the North Country? No wonder the Dongfang family still ventured north to do business with the North Country while the court and southern rebels were at war. He had initially thought that, as merchants are profit-driven, with Great Sum embroiled in civil strife and prices soaring, the Dongfang family went to the North Country to profit from the war. But in fact, they had directly fled there. At that moment, the Sum Emperor was in a terrible mood. He had expected the Dongfang family to collaborate with the imperial army in the south, making it easier to get intelligence on the rebels and even attack them from behind. He hadn't anticipated that they would flee the scene so cunningly. The Sum Emperor snorted coldly, "What I hate the most is betrayal. Did they think they can live in peace after fleeing to the North Country?" He had originally intended to deal with the Dongfang family last, but now it seemed these people were so eager for death. So after dealing with the southern rebels, he would immediately seek a way to eliminate them. However, it was still uncertain whether the North Country would last until the end of Great Sum's civil war. The Tianqi king was no ordinary barbarian. According to the intelligence they had gathered, the Tianqi king had long been a Grand Master, and his tribe was a main branch derived from the royal line of the barbarian tribes. Their overall strength far surpassed that of the Sky Wolf King and the North Free King, two tribes from the North Land. This time, the Tianqi king had brought 400,000 troops to march eastward, and Meanwhile, in a military tent of the Great Wu dynasty, Wu Junwan, clad in silver-white armor, was intently reading a letter. As she read the contents, her brows lightly furrowed. She had suspected from the beginning that the heavy cavalry of the North Country had not been defeated by the North Free King's forces, and that the North Country claimed their cavalry had been destroyed merely to conceal their military strength. To her amazement, her suspicions had been confirmed. The North Country's heavy cavalry was indeed still around, and not only that, it was even stronger than they had imagined. With two extreme realm masters as military generals and over 4,000 fifth-grade martial artists, this heavy cavalry unit was clearly stronger than the main forces of various dynasties. Even the heavy cavalry of the Great Wu dynasty couldn't achieve having all soldiers be fifth-grade martial artists. Such warriors were distributed across different military units. At that moment, she looked at the person who had delivered the intelligence and asked, "Didn't Zhuge Zongguang follow the North Prince up north?" The person in front of Wu Junwan replied, "No, he is still in Yan County. Right now, the political affairs of the North Country are managed by him." After hearing the intelligence operative's reply, Wu Junwan fell into deep thought. As far as she knew, the Tianqi king was a Grand Master, and to confront him, the North Country would need at least one Grand Master on their side. Moreover, the Tianqi king had led 400,000 troops on an eastern campaign, but the North Country only had 200,000. Even though the North Country's heavy cavalry were all above 5th-grade martial artists, with tremendous strength, the strength of the Tianqi king's forces was not to be underestimated. Without a Grand Master overseeing the situation, relying solely on their heavy cavalry, it wouldn't be easy for the North Country to defeat the Tianqi king. What was that young man thinking? Why didn't he allow Zhuge Zongguang to follow him up north, instead choosing to lead the troops himself? Could it be that the North Prince Mansion has more than one Grand Master? At this thought, Wu Junwan instantly remembered the Tower Master of the Rain Listening Pavilion she had met when she entered Yan County as a member of the Qian family. The Tower Master was a Grand Master, and his strength was nothing short of formidable. Wu Junwan thought to herself, if the Tower Master of the Rain Listening Pavilion had also gone north with Lu Chen, that would explain why Lu Chen didn't take Zhuge Zongguang with him. She hoped the Tianqi King's troops would greatly weaken the military power of the North Country, especially those heavy cavalry. It would be best if those heavy cavalry units could be annihilated. Now, the chaos within the Great Wu dynasty was unceasing, and with such commotion, the morale of Great Wu civilians had become unstable, and its military power would also be greatly weakened in the future. The emergence of a military monster so powerful at Great Wu's side made Wu Junwan very uneasy. At this moment, a soldier burst into the tent with excitement. Princess Junwan, good news, the rebel leader plans to surrender. He wants to negotiate with you personally. Hearing this, Wu Junwan put down the intelligence in her hand. The affairs of the North Country could wait, she would first quell the internal turmoil within Great Wu. Her purpose in leading troops this time was to thoroughly suppress the rebellion in the southwest. Through her various means, there were not many rebels remaining now, most of the rebels had already chosen to surrender to the Great Wu court. Of course, in name they were surrendering to the Great Wu court, but in reality, these surrendered troops had essentially become the private soldiers of Princess Junwan. They were not surrendering directly to the court, but to Wu Junwan. The Da-Yu dynasty. The Empress's bedchamber. Inside the bedchamber, red curtains fluttered in the wind, and deep within the chamber, the silhouette of a woman wearing a red phoenix robe could be seen now and then. At this time, a maid entered the bedchamber. Your Majesty, Sir Wang requests an audience. The woman spoke indifferently, let him in. Her voice was crisp, cold, and penetrating, as if it directly reached one's brain. As the woman finished speaking, a man wearing an official hat entered the bedchamber. Your servant greets your Majesty, long live your Majesty, long may you reign. The woman then asked, what is it? The official immediately took out an envelope, then said, Your Majesty, this is intelligence from a North Country spy. As he finished speaking, the intelligence in the official's hand flew up and, whooshed, into the curtains. Inside the curtains, the woman glanced at the contents recorded in the intelligence and then said with a smile, interesting. It seems the Tianqi king couldn't gain any favors from us and is a little unwilling to accept that. The kneeling official asked, Your Majesty, do we need to do anything? The rapid growth of the military power of the North Country is extremely disadvantageous to us in Da-Yu. Hearing this, the woman chuckled and then said, What, does Sir Wang intend for our soldiers to march northward at this time and attack the North Country? Seeing the woman's tone was somewhat off, the official did not speak further, although that was indeed his thought. The North Country bordered Da-Yu, and it was not in Da-Yu's interest to watch the North Country grow stronger. Moreover, the North Country was a feudal state of the Great Xia dynasty, and its strength also meant the strengthening of Great Xia. However, hearing the tone of the Empress, it was clear she had other ideas, so the man did not speak further. At this point, the woman said, Sir Wang is not wrong, we indeed should do something. Send an embassy immediately to the North Country, tell them, whatever the North Country needs, they can turn to Da-Yu. If the North Country cannot resist the barbarian tribe, they can also ask Da-Yu for help, and I will surely send troops to assist them immediately. Hearing the Empress's words, the man kneeling on the ground was stunned. Help the North Country. Why? To Da-Yu, wasn't the North Country an enemy? If North Country became stronger, how would that benefit Da-Yu? At this moment, the woman said, Sir Wang, the North Country is key to splitting Great Xia. Do not be so short-sighted. Hearing this, the man's heart thumped, and he instantly understood the Empress's plan. Indeed, if the North Country was considered part of Great Xia, then the rapid increase in its military power was indeed bad news for the Da-Yu dynasty. But if the North Country was viewed as an independent entity, that changed everything. The swift rise in the North Country's military power clearly indicated that the North Prince was an ambitiously senior. In the future, it was highly probable that the North Country would rebel. Even if they did not, the Sum Emperor would definitely not allow such a powerful feudal state to exist, so he would certainly seek to reduce its power. If the Sum Emperor sought to diminish their power, the North Country wouldn't passively wait to be targeted, the inevitable outcome would be a civil war. Currently, Great Shah was fighting against the rebels in the south, and once the internal strife ended, its strength would surely be weakened. If a war between the Great Shah court and the North country were to break out afterwards, it would lead to great suffering among the people of Great Shah, and the seigneurs were bound to have all sorts of thoughts. That was why the Empress intended to establish friendly relations with the North country and then further provoke the Sum Emperor. The North country was merely a feudal state and had no right to have independent foreign relations with a dynasty. If it did so, it would mean the North country was seeking independence, planning to rebel. With this in mind, the man said, "Your Majesty is correct, it is my lack of foresight. I earnestly request that Your Majesty allow me to lead the mission to the North country." The woman's voice came from within the curtains, "Granted. Thank Your Majesty, your servant takes his leave." As his words fell, the man left the Empress's bedchamber. Then, the woman in the bedchamber murmured to herself, "North Prince, I hope you do not disappoint me." North Land. Ningbei City. Lu Chen stood on the city wall, feeling the breeze from the grasslands. At this moment, Chen Wanrong, wearing a white garment, stood beside him. Throughout the journey, Chen Wanrong, having followed Lu Chen to the north, harbored numerous doubts, especially concerning the many strange things within Lu Chen's army. She had never seen such things before, did not know their use, and was even less understanding of why Lu Chen and his men had gone to such great lengths to transport these objects to the North Land.